Chapter 204. 11,000-word chapter. The sea breeze stopped. The sound of the tide receded. The thick night gradually covered the receding moonlight. In the darkest night before dawn, the whole world seemed to return to the most oppressive silence. The last ray of moonlight sprinkled on the surface of the sea. The blue waves slowly undulated, and the clear and crystalline waves brought along a surging cold radiance, illuminating the entire beach in a misty haze. In the dim light, the figure on the beach seemed to be strolling along with the cool breeze, neither fast nor slow. The light flowed in Black Pupil's dark pupils. She quietly glanced at it, and her face suddenly changed slightly, with an unconcealable surprise. As the moonlight receded, the visibility under the curtain of night had been reduced to the minimum. However, that person was at the extreme end of the line of sight, still out of everyone's observation range. So until now, no one had been able to see who the young heavenly son that Qin Weibai had mentioned was. But Black Pupil was different. Her dark eyes, which had almost no white, looked creepy, but she was gifted. From childhood to adulthood, her sight range and visibility were much stronger than others. Because of this visual advantage, Black Pupil became one of the most valuable talents in the Wang family of Beihai. In terms of strength, Black Pupil, who was infinitely close to the half-step invincible realm, and still had room for improvement, was enough to make no one dare to look down on her. And because of her visual advantage, she was also one of the most terrible snipers in the Wang family of Beihai. Therefore, under the circumstance that no one could see clearly in the distance, through the dark night, only Qirome could clearly see the beach in the distance and the figures in the distance. Black Pupil's pupils contracted obviously, and her eyes became more and more focused. In her sight, the so-called young heavenly son was more than young. He was completely a teenager. At a distance of nearly 300 meters, Black Pupil could clearly see the figure and appearance of the other party under the focus of her eyes. In her sight, it was a face that was not only young but also childish. 16 years old? 17 years old? Or 18 years old? He walked on the beach with a calm face, wearing the junior high school uniform of East Island, carrying a school bag, and seemed to be on his way to school. For a moment, Black Pupil only felt extremely absurd. It was absurd to go to school so early. However, it was equally absurd for Qin Weibai, the second in command of the Samsara Palace, to kill a junior high school student. In such an important cooperation between Wang Xiaoyao and Samsara, it was absurd for him to sacrifice the life of such a child as a pledge of allegiance. It was ridiculous for Qin Weibai to say that she was no match for this child. Qirome stood there a little sluggishly and forgot to speak for a while. The young man on the beach was getting closer, and the others could see him clearly. Is that him? Wang Xiaoyao finally saw the teenager on the coast clearly. His eyes widened, and he looked at Qin Weibai in astonishment, with undisguised suspicion. Not only Wang Xiaoyao, but even the deeply hidden aura of saint and military counselor also fluctuated slightly. Obviously, they were also a little incredulous. This was a young man who still looked childish. He had an average height and appearance, but he looked very clean. Be it his clothes or face, they were all very clean. But other than that, there seemed to be nothing else worth paying attention to. The deep night, the boundless sea. In the huge environment, the thin and small figure walked quietly. It was calm, but there was a hint of loneliness. Qin Weibai's bright and condensed eyes were still clear, but there was a little trance in them. At this moment, she thought of Li Tianlan, the man who had been destined in her destiny. A few years ago, many years ago, was he also like the young man in front of her, walking alone and calmly in the vast mountain forest? How is this person? Qin Weibai was silent for a while and suddenly asked. Her face was calm and perfect, but her heart was always surging violently. Ordinary. Wang Xiaoyao shook his head and glanced at Qin Weibai beside him. Is it possible that you found the wrong person? Qin Weibai raised the corner of her mouth with a sneer, indescribably arrogant and cold. She stared at the young man's eyebrows and eyes at the foot of the mountain seriously. Perhaps it was because of the first impression. At this time, the other person's eyebrows and eyes were so clear, and even a little dazzling. I can't see clearly, Saint suddenly said. The sharp sword intent hovering around him had completely become dormant. His calm voice seemed to be faintly hesitant. I can't see clearly either. It's very strange. Can't see clearly? Can't see clearly? Wang Xiaoyao frowned and turned his eyes again to the young man who might die in his hands. The young man by the sea was getting closer and closer. At a distance of tens of meters, they could almost see every expression on his face. Ordinary, calm, and dull. The young man seemed to be thinking about something and looked a little lost in thought. It's very strange. Military counselor's voice sounded in his ear, with a trace of unexplainable doubt. He looks too ordinary, so ordinary that it's a little fake? No, this feeling is very strange. Real and unreal. Qin Weibai said softly without batting an eyelid. Wang Xiaoyao, who had been silently observing the young man, suddenly trembled, and his pupils suddenly contracted. He finally found the young man's abnormality. The night was spreading. The waves were undulating. The young man in front of him walked unhurriedly on the beach, but his every move brought a clear and almost strange sense of reality. Everything about him seemed to be placed in front of them, and could be seen through at a glance. But if they observed carefully, they would find that the so-called seeing through was no different from not seeing at all. He was very real, but his whole person did not have any emotion or temperament. Between the real and the unreal, there was no disguise, no self, only a very real emptiness. It was like a mass of air. He clearly saw it, but it seemed that he didn't see it. It was the first time that Wang Xiaorao had felt this strange feeling. For a moment, all the hair on his body even stood up, and he even felt that he had seen a ghost. Young Heavenly Son? Young Heavenly Son? Qin Weibai's evaluation suddenly became very heavy in his heart. His face was solemn, and he slowly said, "This person is not simple. Who the hell is he?" Such a person made him instinctively feel strange and dangerous, even frightened. It was almost an intuition. On the surface, Wang Xiaoyao's strength was at the stabilization phase of the thundershocking realm, but he was already in his early 30s, and his actual strength had already reached the half-step invincible realm. Although he hadn't reached the level of saint and military counselor yet, he didn't have to be afraid of a young man. What he worried and even feared was the future of the young man in front of him. If he was really a young heavenly son, he would definitely be a figure that no one dared to ignore in the dark world in the future. Qin Weibai didn't speak, just quietly watched the young man getting closer and closer. The soft wind blew her clothes. In a trance, this extraordinary woman who was regarded as a goddess by countless people in the dark world became more and more ethereal and dreamy. No one knew what the young man in front of him meant to the dark world, to East Island, and to the upcoming Battle of Changdao. Military counselor didn't know, neither did Saint. If Li Tianlan was the target that Qin Weibai had to protect at all costs in the Battle of Changdao, the young man in front of him was the target that she would kill at all costs. The two seemed to be unrelated, but were they really? The memories rang clearly with the sound of the tide, and then turned into a huge wave, crazily attacking all her reason. In fact, it had nothing to do with the poison of coldness and the poison of heat. And it had nothing to do with the deal between samsara and that mysterious force. Even if there was nothing, she had to kill the young man in front of her. It was just that after the two kinds of strange poisons, her mentality had completely changed. Should I do it now? Wang Xiaorao hesitated and asked. He still didn't know the strength of the young man in front of him, but the more he observed, the more urgent he felt. There seemed to be an intuition that reminded him of the threat that the young man in front of him posed to him. So he couldn't wait to make a move. He took a step forward, and a trace of killing intent flashed in his eyes. This killing intent suppressed infinite sharpness, but it was very weak, so weak that it was almost imperceptible. But almost at the same time, the young man, who was walking forward silently and seemed to be distracted, suddenly stopped. They were dozens of meters apart, separated by the darkest night. The young man instantly raised his head and looked at the cliff. All of a sudden, Wang Xiaoyao only felt that he saw two stars. It was a pair of eyes that suddenly condensed all the brilliance, clear and calm with a trace of playfulness and playfulness. The afterglow of the moon seemed to concentrate on him all at once, making him look more real and more illusory. "Who's there?" He slowly opened his mouth, and his soft voice carried the hoarseness of a young boy's voice-changing period. It was as gentle as the night wind blowing in the ear. Such a keen perception was simply incredible. Although the two sides were only dozens of meters apart, that was only a horizontal distance. One was above and the other was below, and there was a cliff rising from the ground. At such a distance, the other party could instantly lock their position with a trace of killing intent. It was simply, Wang Xiaoyao's eyes had completely condensed, and the fierce killing intent flashed in his pupils. He took another step forward, and was about to jump off the cliff. Saint. Qin Weibai suddenly spoke softly. Saint silently took a step forward. You go. Qin Weibai said faintly, make it quick. Wang Xiaoyao was stunned, and then he understood. Even if Qin Weibai wanted him to kill the teenager below, she didn't want him to do it now. It seemed that Qin Weibai just wanted him to end the teenager's life instead of fighting with him in person. He raised his eyebrows and didn't say anything. Obviously, the teenager below had secrets, and Qin Weibai didn't seem to want to expose these secrets, so she asked Saint to do it. At this moment, Wang Xiaoyao's heart was full of strange feelings. In the current situation of East Island, who on earth was this teenager that Qin Weibai secretly came to Ninghu to kill? What impact could it have on the current situation? In recent years, Wang Xiaoyao had learned too much about this woman who made him unable to extricate himself from the first time he met her. He could be sure that if the teenager below was an insignificant person who had nothing to do with the general trend, even if he was a young heavenly son, Qin Weibai wouldn't be in a hurry to kill such a person. Okay. Saint responded faintly, took a step forward, and rushed off the cliff without hesitation. His body wrapped in a black cloak fell at a high speed, and the sword energy, like a flash flood, stirred the night and rushed directly to the teenager by the beach. The dull thunder suddenly rolled across the sky, and the thunder fell. The sword energy tore the night, and the hundreds of meters of the night sky was instantly dyed into a strange blue curtain by the sword energy. The curtain was like lightning, with a fierce killing intent that could destroy everything. The sword energy was majestic and mighty. In an instant, the teenager who had stood quietly by the sea completely changed. His figure became clearer under the blue light curtain, but his momentum became more and more illusory. Under the sharp light of the mighty sword energy, the teenager had a vague feeling that he was almost dissipating between heaven and earth. Only his eyes were still bright and clear. They passed through the light curtain made of sword energy, through the night, and directly shot to the cliff. It was clear and calm, but it was filled with a kind of suppressed ferocity. Saint's body had landed. In front of him, the light curtain made of sword energy was still expanding, and almost in the blink of an eye, it completely enveloped the teenager. The sword chi was wreaking havoc in the air, and the sand on the beach was shot up into the sky by the sword chi, flying hundreds of meters into the sky. Countless dark blue electric arcs danced wildly, and the whole battlefield instantly turned into a strange and dazzling world. In the blurred light and shadow, the pair of clear but ferocious eyes became brighter. The teenager didn't move, and he didn't take out any weapon. He just threw away the school bag in his hand and put his hands together. At the moment when the sword energy was about to fall, the teenager's hands suddenly made a complicated and strange emblematic gesture. This was a unique skill that had never appeared in the dark world. It was strange. It was unknown. Formless seal. Heaven and earth were formless, and all living beings were formless. The sword energy, which was as dense as a curtain, rushed past the teenager almost violently. The teenager's body seemed to flicker very slightly. The next second, his extremely thin body had appeared directly in front of Saint. Fast. He was as fast as a ghost. Wang Xiaoyao, who had been staring at all this, didn't even see how he avoided the violent sword energy for a while. The teenager's hands were still put together, his fingers changed, and a new emblematic gesture was suddenly formed again. The temperature in the air plummeted. The midsummer suddenly turned into cold winter, and the world seemed to become absolutely indifferent. Crack! In the clear sound, the high sky above suddenly condensed into a layer of ice. The ice spread wildly and almost instantly spread to a range of hundreds of meters. The emblematic gesture in the teenager's hands was completely formed. Boom! The ice of hundreds of meters shook violently, and then completely shattered. Countless sharp pieces of ice, like spears, kept falling from the sky with a sharp whistle. Heartless seal. The soft wind, the dark night, and the cold moon. Everything disappeared in an instant, and there was only the violent killing intent and extreme indifference left on the whole battlefield. Swish. Without any hesitation, Saint pulled out the long sword behind him at the first time. The boss said to finish the battle as soon as possible, so from the beginning, he went all out. The light on the bright sword edge jumped, and a touch of dangerous blue condensed to the extreme immediately filled the sword edge. The teenager and Saint were already very close. When the sword edge was raised, the tip of the sword almost touched the teenager's chest. The blue edge silently cut through the teenager's school uniform, and the teenager's figure had already soared into the sky. What moved with his body was still the emblematic gesture. His emblematic gesture had become more and more complicated, and the fast emblematic gesture had brought out a large number of clear shadows. It went up. It kept going up. Saint raised his sword and looked up. The teenager's figure had appeared in the air at a height of nearly 100 meters. The emblematic gesture was completely condensed. Infinite seal. Boom. There was a sudden burst of thunder at the highest point of the sky. A blue and purple light spot suddenly appeared high in the sky and fell straight down from the sky. The light spot kept getting bigger, and in the blink of an eye, it became a thick and almost terrifying lightning, crossing the sky and the earth. Thunder-shocking realm. Except for Qin Wei Bai. Everyone's face changed completely. This was not even the most basic thunder-shocking realm, but an expert who was infinitely close to the peak of the thunder-shocking realm. A teenager in the thunder-shocking realm? How could this be possible? How on earth could his body bear the power of the thunder-shocking realm? The look in Saint's eyes also changed. He had already overestimated the teenager in the sky, but he did not expect that the other party was actually close to the peak of the thunder-shocking realm. When Qin Weibai said that Black Pupil was no match for him, Saint did not think much about it. He thought that the other party was at most at the peak of the fire-flaming realm, or similar to the state of Li Tianlan in the half-step thunder-shocking realm. If he was a real heavenly son, that kind of strength was enough to barely defeat Black Pupil. Before the battle, he never thought that a teenager in his teens would have the strength infinitely close to the peak of the thunder-shocking realm. What did a heavenly son close to the peak of the thunder-shocking realm mean? It meant that the other party was enough to pose an absolutely fatal threat to him. On the cliff, military counselor subconsciously took a step forward. Wang Xiaoyao and Black Pupil's killing intent was no longer concealed. Especially Wang Xiaoyao, his whole body was cold, and for the first time he felt bone-chilling fear. A 10-year-old expert at the peak of the thunder-shocking realm, not to mention how his body could bear this power. This talent was enough to make everyone's scalp numb. At this age he had reached this realm. How old could he be when he entered the invincible realm? 25 years old? 28 years old? With such talent, he seemed to be stronger than Wang Shengxiao and Li Tianlan. If he grew up, he would be a huge threat to everyone. Everyone. Boom! The violent thunder came down from above, and the huge lightning seemed to fall from the end of the sky. The area with a radius of tens of meters was completely shrouded by this lightning that had expanded to the limit. Looking from above, this was completely a beam of light that broke through the confinement of heaven and earth, with the power to destroy everything. This was the real power of heaven and earth. The teenager's hands still maintained the gesture, and his expression was cold. At this moment he was floating in the air, and his whole body was surrounded by lightning. He was as majestic as a god. The huge lightning fell from the sky and shrouded the surroundings. There was no way to avoid it. In the center of the lightning, Saint suddenly straightened his body, raised his arm, and shook his sword. There was a sudden roar in the center of the lightning, and the ordinary long sword in Saint's hand was directly shattered. With him as the center, the air within hundreds of meters suddenly twisted and rotated crazily. Countless icicles falling from the sky instantly turned into powder. Saint's body did not move, but a storm hundreds of meters high rose around him. The storm changed from twisting to a deep blue. Endless thunder and lightning roared in the storm, and the whole space seemed to be frozen. The lightning fell from above. The storm rose from the ground. Wind and thunder gathered. The fierce whistling sound echoed around with a sharp sound that almost pierced people's eardrums. A large amount of sand was rolled into the air, and the trees and grass were completely smashed in the expanding airwaves. The impact of the wind and thunder hit everything around, and the whole cliff was shaking violently. Military Counselor was calm. The airflow in front of him was twisted, and it firmly protected Qin Weibai. The desperate power below kept colliding, and the wind and thunder roared. But under the protection of Military Counselor, Qin Weibai's hair did not even flutter. The teenager's figure kept floating with the wind, and it seemed more strange and empty. He made a gesture with both hands. The air seemed to be completely torn apart, and the violent seaside seemed to have fallen from the cold winter to the hell. The cold wind rolled up the sand and whistled up. The storm around Saint was circling, but the whole space turned into deep blue with the teenager's gesture. In an instant, the last gesture in the teenager's hands was formed. The storm around Saint suddenly stagnated. Almost at the same time, a majestic divine light that could not be looked at directly suddenly flashed in Qin Weibai's bright eyes. The dead spirit seal. The battlefield suddenly quieted down, as if a dull wind was blowing slowly, with extreme coldness and death aura. The whole deep blue space suddenly burst into pieces. Endless lightning swept everything in an instant, and the whole sea became a world full of lightning. The storm around Saint was torn into pieces, and even the sword energy almost disappeared. The teenager who had been making gestures looked slightly pale, and he finally stopped for a while. Saint's figure, which had rushed into the air, landed again. He raised his head and looked at the teenager in the air quietly. But under the cover of the cloak, the red blood kept flowing down the corner of his mouth, as if it would never stop. What kind of unique skill is this? Wang Xiaoyao kept taking several deep breaths, and then he said with some difficulty, there were countless unique skills in the dark world, but some of them were not powerful, just because the people who used them were different, so they could shock the world. Some unique skills were extraordinary, and in the hands of experts, they were more fierce and domineering. Only a few unique skills shocked the world, and they belonged to the top inheritance. In the hands of experts, their power was simply the best in the generation. For example, the 6 paths of reincarnation sword of the Wang family of Beihai. For example, the 24 moves of sword of the Li family. For example, the 10 skills of true martial arts of Kunlun City. He had never heard of this set of gestures of the teenager in front of him, but judging from its power, it was so domineering. He had never heard of such an inheritance before, and it was unimaginable. He hurt Saint with the strength less than the peak of the thunder-shocking realm. Even if he was a young heavenly son, it was enough to shock people. Who was Saint? The first super master of Samsara, one of the strongest experts under the invincible realm. In the dark world, he could be as famous as Gong Sun Qi, the Azure Dragon of Zhongzhou State, Tribulation, the King of Shadow, and Wei Kunlun, the Nirvana Sword Master of Zhongzhou State. He belonged to the top superior of the half-step invincible realm, and he had even vaguely broken through the limit of the half-step invincible realm, but he had not really reached the invincible realm. Wang Xiaoyao did not deny the teenager's talent, but without the top inheritance of martial arts, it was impossible for him to do this. I heard my sister talk about it. Qin Weibai sighed softly. This is the immortality seal. Wang Xiaoyao was stunned. He had never heard of this name. The master of Samsara Palace mentioned it. He looked at Qin Weibai and asked subconsciously, what is the immortality seal? I don't know martial arts, so I can't tell the principle. It should be imitating heaven and earth, integrating heaven and earth. It belongs to the category of momentum, pure momentum. Qin Weibai shook her head. The 6 paths of reincarnation of the Wang family of Beihai was the combination of strength and intent. It broke out in an instant and sublimated to the extreme. The 24 moves of sword of the Li family was the combination of intent and momentum. It broke everything and was unparalleled in the world. But the immortality seal in front of him was just seeking momentum, pure momentum. They were different paths of martial arts, and it was hard to tell which was better. When they reached the extreme, they all had the power of the generation. Wang Xiaoyao's face was a little pale. He had never heard of the immortality seal. The strength of the person who created this unique skill was simply unimaginable. Sure enough, it was not so easy to cooperate with Qin Weibai. He even felt that he had caused a huge trouble. What else do you know about the immortality seal? Wang Xiaoyao was silent for a moment and looked at Qin Weibai seriously. I don't know much. I'm not very interested in martial arts. I just heard it from my sister casually. The immortality seal should have 12 seals and 3 comprehensive moves. I don't know the rest. Qin Weibai's tone was cold. Then, Wang Xiaoyao looked at the teenager floating in the air, wanting to say something but stopping on second thought. If it's him, he can at most use 9 styles, and there's also a comprehensive style. That's the limit. Qin Weibai seemed to know what he wanted to ask. She said indifferently, "It's already the 4th move." The conversation between the two finally attracted the teenager's attention. In the silence, the teenager's body floating in the air suddenly floated up again. The lightning almost completely wrapped his whole body, making him look like a thunder god who controlled thunder and lightning, fierce and indifferent. In the lightning, the teenager's height was already as high as the cliff. They looked at each other. The teenager's indifferent eyes suddenly flashed a trace of fierce killing intent. He sneered and said, "Qin Weibai? Wang Xiaoyao? What a big battle. Is the one down there the military counselor? Or a saint? Have you thought about the consequences when you deal with me?" It was standard, but it was standard and a little weird Chinese. "Do you know me?" Wang Xiaoyao frowned tightly. He smelled the conspiracy more and more clearly, but he had no way to escape tonight. If the Wang family of Beihai has a disaster in the future, it's all because of tonight. The teenager, who had taken off all the disguises, said in a cold tone. His momentum suddenly soared. Just when everyone thought he was going to attack the cliff, his figure flashed away from the battlefield in an instant. His cold sneer came from the air. "You don't deserve to kill me. Go back and wait for our revenge." Wang Xiaoyao's expression suddenly changed. He subconsciously wanted to intercept him, but the teenager's figure had flashed continuously. In the blink of an eye, he had reached the seaside. He couldn't catch up with this kind of speed at all. If he escapes tonight, Wang Xiaoyao's heart suddenly sank. At the bottom of the cliff, a ferocious roar suddenly rang out. Saint didn't hesitate, and went straight to the teenager who had reached the seaside. The teenager sneered. His feet landed on the sea and he suddenly turned around. There was a sudden change when he was unprepared. The seawater under the teenager's feet suddenly exploded, and countless splashes surged. The teenager's fleeing figure hit the splashes, but his whole body didn't move forward. Instead, he instantly retreated dozens of meters. Bomb. The teenager was shocked and angry, but more confused. He couldn't tell whether the explosion was a bomb or not. If it was a bomb, how could the other party bury it here in advance? Was it a coincidence? Everything happened in the blink of an eye. But the distance of dozens of meters was enough for Saint to get close to him again. The teenager's indifferent face suddenly changed. He opened his mouth and roared. "This is..." Boom! The huge roar of sword energy suddenly smashed down, drowning out all the teenager's voice. Saint raised his arms high, and the sword energy all over his body condensed crazily. A giant sword with a length of hundreds of meters appeared above his head. Saint clenched his hands and suddenly chopped down. The sword energy that almost split heaven and earth roared wildly and smashed down. A trace of ferocity flashed in the teenager's eyes, and he subconsciously dodged to the right. Boom! The giant sword fell on the sea, and hundreds of meters of seawater were split open. The huge impact made the teenager's body suddenly lose balance, and he directly spat out a mouthful of blood. No one could see what happened at that moment, and no one knew why the teenager's figure, which could have gone far, retreated. But it didn't matter at all. Wang Xiaoyao's eyes were indifferent. As soon as Saint caught up with the teenager, he had already left the cliff and rushed to the seaside at full speed. Saint's figure was close to the teenager in an instant. He didn't have a sword in his hand, but there were hundreds and thousands of blue sword shadows whistling around him. One after another, the long swords kept exploding, bringing with them a destructive power. The whole place shook violently in the fierce collisions. Wang Xiaoyao's figure quickly approached the seaside. If the teenager ran away, the entire Wang family of Beihai would provoke a big enemy in the future. The Wang family of Beihai was not afraid of trouble, but no one wanted to trouble themselves. So this time he didn't hide his strength at all. In the roar of thunder and seawater, his body drove the electric light straight into the battlefield. They were dozens of meters apart. Wang Xiaoyao opened his hands, and a giant sword dozens of meters long suddenly condensed in his hands. The giant sword was heavy and sharp, and with an almost unstoppable sharpness, it turned in Wang Xiaoyao's hands. Wang Xiaoyao held his palm and swept the sword. The endless seawater suddenly exploded, and the giant sword, like opening the sky, swept with abundant and irresistible sword intent. Infinite killing intent suddenly broke out on the sea. 6 paths of reincarnation, Sword of King path. There was finally a trace of undisguised eagerness in the teenager's indifferent eyes, and he suddenly said, "I am." Boom! Thousands of long swords sprang out of the water again, and the roar was completely intended to cover up the teenager's words. Countless long swords condensed from seawater flashed with thunder and rushed to the teenager's back. Saint was silent, and he made up his mind not to let the teenager say a word. "You." The teenager's eyes suddenly stood up. Saint's sword energy and Wang Xiaoyao's sword intent almost shrouded him at the same time. The teenager seemed to know that he couldn't be kind today, and he went completely crazy. Thunder and lightning were blooming all over his body. In the face of the siege of Saint and Wang Xiaoyao, he didn't retreat at all, but chose to fight desperately. "All of you go to hell!" The teenager roared with all his strength, and the handprint of his hands changed again. In the thunder and lightning, a large area of seawater suddenly surged and shook. The waves turned over, and countless seawater instantly rose. Sea seal. In the roar that seemed to destroy the world, countless seawater violently rushed to the sky. For a moment, the world was turning over. The sea turned into a mountain and the sky. The originally calm sea instantly set off a huge wave as high as 100 feet. The huge waves kept rising and almost covered the sky. In the almost suffocating scene, the huge waves surged down with irresistible force. The teenager's expression was cold. At this moment, his every move had a kind of dazzling style, and the momentum was so strong that it could almost split the sky. The huge waves were like landslides. Wang Xiaoyao's giant sword and Saint's thunder and lightning were instantly submerged by the huge waves. Their bodies went up against the current in the huge waves, shaking constantly. The huge waves suppressed the thunder and the giant sword and fell on the coast. The whole coastline seemed to be shaking, and the place where the huge waves hit directly left a deep pit with a length of hundreds of meters. The teenager, who had been completely crazy, did not stop and made another handprint. Above the sea, his body suddenly shot straight into the sky. Star River Seal. Instantly, all the glimmers in the heavens and the earth seemed to have converged onto the young man. The young man was like a young god that had descended to the mortal world, and his entire body was covered in a cold and lethal light that seemed like a boundless and boundless river of stars. Saint and Wang Xiaoyao raised their hands instinctively. High in the sky, the teenager, whose every move seemed to be able to destroy the world, suddenly swooped down with endless light. Pseudo-domain. Wang Xiaoyao suddenly let out a scream. The teenager's swooping body was close to Saint and Wang Xiaoyao, with the whole galaxy and the whole sky. The figures of Saint and Wang Xiaoyao fell into the deep sea with the teenager in an instant. The monstrous thunder and lightning continued to spread on the sea, and the dark blue kept rising and spreading on the sea. The whole sea began to spin wildly with the teenager as the center. Attack first. Still attack first. The teenager, who had made up his mind, had a great courage to ignore life and death. The moment the three fell into the sea, a new handprint was formed again. Samsara Seal. The dark blue sea suddenly turned into a huge whirlpool that could swallow everything. Saint and Wang Xiaoyao, who had no time to adjust, were constantly spinning with the whirlpool, and their bodies were almost completely out of balance. This was not a pseudo-domain, but it could make the body lose control. Wasn't it a pseudo-domain in another sense? Endless thunder and lightning continued to condense in the whirlpool, and one after another kept hitting Wang Xiaoyao. Wang Xiaoyao's body shook violently, and his strong aura instantly weakened. Saint suddenly snorted coldly. In the fiercely spinning whirlpool, a blazing fire instantly burned on the sea. The thick whirlpool evaporated rapidly, and even a large amount of thunder and lightning began to be completely obliterated. The teenager let out a long roar. His body rose into the air again, and his hands made a handprint. Ling Xiao seal. The sea calmed down in the turbulence. There was no change in the sky, but the teenager's eyes were blood red. As the handprint was completed, his aura instantly soared. The peak of the thunder-shocking realm. Saint and Wang Xiaoyao were startled. How similar was this handprint to the unique skill of the Wang family of Beihai, against the way of heaven? The teenager finished the handprint, but he did not stop. His face was frighteningly pale, but his movements became more and more determined, with inviolable pride and coldness. The 9th handprint. Divine punishment handprint. The light around the teenager suddenly expanded, and instantly spread into a halo with a range of hundreds of meters. The handprint was completed. In the roar of thunder, countless thunder and lightning suddenly appeared in the air. 10, 100, 1,000. Within a radius of hundreds of meters, the area covered by the halo instantly became a hell of thunder and lightning. Saint resisted with all his strength, but he was shocked to find that all the thunder and lightning, fire, and even ice within the scope of the halo were all sucked out. All he could rely on was the sword, and only the sword energy. The dense thunder and lightning kept falling from the sky, like the wrath of heaven. Wang Xiaorao could hardly hold on, and coughed up blood. He held on, subconsciously glanced at Saint, and smiled bitterly. Although Saint did his best, he did not use all his unique skills. His so-called full strength was just the power of his realm. But from beginning to end, Saint's sword only had sword energy, not sword intent. It was self-evident what this meant. Among the 12 supermasters of Samsara, the other supermasters might be mysterious, but there were traces to follow. Only military counselor and Saint had no information to search for. The two of them seemed to have appeared out of thin air. It could only be said that the two most mysterious heavenly kings had hidden themselves very well, so well that no one knew who they really were. Sword intent was the easiest clue to guess a person's real origin. But Saint did not use the slightest sword intent from beginning to end. In other words, he did not use any unique skills. If not, he would not be so passive. At this time, did he still want to hide his identity? Wang Xiaoyao vomited blood, and his consciousness gradually faded. The thunder and lightning in the sky finally fell. In the night, the young man's cold and arrogant voice sounded again, with extreme killing intent and undisguised weakness. I'll send you on your way. His hands formed seals again. This time, the seals were obviously much faster than before, but it was also much longer. One by one, the seals were completed quickly. The youth's extremely powerful aura instantly became extremely weak, but the seals were still continuing. Wang Xiaorao suddenly thought of Qin Weibai's words. His lips moved and he struggled to say, "Comprehensive style?" Boom. The world seemed to shake suddenly. The young man's gestures had been completed, an endless light gushed out of his body. It was dazzling enough to cover up everything, and sharp enough to stir the whole world. Behind the immortality seal, it turned out to be the edge of the sword. There was no thunder, fire, or ice in the light. There was only wind. It was gentle and soft. It was illusory. The wind that destroyed everything. Comprehensive style. Emptiness and infinity. The world was empty, but the deadly danger was endless. Saint suddenly widened his eyes, as if he couldn't believe it. But he immediately reacted, gave a long roar, and jumped up. His body sank into the light and disappeared completely. No one could see everything clearly. They only felt that the world was surging, and the light completely covered all the pictures. In the young man's unwilling and desperate roar, the dangerous light and sharp edge instantly expanded and burst. The sword intent, which was so complicated that it was extremely difficult to identify, surged and scattered. In the light, the figures of Saint and the young man fell from the sky at the same time. The young man's mouth was full of blood, and there seemed to be some minced flesh of his tongue. In the last sword, Saint was slightly better, but he deliberately crushed the young man's tongue. In the end, it was a lose-lose situation. From beginning to end, Saint didn't let the young man say anything. They didn't even know his name. The young man's body fell to the ground, and his breath was weak, but he looked unusually calm. The battlefield was completely quiet. The sound of light footsteps came through the night. No one knew when Qin Weibai had walked down the cliff and came to the front of the young man. She looked at his eyes calmly. When the young man saw Qin Weibai, his calm face suddenly became excited. He stared at her and struggled to move to Qin Weibai. Although he couldn't speak, everyone could feel the unwillingness and questioning in his eyes. But Qin Weibai's eyes were more complicated. Do you want to know why I killed you? Qin Weibai looked at the young man and suddenly asked softly. The young man's struggling body stopped, and he just stared at Qin Weibai's dreamy and perfect face, panting heavily. Because some people seem to have no weakness, but their biggest weakness is responsibility. He is, and so is he. Qin Weibai said calmly. And I happen to have the least sense of responsibility. The young man's eyes narrowed, and he seemed to be relieved, but then his eyes became cold and mocking. Qin Weibai's eyes gradually became cold, with some inexplicable hatred. The young man's eyes seemed to irritate her. She said coldly, I know you are not convinced, but I won't give you a chance. Your road to the heavenly sun ends here. The fear in the young man's eyes flashed away. He clenched his teeth and closed his eyes. Qin Weibai turned her head and glanced at Wang Xiaoyao, who was weak but still awake. Kill him, she whispered. Wang Xiaoyao hesitated, but he still walked over. I want to see it with my own eyes. Qin Weibai's tone was as light as the wind, but it was mixed with the ice and snow of deep winter. I want to see you kill him with my own eyes and burn his bones to ashes. Burn his bones to ashes. How deep was his obsession? Wang Xiaoyao's body trembled slightly, and a long sword condensed from lightning took shape in his hand. He hesitated, but finally raised his hand and stabbed the young man's throat with it. The young man's vitality quickly disappeared. Under the lightning, he finally turned into a pile of ashes. The heavenly sun died. Qin Weibai turned and left calmly. The young heavenly sun was born without a name, and died without a name. Chapter 205. No matter how the general trend of the dark world changed, for ordinary people, this world seemed to be a pure land forever. The light and harmony covered all the dark killings. Under the rain and snow, outside the dark world, there were countless joys and sorrows. In the secular world, everyone was living for themselves and pursuing what they were interested in. In the bustling atmosphere of Zhongzhou State, the word fairyland suddenly became popular on the internet. At first, only some people were discussing it, but as time went by, more and more words about fairyland began to appear in major forums and news. For a time, it became popular all over Zhongzhou State, and it seemed that all the people were exploring it. Zhongzhou State had freedom of speech, and the news industry was extremely developed. Although the government learned the news in the first place and controlled the relevant public opinion after receiving the order, some news and pictures were quickly deleted. The enthusiasm of netizens did not diminish at all. Descriptions and pictures about fairyland popped up from time to time. Although they were quickly deleted, more and more people saved the pictures, and then tried to understand the relevant inside story. The government kept blocking the news, but there were more and more descriptions about fairyland. Today, it had formed an almost irrepressible wave, because this so-called fairyland was not a flash, but a real existence. Fairyland was a mountain, or to be exact, a part of a mountain, located on the shore of West Lake in Linnan. Inside Lonely Mountain, Mount Qingyan. As one of the magnificent sights of West Lake, Lonely Mountain was visited by tourists every day, and the legend of the so-called fairyland arose. At this time, it was midsummer, and the temperature in Linnan was extremely hot. However, the Lonely Mountain by the West Lake was incredibly cool, especially in the northwest of the Lonely Mountain. Around the magnificent Lonely Peak, which occupied about 3/10 of the entire area of the Lonely Mountain, there was a cold mist rising in the midsummer. It was a vast expanse of whiteness, almost covering the entire mountain. When the cold mist first rose, no one noticed it. But as time went by, the cold mist here became thicker and more obvious, which finally aroused the curiosity of others. When the first tourist walked up Lonely Mountain and entered the cold mist of Mount Qingyan, everything he saw turned into shock. Flowers were blooming all over Mount Qingyan. In the middle of summer July, in this unbelievably cool environment, flowers like wintersweet and daffodils that should never bloom in summer actually bloomed. Some plants that did not belong to summer were also in full bloom. The entire Qingyan Hill was surging with clouds and mist. The grass and trees were fresh, in a blur of indistinct ignorance, as if straight into a fairyland. The cold fog on Mount Qingyan did not dissipate, but became thicker and thicker. When more and more tourists entered Mount Qingyan and discovered that the cold fog could even isolate sound, it finally caused a great commotion and curiosity. The cold mist spread but did not leave Mount Qingyan. The white mist was dense. It was as if one person was standing in the white fog while the other was outside. Even if they were less than a meter apart, they would not be able to transmit any sound. This was simply a supernatural phenomenon. It was inconceivable and incomprehensible. The fairyland became famous in Zhengzhou State. When the public opinion was completely out of control, the government finally made a strong response. Lonely Mountain closed the mountain on the grounds of internal reorganization. Even a large area of water near Lonely Mountain had been completely blocked, and a sign saying no visitors were allowed. Ordinary people might not know what Mount Qingyan was, but every high-level official in Zhengzhou State knew it very well. Mount Qingyan and Qingyan Temple were the secluded places of Great Master Wu Wei, a metaphysics grandmaster in Zhengzhou State. Although the cold fog in summer could not be explained for the time being, when Great Master Wu Wei came out, there would always be an explanation. But time passed from May to June, and then to July. August was approaching. Not to mention Great Master Wu Wei. Even his 2 disciples in Qingyan Temple had not given any explanation. Qingyan Temple remained silent. Only the vast white fog kept spreading, enveloping the temple with the most fate in all of Linen, the whole Jiangxia province, and even the whole south of Zhengzhou State. The white fog never left Mount Qingyan, but kept circling and spreading toward the very high sky. In a few months, the cold fog kept rising, and now it almost covered the whole sky. From a distance, the white fog rising from below was like a heavenly pillar, running through heaven and earth, connecting the top and the bottom. There seemed to be an extremely vast and awe-inspiring power in the dark. Mount Qingyan had completely disappeared in the white fog, and no one could see the scene in it anymore. The darkest time before dawn had passed, and the sky began to shimmer. The blue water of West Lake stirred gently in the morning light, spreading to the distance with faint ripples. In a quiet world, a lone boat passed through the plainclothes and armed police station near the water area as if there was no one else around, and approached the blocked Lonely Mountain at a steady pace. Lonely Mountain was looming in the dim environment, and only the cold fog in the northwest was still clear, connecting heaven and earth and covering everything inside. Fate leakage. On the lone boat, a thin but tall figure was riding alone on the boat, moving slowly on the water surface. He wore a neat Taoist robe and a Taoist crown. He held a horsetail whisk in his hand, looking formal and solemn. In the somewhat dark environment, he looked at the area where the cold mist was rising with a solemn expression. His wise and clear eyes seemed to be able to see through everything, with an indescribable brilliance. In the end, you still couldn't hold on. Xian Xuanzi, an eccentric of Taoism in Zhengzhou State. Now he was a metaphysics grandmaster who was as famous as Great Master Wu Wei. Only Xian Xuanzi was qualified to visit Great Master Wu Wei's place of seclusion to understand the situation. The water rippled slightly. The lone boat approached the shore. Xian Xuanzi, who looked like a sage and was dressed very formally, slowly landed on the shore. The armed police stationed on the shore looked confused, and took 2 steps forward subconsciously. Before he spoke, Xian Xuanzi had already handed over a certificate with a peaceful smile. The armed police took the certificate and glanced at it. He stood up straight and gave a military salute reflexively. Xian Xuanzi took the certificate back with a smile. Looking at the cold fog close at hand, his eyes became more and more solemn. He carefully tidied up his Taoist robe and wiped off the dust and water stains on his body. Then he took a deep breath and walked into the cold fog in front of him with the horsetail whisk in his hand. The white fog was so dense that it seemed to be a mass of air that could not be dispelled. But strangely, in the white fog, the visibility was not as low as imagined. In the surging fog, one could clearly see the blooming flowers under their feet, one after another. The petals were stained with moisture, gently swaying in the morning breeze and shining with an almost enchanting luster. Walking along the fog, the former stone path was almost completely covered by plants and flowers that had grown in recent months. The road ahead had completely disappeared, and everywhere in sight was full of vitality. But as the white mist drifted away, there was a clear sense of desolation. Xian Xuanzi's face was expressionless. He stepped softly among the flowers and went all the way up to Qingyan Temple. The cold fog in the mountain seemed to be getting thicker. The fog drifted slower and slower, as if it had been stagnant in the air. Xian Xuanzi frowned and slightly quickened his pace. The road under his feet went straight up. A faint light lit up in front of him. The faint yellow light drifted so fast that it was almost illusory, as if it was guiding the way forward. In the fog, an abundant and loud voice sounded in front of him, with a peaceful and tranquil smile. "Excuse me for not going out to greet you, honorable guest. It's dark and the road is slippery. Be careful of your steps." "Master, you're welcome." Xian Xuanzi paused and continued to go up. "In Mount Qingyan, there is no day and night. All I see is luck." He stepped on the plant-covered steps with a calm look, but the horsetail whisk in his hand shook slightly. In an instant, the cold fog in front of Xian Xuanzi surged wildly, and the fog twisted and retreated in front of him. In just a few seconds, the fog in front of Xian Xuanzi had all drifted to the left and right sides. In front of him, Mount Qingyan, which had been shrouded in cold fog for months, became clearer than ever. Dozens of meters away, the inconspicuous gate of Qingyan Temple appeared in his sight. Two middle-aged monks in monk robes stood in front of the gate, supporting an old man with disheveled hair. Xian Xuanzi's somewhat complicated eyes gradually turned cold. He stood there for a while, then slowly moved forward. The distance of dozens of meters was getting closer. The three people in front of the temple gate remained motionless. "Master, how have you been?" The white fog retreated to the left and right, facing the pure and fresh air. Xian Xuanzi slowly came to the gate of the temple and asked with a smile. The two middle-aged monks lowered their heads and remained silent. Great Master Wu Wei, who looked like an eminent monk a few months ago, now had disheveled hair. His gray hair had lost its luster, and his long hair had reached his shoulders. He was dressed in ordinary clothes and no longer had the air of an eminent monk. Hearing Xian Xuanzi's sarcastic greeting, Great Master Wu Wei still looked peaceful. He smiled calmly, pointed to the white mist in front of him, and then pointed to his long gray hair, and said in a gentle voice, "I'm barely good enough. How are you?" "I'm fine." Xian Xuanzi nodded. He seemed to sigh with emotion, but the coldness in his eyes became more and more obvious. "Master, you lost after all. I will win." Great Master Wu Wei smiled. His voice was still loud and firm, but the luster in his eyes was dim and weak. "If you didn't face the tribulation and bear the karma for the demoness, you would have a chance. But now, how can you win?" Xian Xuanzi looked at the living Buddha in front of him, who was like a myth in the hearts of the higher-ups of Zhongzhou state. His expression was confused, disappointed, and puzzled. He reached out and pointed to the white hair on the living Buddha's head. He said quietly, "With these demoness?" Great Master Wu Wei's mood did not fluctuate at all. The luster in his eyes, which could see through all karma in the past, dimmed, leaving only a smile, sincerity, compassion, and tranquility, just like the West Lake under Mount Qingyan. "She doesn't belong to the mortal world, and she's not a demoness. Is she a divine?" Xian Xuanzi's tone became colder and colder. "She's my tribulation." Great Master Wu Wei shook his head slowly. "With our abilities, even if it's a tribulation, so what? We can always avoid it." Xian Xuanzi's tone was proud, but the puzzlement and doubt in it became more obvious. "Isn't it karma to avoid it?" Great Master Wu Wei asked in reply. He looked at Xian Xuanzi with faint eyes. The smile in his pupils gradually disappeared, and his eyes became quiet and deep. Xian Xuanzi was silent. After a long time he said faintly, "I don't agree with you." This was a conflict of metaphysics cognition and a divergence of ideas. Great Master Wu Wei obviously did not intend to persuade Xian Xuanzi. He just smiled gently and said, "Our differences have always existed, but in a few years, everything will be clear." "There's no time." Xian Xuanzi suddenly spoke. He turned around and looked at the white cold mist in Mount Qingyan. "This is your fate, the fate of Qingyan Temple. Now it's leaking. In a few years? Can you still hold on? Even if you can, the higher-ups won't be patient. Now the situation is delicate. They can't wait for a few months, let alone a few years. Great Master Wu Wei's eyes narrowed slightly. He looked at the expressionless Xian Xuanzi seriously, and after a long silence he said faintly, "So you chose them in the end?" "They chose me." Xian Xuanzi turned to look at Great Master Wu Wei and said calmly, "Don't you understand?" "I don't." Great Master Wu Wei smiled and shook his head. There was stubbornness and persistence in his calm expression. Oh, the one at the top won't agree, will he? That's the general trend. He can only go with the flow." Xian Xuanzi shook his head. "The general trend will change." Great Master Wu Wei was still smiling, very indifferent and fearless. "How can the general trend change?" Xian Xuanzi subconsciously raised his voice, and his tone became a little aggressive. "What's the general trend?" Great Master Wu Wei asked calmly. Xian Xuanzi looked at Great Master Wu Wei thoughtfully. His patience seemed to be gradually disappearing, and his tone began to become cold. "East Island? Are you talking about Li Tianlan?" He was no longer a variable, just a pawn. He was going against heaven and the general trend. Even if he was the chosen one, so what? When he died? "Great Master, you are too stubborn. So when you met him for the first time, you wanted to lead him to Wuyue province in the future? In that case, you have already made a choice, haven't you?" Great Master Wu Wei sighed. Xian Xuanzi suddenly froze, expressionless, and said no more. "I will win." After a moment of silence, Great Master Wu Wei whispered again. "Why not go against heaven? The world thinks that we are the most sober, because we see through everything. But it is because we see through everything that we are the most muddle-headed. I don't want to go on. Even if I go against heaven's secrets once, so what? Besides, are heaven's secrets, luck, and fate really doomed to be unchangeable? You know this better than I do." Xian Xuanzi's face seemed to be a little livid. He fiercely shook the horsetail whisk in his hand and said coldly, "Ridiculous. Ignorant." Great Master Wu Wei shook his head and stopped talking. "Maybe you're right. But the demonists messed up your plan, and you can't hold on anymore. They chose me. So if you don't want to commit treason, please cooperate with me." Xian Xuanzi looked at the white mist condensed by fate in the distance. After a while he slowly said, "I will give up Qingyan Temple." Great Master Wu Wei's tone was calm. "But it can only be Qingyan Temple. I'm responsible for Zhongzhou State." A trace of anger flashed in Xian Xuanzi's eyes. He snorted, ignored the three people in front of the door, and strode into the temple. Great Master Wu Wei still didn't move. His eyes seemed to look through the cold mist in front of him, quietly appreciating the ripples on the surface of the West Lake. "Master." The first disciple, Ruzhen, hesitated for a long time and finally couldn't help asking, "Master, what are you talking about with Xian Xuanzi? About winning or losing?" Great Master Wu Wei smiled and looked at his first disciple. "What do you want to say?" "We are monks." Ruzhen's lips moved. He looked at his master's eyes, and his voice finally fell silent. "Yes, we are monks. It doesn't matter whether we win or lose. But in this era, how can monks let go of all the fetters? After all, monks are still Zhongzhou State people." Xian Xuanzi sighed deeply, and for the first time, there was a touch of worry in his eyes. He was silent. After a full 5 minutes, he continued to say, "Xian Xuanzi and I are not fighting for winning or losing, but for the fate of the country. To be exact, it's the dragon vein of Zhongzhou State." "Dragon vein?" Ruzhen trembled all over and suddenly raised his head, his face full of astonishment. "Zhongzhou State? Hey, the dragon vein of Zhongzhou State has been lost." Great Master Wu Wei laughed at himself. A few simple words, but the news contained was earth-shattering. Ruzhen was so shocked by this short sentence that he felt dizzy. The dragon vein of Zhongzhou State had been lost? How was that possible? The dragon vein was related to the fate of a country. It could be said that it was the fate of a country. Maybe many people didn't believe in fate, but on the contrary, many people believed in luck. This alone could explain the reality of fate, but it was difficult for ordinary people to guide it. The fate of a person and the fate of a country did not change much in terms of quality, mainly in terms of quantity. Therefore, most of the fate of a country needed to be carried by the dragon vein. And the dragon vein of Zhongzhou state had been in Kunlun Mountain for hundreds of years. But now his master said that the dragon vein of Zhongzhou state had been lost? The dragon vein is lost? Ruzhen was stunned for a long time before he asked with a stutter. Part of it is lost, and part of it is scattered. There are still some remnants in Kunlun city. Great Master Wu Wei said softly. Xian Xuanzi and I have been trying to reunite the dragon vein and restore the fate of the country over the years, but now, Xian Xuanzi has a choice, and so have they. But his path is wrong. Who they were was obvious without asking. It was related to the fate of the country. It was impossible for the high-level officials of Zhongzhou state not to pay attention to this. At present, did they choose Xian Xuanzi? Why was this path wrong? But the dragon vein, how could it disappear? How is this possible? Ruzhen rubbed his bald head with a confused look. 20 years ago, Li Guangtu betrayed the country. After that war, the dragon vein was scattered. If Kunlun city really occupied the dragon vein, how could they be in this state now? Humph! Great Master Wu Wei snorted coldly. But Ruzhen still didn't understand. He asked cautiously, Master, do you mean that Xian Xuanzi's path may not be able to reunite the dragon vein in the end? He can. Great Master Wu Wei sighed weakly. At this moment, he seemed to have suddenly aged a lot, and his whole person was gloomy. If he can't, they won't choose him. Xian Xuanzi came here today to occupy the fate here, combine it with his fate, and reunite the dragon vein in the shortest time. It's just that our directions are different. The dragon vein I condense is prosperous, but his choice is obviously more to the taste of some people. What's his choice? Ruzhen asked subconsciously. Great Master Wu Wei turned and walked into the temple, saying coldly, Weapons. After entering the temple gate, he passed through the Super Master Hall and entered the Mahavira Hall. There was no chanting in the small Qingyan temple, which seemed empty and quiet. Great Master Wu Wei, who was a little unsteady, walked silently into the main hall. Without looking at Xian Xuanzi, who stood quietly in front of him, he knelt in front of the Buddha statue and chanted silently. Xian Xuanzi didn't look at him, either. All his attention was focused on the two objects in front of him. In front of him were two discs about 20 centimeters in diameter, like a small wall clock, but there was only one pointer in the center of the disc. There were no numbers on the edge of the disc, only 4 traditional Chinese characters were engraved on it. The ups and downs of life and death. There were some patterns engraved in the center of the discs. One of the discs was engraved with something that looked like a metal tube, and was painted silver. The other disc was engraved with a cloud of smoke. At this moment, the pointers in the two discs were constantly trembling. On the disc engraved with silver metal and copper, the slender pointer trembled and stopped in the center of the life gate, while on the disc engraved with cloud, the pointer stopped at the edge of the death gate. Destiny roulette? Xian Xuanzi stared at the two discs for a long time, then sneered and said, Great Master, is it meaningful? You should know that it's the most useless thing. Many people who know the destiny roulette regard it as a treasure, but in fact, it's useless. The roulette can't control people's fate. On the contrary, it's completely controlled by people. So what? Great Master Wu Wei asked, kneeling on the rush cushion. Xian Xuanzi took a deep breath and stared at the disc engraved with the silver metal tube. After a long while he said in a low voice, When I saw Li Tianlan for the first time, I noticed that his fate was extremely strong, even rare for hundreds of years. But his fate was accumulated by the death qi, so he was destined not to live long. Great Master, you want to use the Li family to reassemble the dragon vein. This is really a wrong way. Great Master Wu Wei was silent. Xian Xuanzi said in a low voice, How can Li Tianlan live? Even if you change his birth destiny, or even let it return to chaos, how can he live? He will die sooner or later. Xian Xuanzi paused and said inexplicably, The more glorious it was, the more chaotic it was. Great Master Wu Wei nodded to show his approval. He smiled and said, So the general trend needs to be restarted, and the invincible realm is nothing. Nothing? Xian Xuanzi's tone was cold. Li Tianlan? Can he do it? He can do it. Only he can do it. One day, he alone will be enough to recreate the most glorious era. Great Master Wu Wei's tone grew calmer. You will die. Xian Xuanzi shook his head. If he is alone, he will die. But Qin Weibai is with him, and their fates are completely complementary. In terms of fate, they can be said to be a match made in heaven. With her, who dares to say that Li Tianlan will die? Great Master Wu Wei still denied Xian Xuanzi's remarks. Xian Xuanzi snorted heavily, seemed to have gritted his teeth, and said coldly, "The demon woman will bring chaos to the world." Buzz. As soon as his voice fell, the two discs in front of him suddenly made a soft sound. On the destiny roulette, the 2 pointers that had been trembling but never moved began to move in an instant. The pointer of the roulette engraved with a silver metal cylinder trembled slightly, and almost instantly turned from the gate of life to the center of the gate of death. The pointer stayed firmly in the middle of the gate of death, motionless. The pointer of the roulette engraved with clouds and smoke was also moving, from the edge of the gate of death to the gate of life. Xian Xuanzi froze for a moment, then chuckled and said, "Great Master, you're still wrong." He picked up one of the discs and said with a smile, "Li Tianlan's destiny points straight to the gate of death. There is no way he can survive. What else do you have to say? The death of the heavenly sun is imperceptibly related to him. But things go in the opposite direction when they reach an extreme, which is not necessarily a bad thing." Great Master Wu Wei said calmly, "I still believe in those 2 children. Li Tianlan has fate, and is the most suitable carrier. Little Bai can complement him. This is the most perfect yin and yang alternation. Fate carrier. Yin and yang alternation." Xian Xuanzi's body shook violently, and his ruddy face seemed to turn pale for a moment. The horsetail whisk in his hand trembled violently. Staring at Great Master Wu Wei's calm profile, Xian Xuanzi said incredulously, "Do you want him to carry the dragon vein?" The dragon vein carried the fate of a country. If Li Tianlan carried the dragon vein, this was really against the will of heaven. "Are you crazy?" Great Master Wu Wei smiled without saying anything. Xian Xuanzi's face was cloudy. After a while he said coldly, "Is this the reason why you chose them?" "Choice." Great Master Wu Wei shook his head. "If it's a choice, it's the destiny that chose me." He closed his eyes and his thoughts surged. More than a decade ago, in the winter of that year in the southwest of Zhongzhou State, when he first saw Qin Weibai, who was only 10 years old, it was in a heavy snow that was rarely seen in the southwest for many years. On that day, in the snowy and turbid world, all he saw was a desolate soul covered with scars and a dead heart. A smile appeared on the corner of Great Master Wu Wei's mouth. This was the destiny. A slight sound of breaking through the air suddenly sounded. Great Master Wu Wei was motionless. Puff. In the dull sound, the soft horsetail whisk instantly became as straight as a sword. Xian Xuanzi held the horsetail whisk and stabbed it directly into Great Master Wu Wei's heart. Blood spread. Great Master Wu Wei opened his eyes, and his eyes were still calm. "I got the fate of Qingyun Temple, and regathered the dragon vein. Even if you have the destiny, what can you do?" Xian Xuanzi said in an indifferent tone. Great Master Wu Wei chuckled and put his palms together. He sighed and said, "When things reach an extreme, they will move in the opposite direction." With his voice, Great Master Wu Wei's long white hair, which reached his shoulders, instantly burned to ashes. A circle of invisible air waves spread around him. At this moment, Great Master Wu Wei seemed to be glowing. He straightened his body. Boom. There seemed to be a roar between heaven and earth. The airwaves expanded in an instant, carrying Xian Xuanzi's body and directly throwing him out of the hall. Great Master Wu Wei, whose long hair was gone, had blood flowing from his chest and dyed his clothes red. Kneeling in front of the Buddha statue, he piously bowed his head and put his palms together. His voice was still loud and full of energy. Ba. Pale-faced, Xian Xuanzi was thrown out of the hall. Holding the horsetail whisk tightly in his hand, his face was full of disbelief. A ray of dazzling light leaped out of the sky. The sky and the earth were covered with sunshine in an instant. When the morning light rose, night was approaching. Where there was morning, there was night. Chapter 206. It was cloudy at dawn. The morning sun was like fire. The blazing red sun leaped out of the eastern sea, and the darkness before sunrise began to fade. Endless light surged in the gathering clouds, and light and darkness intertwined. As the sun rose, all the clouds in the sky were illuminated into a gorgeous picture of light and darkness. The light pierced through the clouds and went through the sky. The gloomy darkness disappeared bit by bit, and the bright light fell from the sky, shining on the distant sea, the green trees and flowers in Chongdao, and the tall buildings in the city. Everything seemed to happen in an instant, but it seemed to be a long time ago. It was another sunny day. Facing the sunshine of the third day, Li Tianlan slowly stepped on the grass under his feet, his mind calm and peaceful. The final battle was getting closer and closer. Since the end of the meeting on the first day, Li Tianlan seemed to have completely let go of everything. He didn't meditate or study the unique skills of martial arts. He quickly adjusted his state of mind and became empty and pure. In just one day, he seemed to have adjusted himself to the best state. The morning wind floated in the air, with the fragrance of grass and trees. Li Tianlan walked unhurriedly up a hillside covered with turf. This could be said to be one of the highest places in the whole club. Looking down from the top of the hill, most of the area in the club could be seen. The lake in the distance rippled gently, the flowers swayed, and the leisure area was full of people. This club, which had been closed for business, could be said to be the busiest time since its establishment. Cars drove in and out one after another. The whole club seemed to be operating something in an orderly and secret way. Li Tianlan looked at it quietly, with an inexplicable smile at the corner of his mouth. Today, Li Tianlan's realm had steadily stopped at the stabilization phase of the ice-condensing realm. Under the stimulation of the surge potion, the realm he showed was the stabilization phase of the fire-flaming realm. As for the actual combat strength, even Li Tianlan himself couldn't predict it if he didn't fight with all his strength. In the case that his realm and unique skills had temporarily reached the bottleneck, it was meaningless to meditate and study the unique skills. At least it couldn't play a better role in the upcoming final battle, but it would add more psychological burden to him. Li Tianlan didn't know when the final battle would break out, but he had decided to relax his mind and adjust himself to the strongest state before the final battle broke out. Although his realm was not high, his inheritance, physique, talent, and willpower combined together made him a combat capability that no one could ignore. At the critical moment of the final battle, anyone above the thunder-shocking realm had to exert the strength he should have. How are our preparations? Li Tianlan stood at the top of the mountain and looked down. He suddenly asked in a soft and calm tone. The last batch of weapons will be in place within 12 hours, through a special channel of the Samsara Palace. Behind him, Deep Dream answered seriously. When the super masters of Samsara Palace had left the club, Sai City directly gave Li Tianlan the most direct protection. Most of the time, at least one of Deep Dream or Sunset Shadow would appear within 20 meters of Li Tianlan at any time, and the two of them appeared at the same time even more often. Deep Dream and Sunset Shadow. In recent years, they were the two most active assassins of Sai City in the outside world. Although they were not masters of the half-step invincible realm, for assassins, in many cases, the level of their realm was not the most important factor. Now they were not at the top of the killer list, but with their close protection, Li Tianlan's safety could still be guaranteed. The Samsara Palace. Li Tianlan's body stiffened. After a while, he nodded and muttered to himself, "Well, the Samsara Palace." His eyes were still calm, but his heart trembled quietly. The kind of uncatchable and uncontrollable powerlessness and melancholy swept through his nerves in an instant. It was faint but so deep. He and Qin Weibai. He lost contact again. The phone was not connected, no one answered the video call, and no one responded to the message. Duke, Horsewoman, Flaming Fire, and several super masters had completely disappeared. In a series of plans of Zhongzhou State, the whole Samsara Palace seemed to have faded out without a trace. Li Tianlan sighed softly, and his eyes were in a trance. In just a few days, Qin Weibai seemed to be deliberately erasing all traces of her invisibly. There was no disagreement or quarrel between the two. In the last video call, Qin Weibai was still as gentle as water. But in that almost obsessive attachment and gentleness, the two seemed to drift apart. Everything about the Samsara palace began to leave him, and Sai City appeared beside him. Li Tianlan didn't know what Qin Weibai was thinking, but in that series of quiet actions he felt not only cruelty but also determination. He shook his head, suppressed the chaos in his heart, and calmed himself down again. The extremely closed living environment from childhood to adulthood seemed to have imprisoned his heart. Whether in the primeval forest or in the prison in the desert, Li Tianlan had his own goals and knew what he should do. When he walked out of the Li family's camp and came to Huiting, facing the general trend in the great world, Li Tianlan had been at a loss, uneasy, and even fearful and self-abased. Under such circumstances he met Qin Weibai, Yu Donglai, Li Beitian, and Ning Qiancheng. He had his own brothers, his own women, and saw the turbulence of the world. Imperceptibly, Li Tianlan's uneasiness when he first entered the world seemed to have completely calmed down. His path was right in front of him. But now, as the Samsara palace stripped him away and Qin Weibai deliberately cut off contact with him, Li Tianlan knew that the peace he thought was actually just an illusion. The sense of integration with the outside world was even mostly brought to him by Qin Weibai. When Qin Weibai disappeared, his sense of estrangement from the whole world suddenly began to reappear, so obvious and clear. He was no longer uneasy, but he was at a loss. He had his own goals, but he didn't know what to do for a while. So he stopped meditating and gave up improving his strength for the time being. He was adjusting his state, and he also wanted to seriously think about what he should do next when his heart was at its quietest. He had to do something. I should do something. With his back to Deep Dream behind him, Li Tianlan suddenly said calmly, "What do you want to do, young master?" Deep Dream was silent for a few seconds and said slowly, "I'm willing to do it for you." "No." Li Tianlan shook his head. "I'll do it, not you." He turned his head and looked at Deep Dream, whose enchanting face was full of doubts. He said with a smile, "It's different." Deep Dream blinked her bright eyes and didn't say anything. The current Li Tianlan was completely different from the Li Tianlan she first met. It could even be said that they were two different people. When she first met him, the young governor was calm, but behind that calmness, Deep Dream could clearly feel the seriousness and sharpness that came to her face. But now, he was still calm, but with a real sense of relaxation. He stood there casually, gentle, and all the sharpness had disappeared. He was as quiet as an abyss, as ethereal as fog, and as calm as ice. In this state, Li Tianlan's every move was with the most essential truth and gentleness. The truest was often the easiest to be ignored. All kinds of thoughts flashed through Deep Dream's mind. When she saw the smile gradually emerging in Li Tianlan's eyes, she was suddenly shocked. The eyes of the young governor opposite her, who could still be called a teenager, were as clear as water, but they seemed to have the power to see through the soul. They were soft and gentle, which made people panic. "I don't understand what you mean, young master." Deep Dream subconsciously avoided Li Tianlan's gaze and said, "How is my current identity in Zhongzhou state?" Li Tianlan said softly, as if he was asking Deep Dream or himself. He took out a cigarette and lit it. Looking at the black wooden box of cigarettes that belonged to the Wang family of Beihai, he was lost in thought. "It's expensive beyond words," Deep Dream said without hesitation. Li Tianlan's current identity might be controversial, but under the shadow of being the son of a traitor, he also had the halo of the young governor of Sai City. In Zhongzhou state, Sai City was a well-deserved superpower. Situ Songyue, the governor of Sai City, was known as the hidden god of Zhongzhou state. She controlled Setting Sun, one of the 12 murderous weapons. Even if she couldn't compare with the Wang family of Beihai and Kunlun City, she was a real behemoth. Li Tianlan was now the young governor of Sai City, and one of the 3 young heavenly sons of Zhongzhou state. He was absolutely important. It was no exaggeration to say that he was expensive beyond words. "Yes, but don't you think we're too deserted here?" Li Tianlan's tone was bland. Deep Dream raised her eyebrows. Before she could speak, Li Tianlan continued, "My background is sensitive, but since I'm still in East Island, it means that the higher-ups have a relatively clear attitude toward it. I had a close relationship with Samsara before, and the situation was not clear. so it was reasonable for many people to wait and see. But now it's different. After the meeting the day before yesterday, we divided the defense areas, and I became the young governor of Sai City. But these days, how many people have come to visit Sai City? Deep Dream was lost in thought. In the meeting the day before yesterday, military counselor of Samsara Palace and god of army of Zhongzhou State successfully connected. After careful planning, they temporarily divided Changdao into 3 closely connected defense areas in order to better deal with the next decisive battle. The 3 defense areas were actually 3 routes of retreat. To win, they had to consider defeat first. On this point, military counselor and god of army were surprisingly consistent, and their planning was also very steady. Even if they lost the final battle, as long as one defense area was held, it would be a way out for the elites of Zhongzhou State. If they gathered together, the probability of being wiped out would be too high. Now the 3 defense areas were closely connected, and the 3 groups of people could quickly support each other when they were in different places. In this way, it was impossible for East Island to concentrate its greatest strength in one place to destroy the elites of Zhongzhou State first. After all, this was not a decisive battle between the 2 sides, but a multi-sided melee. In addition to Zhongzhou State, there was also a team of a big dark force. Although East Island had the home field advantage and the advantage in personnel, all the superpowers were eyeing them covetously, so it was destined that East Island would not dare to risk its life to attack a force. This final battle was a defense for East Island, but for all the forces outside East Island, it was an attack. This advance and retreat between attack and defense, at the right time, was enough to create a huge advantage. Sai City was in charge of the number 3 defense area, centered on the clubhouse under their feet, which was the closest to the edge of the battlefield. At the same time, Mount Shu was also divided into the No. 3 theater of operations with Sai City. The Wang family of Beihai was in charge of the number 2 defense area, and several supermasters of Samsara Palace would stay in the number 2 defense area under normal circumstances. But they did not belong to a specific area, and they provided full support. Kunlun City was in charge of the number 1 defense area, and the Eastern Theater of Operations was also planned inside the number 1 defense area. Of course, the forces participating in the Battle of Changdao were not these forces of Zhongzhou State. On the contrary, there were too many forces and agencies, so it was hard to discuss the most detailed plan in one meeting. The top management just divided the strongest or the largest number of forces into 3 defense areas. As for the other Secret Service agencies, they could freely choose their defense areas, and they would make adjustments after the final list of the 3 defense areas came out. Now one day after the meeting, there were forces that chose to join the number 3 defense area, but in contrast, there were too many people who chose to enter the number 2 defense area and the number 1 defense area. In Li Tianlan's view, this was not a normal phenomenon at all. In Zhongzhou State, Kunlun City and the Wang family of Beihai were indeed stronger than Sai City, but this was East Island. The final battle was coming, and it depended on the strength of the superpowers in East Island. In comparison, the strength of Sai City in East Island was no weaker than that of the other 2 defense areas. At least in terms of the top experts, Tribulation, known as the King of Shadow in the Dark World, was slightly stronger than Firmament in the number 2 defense area and Gu Zhendong in the number 1 defense area. In terms of strength and reputation, the only one who could compare with Tribulation was General of 9 Heavens, Gong Sun Qi, codenamed Azure Dragon. But Gong Sun Qi and his Terracotta Army were destined not to stay in one defense area. After all, they were the most aggressive special team. At least in Li Tianlan's view, if the forces invested by the superpowers in East Island were compared, even if Sai City was not stronger than the Wang family of Beihai, it was not weaker than the Wang family of Beihai, but it was stronger than Kunlun City. This was also something that made Li Tianlan confused. This time, Kunlun City strongly supported the national plan, and it could even be said to be the main promoter. Kunlun City set up the Snowdance Corps, with Gu Qianchuan, an invincible realm expert, as the commander. He went to Northern Europe and invested a lot. But when it came to East Island, Kunlun City didn't invest much. Gu Zhendong, an invincible realm expert. Ice Crystal Frost Sword. Gu Yunxia, plus Gu Hanshan. This seemed to be the main high-end force. The weirdest thing was that the higher-ups even acquiesced to this list with minimal investment. The reason for this was worth pondering. Li Tianlan didn't want to think too deeply. He only knew that when Kunlun City didn't invest as much in East Island as Sai City, there were many more people willing to join the number 1 defensive zone than the number 3 defensive zone, which was enough to explain the problem. This even showed that many people didn't approve of him, and they didn't approve of Sai City's willingness to accept him, and even let him be the young governor. This might involve positions and grievances, but the most obvious thing was that they didn't think highly of Sai City. In the final analysis, it was just because he became the young governor of Sai City. Now the halo over his head, or his own strength, seemed to be weaker than the other 2 young heavenly sons. So Li Tianlan had to do something. At least in this final battle, he had to make enough convincing results. For Li Tianlan, this was crucial for his development after returning to Zhongzhou State. If I go to fight with Wang Shengxiao now and I can beat him, I guess there will be a lot more people willing to join the number 3 defensive zone. Li Tianlan was silent for a while, and then said with a smile. Deep Dream was a little surprised. Although Wang Shengxiao of the Wang family of Beihai was also called one of the 3 young heavenly sons of Zhongzhou State, in more people's hearts, he had become the leading figure of the young generation in Zhongzhou State. He was a thunder-shocking realm heavenly son with wind and thunder veins and top-notch inheritance. Even Deep Dream felt pressured by such a figure. After all, the young governor was a few years younger. Can you win? Deep Dream bit her red lip and asked softly. It's not a life-and-death battle. It's just a simple competition. No. Li Tianlan shook his head and was very frank. Why are you in such a hurry? The future of Zhongzhou State is destined to be your world. When you return to Zhongzhou State, there will be plenty of opportunities to compete. I don't think Shengxiao will refuse. A loud laugh suddenly rang out at the foot of the mountain, bold and unrestrained. Li Tianlan raised his eyebrows and looked down. In his sight, a strong man was walking to the hillside and looking at him with a smile. The man was handsome and about 40 years old. He was full of masculinity from head to toe, looking overbearing and strong. He was dressed in plain clothes, but he walked with a majestic gait, completely like an instinctive soldier. Li Tianlan frowned, and his eyes subconsciously fell on his chest and shoulders. There were no epaulets on the man's shoulders, but there was a vague mark on his chest, like a dagger. It was very faint and vague, with only a vague outline. General Wang? Morning. Li Tianlan knew what to do and greeted him with a smile. In the whole dark world, only one troop in Zhongzhou State would use such a vague mark. That was the Shadow Sting Troop, known as the largest special forces in Zhongzhou State. Although the Shadow Sting Troop was a special force, it had always been under the dual management of the army headquarters in Kunlun City. It was very important in the special warfare system of Zhongzhou State. Its leader was the deputy of the theater, with the rank of lieutenant general, which could be said to be prestigious. Today, the leadership of the Shadow Sting Troop was in the hands of the Southeast Group, and it was a member of the Wang family of Beihai. The handsome man in the prime of his life was undoubtedly one of the core figures of the Wang family of Beihai, Lieutenant General Wang Zhaoyang, the leader of the Shadow Sting Troop. The internal structure of the Wang family of Beihai was extremely complicated. It was a supergiant that had always been in its heyday. Its internal structure was not as simple as 1 or 2 generations. In addition to the lineal descendants of Wang Tianzong, there were more than a dozen collateral branches, and each branch was extremely prosperous. There were hundreds of people in total. It was a real clan. Wang Zhaoyang was far from the lineal descendants of the Wang family of Beihai in terms of blood relationship, but he had a close personal relationship with Wang Xiaoyao. Wang Shengxiao was also very polite to him. No matter what the occasion was, he would call him sixth uncle. His status in the Wang family of Beihai was self-evident. Moreover, in the phone call with Principal Zhuang Huayang, Li Tianlan also heard Zhuang Huayang mention Wang Zhaoyang and the Shadow Sting Troop. It was said that Wang Zhaoyang had been instructed by Great Master Wu Wei and had a meteoric rise since he was young. He still had the potential to rise. This time, if Wang Shengxiao failed to compete for the position of the general of 9 regions in the Terracotta Army, It was very likely that the Wang family of Beihai would let Wang Shengxiao control the Shadow Sting Troop and push Wang Zhaoyang up after a few years. Li Tianlan would not be careless for such a figure, who was not a lineal descendant of the Wang family of Beihai, but was better than a lineal descendant. He shook hands with Wang Zhaoyang and took the initiative to ask again. General, are you here for a walk? It's a good day for a walk, but I don't have the time. Wang Zhaoyang said with a smile. I'm here to see you. Li Tianlan remained calm and kept calm. He smiled gently and said, General, what's the matter? The Shadow Sting Troop wants to form an alliance with young Master Li. What do you think, young Master Li? Wang Zhaoyang was a standard soldier. He was straightforward and liked to get straight to the point. However, his words carried a deep meaning. It was the Shadow Sting Troop that wanted to form an alliance with him, not the Wang family of Beihai. But in fact, the Shadow Sting Troop had always been considered a part of the Wang family of Beihai's investment in East Island. They were naturally included in the know. 2 defensive zone that the Wang family of Beihai was in charge of. What was the deep meaning of this alliance? The Wang family of Beihai and Sai City were separated by the Shadow Sting Troop. Was this alliance the goodwill of the Wang family of Beihai? However, the Wang family of Beihai stayed out of it. It could attack and defend at any time. How sincere could such goodwill be? Li Tianlan narrowed his eyes and said with a smile, I'll seriously consider your suggestion. I don't know what the alliance you're talking about is. Naturally, it's an ally who will give priority to support. Besides, we'll share some resources and intelligence. Wang Zhaoyang's voice was loud and clear. Li Tianlan's heart skipped a beat, but he remained silent. As the Wang family of Beihai that still occupied a large area of East Island, their infiltration in East Island was quite terrifying, and they were especially powerful in intelligence. Although Li Tianlan was the young governor of Sai City now, he could use the special channel of Samsara if he wanted to. Such sharing seemed to be harmless. However, the goodwill of the Wang family of Beihai was somewhat inexplicable. At this stage, was there really any intelligence that needed to be shared? Or maybe, the information he needed wasn't about East Island? A cold light flashed in Li Tianlan's eyes. Did the Wang family of Beihai notice something? Or did they want to find out the background of the special channel of Samsara under the guise of sharing intelligence? In terms of intelligence, Sai City has a weak foundation in East Island. I'm afraid it can't help the Shadow Sting Troop. But in terms of resources and support, we're willing to ally with you, General. Li Tianlan said in a steady tone after a moment of silence. A strange light flashed in Wang Zhaoyang's eyes. He seemed to want to say something, but he finally held it back. He said with a smile, Okay, young Master Li, if you like the weapons and resources of the Shadow Sting Troop, just say the word. We're willing to exchange. If Sai City needs it, we'll support it as soon as possible. Li Tianlan nodded and said, Several supermasters of Samsara guarded the number 2 defensive zone in the middle, but they couldn't be regarded as people in the number 2 defensive zone. They were destined to wander all over the battlefield. And everyone, including Li Tianlan himself, believed that if he was in trouble, the supermasters of Samsara would definitely come to support him at all costs. Li Tianlan didn't know if the Wang family of Beihai had noticed something strange, but at least they hoped to get the support of the supermasters of Samsara in this alliance to some extent. Of course, in exchange, the support of the Shadow Sting Troop was also extremely important for Sai City. So, young Master Li, shall we have a good cooperation? Wang Zhaoyang smiled and reached out his hand. Besides, someone asked me to bring you a message. He lowered his voice slightly and continued. Kunlun City may not have invested much this time, but in fact, it has invested the most in East Island. Young Master Li, be careful. Li Tianlan's eyes suddenly became deep. He looked at Wang Zhaoyang and said slowly after a while, Who asked you to bring me the message? Wang Zhaoyang smiled and said nothing. Samsara? Li Tianlan's eyes became more and more focused. Wang Zhaoyang laughed and said that it was a good cooperation. Then he turned around and went down the mountain. Li Tianlan looked at his back in silence, and didn't speak for a long time. Young master, the Wang family of Beihai can't be easily trusted. I received some secret news. It is said that the Wang family of Beihai and Kunlun City seem to be planning something, and a large part of the reason should be against you. Deep Dream stood behind Li Tianlan and said. Li Tianlan waved his hand, silently took out his mobile phone, and opened the communication software. Qin Weibai's account was still lying in the address book. It was still the same profile picture, quiet and unchanged. On the white paper, there were 2 lines of light and beautiful small words. Who are you to me? Who are I to you? Li Tianlan was silent. His fingers moved and he slowly typed. Did you tell me the news about Kunlun City through Wang Zhaoyang? There was no response. Li Tianlan didn't give up and continued to type. Don't worry about anything. I know what to do. If I were strong enough, everything would not be like this today, right? I will become stronger. Become the strongest. There was still no response. At the top of Li Tianlan's message, there were 3 words sent by Qin Weibai, but he didn't respond. I miss you so much. Li Tianlan took a deep breath and suddenly smiled. He typed. The woman that several invincible giants in the dark world dream of. I slept with her as soon as I met her. And I slept with her several times. Little Bai, do you think I'm the strongest? His mobile phone vibrated. Qin Weibai finally had a reply. 2 simple words. Bad guy. Li Tianlan laughed, put away his mobile phone and looked into the distance. In the sunshine of the 3rd day, he could clearly feel that something was approaching. Chapter 207. The alliance of the Shadow Sting Army was not necessarily all well-intentioned. In Kunlun City, it meant unknown dangers. Good and evil often meant different positions and schemes. Swords and sabers, mutual deception, and intrigues all appeared in the separation and reunion. Under the general trend where the invincible realm experts were like nonentities or weeds, only the most powerful self was the most trustworthy. Li Tianlan had understood this a long time ago, but he was still a little unaccustomed to wandering in the storm, witnessing and even experiencing all this. After coming out of the primeval forest on the border, he needed to adapt to more than just the outside world. He also needed to explore and familiarize himself with everything in the dark world. In a sense, adapting to the latter was even more significant and important than adapting to the former. This was his destined path in the future. For the rest of his life, everything in the dark world was destined to be the main melody of his life. The sudden storm, the thunder in the silent place, the unknown deceit, and the killing intent behind the smiling faces. He had to wander in this circle where there was no good or evil, no morality, and only a pure standpoint to distinguish between the enemy and the friend. Whether he sang all the way or kept a low profile, he had to figure out the essence through appearances, advance step by step, carry the Holy Family on his back as if walking on thin ice, and attack the peak of the dark world. The word life was too heavy. In his magnificent life, which seemed to take for granted, the unspeakable tiredness and hardships were the important cornerstones that supported the Li family's future glory. This was the general trend, and so was the destiny. Wang Zhaoyang of the Shadow Sting Army had gone far away. Li Tianlan's eyes were deep. He looked at his gradually blurring figure, and was silent for a long time. He was looking at Wang Zhaoyang. Behind him, Deep Dream was watching him. At this moment, Li Tianlan seemed different from before. The ethereal sense of reality seemed to gradually disappear from him. He stood there quietly, but his whole person seemed distant and heavy, restrained. All of his sharpness, emotions, and everything else were restrained to the extreme, and there was a faint sense of danger in his composure. Deep Dream looked at Li Tianlan in a daze and sighed softly. Sai City was not large, and there were not many top assassins in it. But every one of them was a famous figure in the dark world. Their strength was beyond doubt, and their cohesiveness was also well known. This was a power that seemed mysterious to the outside world. But internally, it did not place much importance on seniority. Deep Dream, Sunset Shadow, Cool Breeze, Drifting Cloud and several other assassins. They would be respectful when facing tribulation and Situ Tsangyue, the city lord. After a moment of silence, Deep Dream suppressed the messy thoughts in her heart and said softly, Li Tianlan was now the young city lord supported by the whole Sai City. No matter what would happen in the future, since she had made a choice, Deep Dream must consider things from Li Tianlan's standpoint. Li Tianlan nodded. When Wang Xiaoyang proposed to share intelligence, he felt that something was wrong, so he mentioned it tentatively. At that time, although Wang Xiaoyang hid it well, he still exposed something unusual. But what did it mean? It was obvious that the Wang family of Beihai had noticed the special channel of samsara, but Li Tianlan was not sure whether it was the mysterious ally around samsara that the Wang family of Beihai had noticed, or whether they just wanted to investigate the truth of samsara's intelligence agency through some clues. The land of East Island was extremely sensitive to Zhongzhou State, the Wang family of Beihai, and all the superpowers in the West. Now that the Wang family of Beihai had noticed it, the so-called kindness that Wang Xiaoyang showed today was likely to turn into naked hostility in the next second. Every one of these forces is simple. Even if they smile at you, they can make you uncomfortable. Li Tianlan laughed at himself, turned around, and went down the mountain. Let's go back. Deep Dream followed Li Tianlan closely. She was indeed a beauty. At the most mature age, her every move was enchanting and seductive. The faint smell of perfume surrounded her. Quietly, Deep Dream's voice became softer and more charming. Walking beside Li Tianlan, she said softly, "There are too many schemes in the dark world, and the murderous intent is too strong. This is a fact that can't be changed. Most of the fights can't be handled by ordinary people. Although we are assassins, we have always been very pure. Killing is killing, and we basically stay as far away from some intrigues as possible." She paused and seemed to hesitate, but she still said in a charming tone and giggled. "Of course we're not so clean. But in the past few years, I've been traveling outside, and I have a lot of experience in how to avoid disputes after killing people. Young master, do you need Deep Dream to share with you?" Li Tianlan's step seemed to stiffen, but he immediately returned to normal. His expression was calm, but his eyes grew deeper and deeper. He gave Deep Dream a meaningful look. In the other party's somewhat flustered expression, he suddenly smiled leisurely and said, "Do you know what I was thinking just now?" Deep Dream uttered a syllable in confusion, but her heart was in a mess. She kept thinking about the meaning in Li Tianlan's eyes when he looked at her. What she said just now could not be called a warning, but it could be said to be an exhortation, and it also contained a little longing in her heart. However, she was a woman, and a very beautiful woman. Testing Li Tianlan with such a gentle and charming tone should not arouse his disgust. But somehow, she always felt a little uneasy in her heart. "I was just thinking," Li Tianlan chuckled and said, "in the future, most of our enemies or friends will come from the dark world, from the major forces in the dark world, such as the Wang family of Beihai, Kunlun City, some foreign behemoths, or some domestic special agencies. This circle is very complicated. So complicated that no matter whether you are brilliant or ordinary, as long as you enter this circle, everyone has to struggle carefully to survive. Even someone as strong as Wang Tianzong, who ranks first on the divine list, has to be cautious when leading the entire Wang family of Beihai. Force and wisdom, conspiracy and betrayal, survival and death, war and standpoint. This circle that includes everything is too big and too complicated. Deep Dream, in such an environment, can anyone really stand aloof from the world?" Deep Dream forced a smile, and her face seemed a little pale. In this world, nothing can represent everything. What can guarantee survival is not even force and wisdom, but prudence. This is the dark world in my heart. Li Tianlan slowly walked over the land under his feet. His tone was neither indifferent nor passionate, but there was an indelible depression in his calmness. "This is also my path. Wang Xiaoyang and I formed an alliance, so I would subconsciously think about his deeper purpose. He reminded me to be careful of Kunlun City, so I would think about Samsara Palace, the trump card of Kunlun City, and the mentality of the Wang family of Beihai. So I suddenly thought of a very interesting question. In this cruel and dark world, I am destined to meet different people and different conspiracies in the future. What will I be like in 10 or 20 years? His voice became lower and lower, and the brilliance in his eyes became more restrained. A heavenly son? An ambitious man? Or a pile of bones? I won't be a pile of bones. Deep Dream opened her mouth subconsciously, and her tone was firm. Li Tianlan's words seemed to be full of emotion. Deep Dream didn't know if she was thinking too much. But she had just tested Li Tianlan, and now she heard these words. She had to take them as Li Tianlan's answer to her. At this point, Deep Dream had to make a clear statement. Although Li Tianlan's words were flat, she could feel the increasing pressure in them. If Deep Dream had seen Li Tianlan's calmness and emptiness, as well as his solemnity and sharpness, then on such a sunny morning, she clearly felt the gloominess in the depths of Li Tianlan's heart that was like a needle hidden in silk floss. Her test just now was nothing more than to express that Sai City still liked the previous attitude of standing aloof from the world. But Li Tianlan talked about his attitude that he was destined to be unable to stay away from disputes in the future. Deep Dream didn't know what would happen if she insisted on her opinion. But when she thought of Li Tianlan's meaningful eyes just now, she felt a little cold in her heart. At this moment, Deep Dream was in a trance. If this temperamental young governor joined Sai City, and was destined to change the city of assassins, then what she had just said might make her the main force to change Sai City. But Deep Dream had no choice. As long as Sai City is there, no one dares to hurt young master. No one in Sai City will agree. Deep Dream said calmly. Li Tianlan glanced at her with a smile and said lightly, "Really?" Deep Dream's heart grew colder, and she said in a slightly bitter tone, "Time will prove everything." "Yes, time will tell." Li Tianlan nodded. "I can't give you a clear answer. Perhaps only time will tell each and every one of us the answer. But I can tell you that everything I've worked so hard since I was young is so that my family and friends can be free and happy." Deep Dream was slightly stunned. She had never expected that behind the young master's gloomy and almost murderous answer, she would finally get such an answer. So that my family and friends can be free and happy? What is freedom? Li Tianlan walked down the slope. He looked up at the sky. As far as the eye could see, white clouds were drifting in the sky and passing through the sunlight, changing constantly. Freedom. Of course, it means doing whatever you want. Deep Dream thought seriously for a while, and then said softly, "No." Li Tianlan shook his head calmly. At this moment, there was an inexplicable brilliance in his eyes. He chuckled and said calmly, "In my opinion, the so-called freedom means not doing what you don't want to do." Deep Dream was thoughtful. This answer seemed to be the same as his whole person. He was reserved but wild at the same time. "Tell me the secret news you've heard." Li Tianlan stopped and simply lay on the grass. Looking up at the blue sky and white clouds above, his tone gradually became faint. "What are the Wang family of Beihai and Kunlun City plotting?" "It's not a plot. It can be said that they're working together to promote something." Deep Dream thought about it seriously. The former Sai City did have the demeanor of an individual immortal, who lived in the mortal world, but ignored the secular world. He basically didn't care about the affairs between the superpowers and the overall situation of Zhongzhou State. Although he had heard some news at the beginning, he didn't think about it at all. At that time, I had just returned to Mount Taibai from Snow Country. Gu Qianchuan and Wang Jingwei came to Sai City together. They seem to want your highness to support one of their proposals. These two families seem to be preparing to improve the special warfare system's voice in Zhongzhou State. This news was not much different from nothing. Li Tianlan shook his head and asked casually, "Who is Wang Jingwei?" "The head of the military staff department." Deep Dream simply said, "One of the core figures of the Wang family of Beihai." Li Tianlan's pupils contracted slightly. The head of the military staff department, which ranked first in the four headquarters of Zhongzhou State, was a real power figure in the entire military world, even the most powerful one. In his chat with Ning Qiancheng, Li Tianlan also knew that Ning Qiancheng's father, Ning Ziyuan, the commander of the Eastern Theater of Operations, was most eager for this position. Although the two were at the same level, the former was the fastest way to be promoted to the rank of marshal. Such a powerful figure in the military world, and the second in command of Kunlun City, went to Mount Taibai in an attempt to promote the special warfare system's voice in Zhongzhou State. How did the specific plan work? And what did it have to do with him? It's said that Kunlun City had this kind of movement many years ago, but it didn't pass at that time. At that time, the The strongest opposition was from the Wang family of Beihai. Now it seems that the Wang family of Beihai has relented. Deep Dream shook her head. She didn't know what the specific plan was, but at that time, Situ Tsangyue said some harsh words, which mentioned the Li family, and finally refused the request of the Wang family of Beihai and Kunlun City. It could be seen that even if the Li family didn't account for the whole reason, it was at least a very important part of the reason. Now seeing Li Tianlan, Deep Dream was more and more convinced of her speculation. Recently, the muscles at the corners of Li Tianlan's eyes twitched. He thought for a while and said, "When exactly?" "At the end of May and the beginning of June? I forget the exact time." Deep Dream seemed a little embarrassed. "I don't pay much attention to the domestic affairs of Zhongzhou State. I stayed in Mount Taibai for less than a day before I went to Bili State." Li Tianlan fell silent. The period from the end of May to the beginning of June happened to be around the time when he met Wang Tianzong for the first time in Huading. Did it have anything to do with each other? "It's okay." He was silent for a while, and said lightly, "The Wang family of Beihai and Kunlun City joined hands to promote the status of the special warfare system in Zhongzhou State, which was a good thing for anyone in the special warfare system." Although Deep Dream speculated that there was a reason for this to target the Li family, at least so far, Li Tianlan couldn't see the harm of this matter to the Li family. Moreover, this matter was destined to happen after the final battle of Changdao. When he returned to Zhongzhou State, it wouldn't be too late to sit back and watch the ups and downs inside Zhongzhou State. At least in this final battle, the proposal jointly promoted by the Wang family of Beihai and Kunlun City has little to do with us, he said slowly. Yes. Deep Dream nodded. At present, the most important thing to guard against is Kunlun City. Wang Zhaoyang's reminder is very meaningful. Young master, if Kunlun City has a backup plan in East Island, what do you think it will be? How would I know? Li Tianlan smiled, but there was no smile in his clear and gentle eyes. I only care about what they want to do now. Looking closely at the list of people Kunlun City had invested in East Island, the weirdness was almost obvious. They had indeed invested too little power. As the promoter of this plan, if they only relied on this list, it would be difficult to get the approval of the high-level officials, and many special warfare agencies of the empire would be dissatisfied. Such a small investment was not worthy of the position of the power center of the special warfare system of Zhongzhou State. Wang Zhaoyang's reminder was timely and in line with common sense. Under normal circumstances, it was normal for Kunlun City to invest more power than the Wang family of Beihai and Sai City in this national plot. But at least for now, everything in Kunlun City was very normal. If they invested more than the Wang family of Beihai and Sai City, what resources could they invest in secretly? And what would these resources, which had not seen the light of day, do after his identity as the successor of the Li family was exposed? Li Tianlan pressed his lips tightly, and his eyes were cruel and cold. If this reminder came from Samsara and Wang Zhaoyang didn't explain it, it could only prove that Samsara still hadn't caught the resources that Kunlun City had secretly invested in East Island. If they want to hide it from everyone and invest secretly, at least they can't be too conspicuous. They can only invest a small number of artifacts, people, or intelligence. What can Kunlun City invest? Li Tianlan narrowed his eyes and muttered to himself. Intelligence is impossible. Deep Dream shook her head directly. Because of the Wang family of Beihai, Kunlun City's development in East Island is not smooth, and they can't get useful intelligence. As for artifacts, Kunlun City doesn't have murderous weapons, and it's not as good as the Dongqing clan and the Wang family of Beihai in making weapons. It's also impossible. So it's people, Li Tianlan said softly. People, several experts of Kunlun City went to Northern Europe with Gu Qianchuan, and some stayed in Zhongzhou State. Although the experts in their headquarters are mysterious, there won't be many real experts. Humph, in the whole Kunlun City, only Gu Xingyun and Gu Qianchuan are barely men. Others can't affect the overall situation. Before Deep Dream finished, Li Tianlan suddenly stood up. Men. He looked at Deep Dream with burning eyes, and his eyes were getting brighter and brighter. At this moment, for no reason, he suddenly thought of his first meeting with Gong Sun Chi. At the same time, he thought of the Dongqing clan's reminder. Gong Sun-chi had said that there was a young man in Zhongzhou State who was going to participate in the plot against East Island, but he was stopped. And the person who stopped the young man had already arrived in East Island. Gong Sun-chi told him to be careful. The Dongqing clan reminded him to be careful of Phoenix Pavilion. Wang Zhaoliang also reminded him to be careful. Jiang Shangyu told him that Phoenix Pavilion had close ties with Kunlun City. Deep Dream said that only Gu Xingyun and Gu Qianchuan were barely men in Kunlun City. Then what if it was a woman? Li Tianlan's heart beat wildly. He felt as if he had caught something, but something was missing. Deep Dream. He looked at Deep Dream and said solemnly, "Have you heard of Phoenix Pavilion?" Chapter 208. The voice was very close, but it seemed to be suppressed very low, sounding in Li Tianlan's ears with a little coldness and resentment. It was supposed to be a clear and sexy voice, but the tone was as cold as the wind in hell. Li Tianlan turned his head sharply. Less than 10 meters behind him, a sexy and plump figure stood there quietly, looking at Li Tianlan calmly. A strange look flashed in Li Tianlan's eyes. The woman in front of him was a wonderful beauty in all aspects. She was about 1.7 meters tall, with a plump and well-proportioned figure. The tight white suit lightly clung to her body, and her breasts, waist, and hips were vividly displayed under the suit. The skirt of the suit was very short, and a pair of white, delicate, and slender legs were exposed in the morning sun, seeming to shine with an intoxicating soft luster. She wore a pair of high-heeled shoes nearly 10 centimeters high, which made her legs look more straight and attractive. This was a woman who looked about 26 or 27 years old. She had just the right facial features and a little makeup, which gave her a very amazing charm. The soft wind blew some of her long hair, and the woman naturally reached out her hand to comb it. The corners of her mouth rose into a charming and delicate smile. For a moment, Li Tianlan couldn't describe whether the woman was amorous or something else, because under her seductive attire and charming smile, her temperament was always arrogant, even holy. This was a woman Li Tianlan was no stranger to. He had seen her sharpness and strength, her weakness and hardship, and her helplessness and persistence. But this morning, he saw her charm and arrogance. Li Tianlan hadn't paid much attention to her. He had met her a few times before, and he always felt that everything about her was a facade. No matter what posture she showed, there seemed to be only numbness and dead silence in her eyes, as if this was her essence. Li Tianlan opened his mouth and forgot her specific name for a moment, so he could only vaguely say, "Senior Sister Du? My name is Du Hanin." The woman chuckled, and her clear voice became more and more delicate. It had to be said that the temperament she showed was really unique. She was proud and charming at the same time, which could easily arouse a man's desire to conquer. However, Li Tianlan was basically immune to this kind of charm now. It was not that he was aloof, but his current state seemed to be really like what Li Beitian said, a tragedy. His starting point in terms of women was really too high. He had Qin Weibai and stripped the little princess of the Wang family of Beihai. Now he also had a stunning fiancée by his side. Although Du Hanin was also a real beauty, he somewhat looked down on her. Du Hanin? Li Tianlan nodded. He really didn't pay much attention to this senior student who stayed in the Sky Academy. His more vivid impression was that in the entrance maneuver, when he was escaping from Lu Xiuwei, the former deputy director of the teaching office of the Sky Academy, Du Hanin successfully injured Li Beitian with a small team that was not very good. Then, she tied with Wang Yuetong in the first actual combat lesson. Du Hanin seemed to be valued by the enchantress of the Wang family of Beihai. It was because of the intervention of the enchantress that Wang Yuetong, Li Beitian and others did not pursue the matter of the sneak attack in the entrance maneuver. As for other impressions, he had no. Moreover, Qin Weibai specially prepared a list of key teachers and students of the Sky Academy for him, and Du Hanin's name was not included on the list. Therefore, although they could be regarded as classmates, Li Tianlan did not have a deep impression of her. He had never thought that Du Hanin would know about Phoenix Pavilion. Li Tianlan was instinctively wary of such an unknown force. Jiang Shangyu's biggest motive for wanting to kill him was because of someone in Phoenix Pavilion. Li Tianlan did not know what relationship he had with that person, but at least in Jiang Shangyu's heart, that person thought that he had something to do with him, or at least they were likely to cross paths in the future. Moreover, the reminder of the Dongqing clan, especially the kind of reminder that was difficult to speak of, seemed to explain the problem. Especially when he talked about Phoenix Pavilion with Qin Weibai. Qin Weibai's look was obviously a little strange. All of this showed that Phoenix Pavilion was absolutely not simple. Was Phoenix Pavilion the secret investment of Kunlun City in East Island this time? Jiang Shangyu's killing intent, Gong Sunqi's warning, the Dongqing clan's difficult to speak of, and Wang Zhaoyang's reminder. All of this seemed to be traceable, but Li Tianlan always felt that some very key clues were missing. He pondered, looked at Du Hanin in front of him very gently and said softly, "Senior sister, do you know Phoenix Pavilion?" "I don't know, but I've heard that it has something to do with Kunlun City." Du Hanin shook her head and raised her delicate eyebrows, as if she was hesitating. "Who told you that?" Li Tianlan asked directly. Kunlun City had been established for 20 years, but few people knew about Phoenix Pavilion, which was related to it. This was not a normal phenomenon at all. Enemies. Du Hanin's tone was strange, and there was a faint killing intent in the air. She could see Li Tianlan's solemnity now, but in the end she sighed. "I know about Phoenix Pavilion, but I've just heard someone mention it. I don't know much more than you, young governor." Li Tianlan frowned and said directly, "Senior sister, can you tell me more about it?" Du Hanin did not speak, nor did she approach him. She had been standing where she was, keeping a subtle distance from Li Tianlan. They seemed to be chatting with each other, but there was also a sense of confrontation between them. This senior sister, who was a stunner in both appearance and temperament, had obviously dressed up today. She had spoken softly and kept a low posture. But at this moment, after a short hesitation, Li Tianlan clearly noticed that the look in her eyes had changed. It was a kind of scrutinizing gaze, examining him, the young master of Sai City, as if she wanted to confirm something. Li Tianlan waited quietly without saying a word. He was so quiet that there was no sharpness or aura, and he was extremely restrained. About 6 months ago, Du Hanin finally spoke, and her clear voice became a little dry. "I was attacked when I was on a mission in the northwest of Zhongzhou State. At that time, I fled for nearly 300 miles before I escaped. The main reason was that they wanted to capture me alive and didn't kill me. They were 2 experts at the peak of the fire-flaming realm, belonging to a core subordinate agency of Kunlun City. When I was seriously injured, they mentioned Phoenix Pavilion." Du Hanin paused, recalled it carefully, and then said slowly, "At that time their original words were, 'Since you are so good at serving men, we might as well send you to Phoenix Pavilion.' I think many people are interested in having a taste of the first miss of the Du family." Li Tianlan suddenly raised his eyebrows. Serving men? Phoenix Pavilion? Thoughts surged in his mind. Looking at the graceful Du Hanin in front of him in a white suit, his eyes instinctively became a little strange. "Don't look at me like that." Du Hanin suddenly smiled charmingly. Her smile was sweet, but her eyes, which had always looked numb, were a little sad. "I'm really good at serving men. I think I'm talented in this respect, right? In the Sky Academy, I've had 9 men in more than a year. From the first one to the last one. None of the men who used me said anything bad about me." She gently licked her delicate red lips with her pink tongue. Her eyes were like silk, but there was a kind of almost crazy sadness and despair in them. It was the pain and sadness of a newly healed scar being forcibly opened. There was an unforgettable madness in her calmness. Du Hanin looked into Li Tianlan's eyes and said with a sweet smile, "Junior brother, do you want to have a taste of me? You can do whatever you want." Li Tianlan's expression didn't change at all, but his eyes became deeper. It was a pair of extremely deep eyes, like a starry sky or an abyss, with a kind of vast and silent power. In this pair of eyes, Du Hanin saw neither lust nor contempt, only calmness. "Senior sister, you must have some difficulties, right?" Li Tianlan suddenly said. Du Hanin bit her lip hard and stubbornly looked at Li Tianlan without saying a word. She had thought that her soul and body had long been numb. and that the nightmarish, humiliating scenes of the past had already faded away. But in front of this pair of young but deep eyes, Du Hanin was surprised to find that she was trembling. All the humiliation and despair of the past were wildly transmitted to every corner of her body. Her vision gradually blurred. She just clenched her trembling fists, bit her lip, and tried to maintain her calmness and pride, as well as the so-called charm that she hated most. Li Tianlan took out a cigarette and lit it, lost in thought. At this moment he suddenly thought of himself. Not the present self, but the self before he entered the secular world. At that time, he was also a young master, the young master of the Li family. He took a deep drag on the cigarette and laughed at himself. Those who had not struggled in a desperate situation would never understand the helplessness and stubbornness of always wanting to fight in despair, nor would they feel the madness and resentment after seeing a little hope. The road of life had never been smooth. In the bumpy road, people would advance and retreat, fall, get injured and bleed. Some people might give up everything in the process of moving forward, but as long as they were still persevering, there would be a reason in their hearts to persevere to the end. Li Tianlan was like that. So was Du Hanin. The Du family in the northwest. Deep Dream opened her mouth softly, looked at Du Hanin, and said in a complicated tone, "Are you the first miss of the Du family?" Du Hanin nodded, then shook her head and laughed at herself. There is no Du family in the northwest. There is no first Mississippi, just a wandering ghost. Li Tianlan looked at Deep Dream. In front of Du Hanin he did not hide anything and asked straightforwardly, "What's going on with the Du family?" Deep Dream looked at Du Hanin. In the other party's silence, she shook her head and said, "The Du family in the northwest was originally a first-line wealthy family in Zhongzhou State, even stronger. It was deeply rooted in the northwest of Zhongzhou State and had great influence. Du Yuanshan, the head of the family, was also one of the few experts of the half-step invincible realm in Zhongzhou State. But since Du Yuanshan failed to compete with Jiang Shan of the Jiang family for the position of General of 9 regions, the Du family began to go downhill. First, there was internal strife, then Du Yuanshan was assassinated, and the Du family was wiped out by the Prince Group and the Special Warfare Group in the chaos." There was no fluctuation in Deep Dream's voice. She just told the story she knew in a normal way. There may be some secrets, but Sai City doesn't pay much attention to them and hasn't investigated them much. The collapse of the Du family was spectacular, and the whole Zhongzhou state was in an uproar. Although Deep Dream didn't pay attention to these things, it didn't mean that she was stupid. She didn't bother to think about it before, but now that Li Tianlan became their young governor and began to contact the Du family, she could roughly speculate something after thinking about it, but she was not sure. The Du family was destroyed about 3 years ago, and Du Yuanshan was assassinated earlier. He was also one of the top 10 experts in Zhongzhou State. He was very close to the academics and was one of the super experts of the academics. At that time, there was a rumor that after he failed to compete with Jiang Shan for the position of General of 9 regions, the academics had planned to transfer Du Yuanshan to Huading and replace Shuang Huayang as the headmaster of the Sky Academy. But, before she finished speaking, Li Tianlan had already understood what she meant. The academics could now be said to be a group standing on the commanding heights of Zhongzhou State. But it was not the case more than 3 years ago. That should be the most sensitive period for the academics to attack the commanding heights. The general trend of Zhongzhou State was controlled by the Prince Group, and the most prominent authority of Zhongzhou State was at the time when the new replaced the old. Was the destruction of the Du family a big move carried out by the Prince Group in conjunction with the Special Warfare Group when it withdrew from the commanding heights of power? If it covered the entire northwest region of Zhongzhou State, then it was indeed a big move. Li Tianlan sneered, and his eyes were cold. The Prince Group, the behemoth of Zhongzhou State, was really accompanied by blood before it rose up and down. The destruction of the Du family undoubtedly helped the Jiang family in Beijiang and Jiang Shangyu's family. But Li Tianlan couldn't figure out why the academics didn't stop it at that time. The academics was extremely weak in the special warfare system. As a half-step invincible realm expert, Du Yuanshan was definitely one of the most important figures of the academics. Besides, the Du family was a real wealthy family. How could it be destroyed so easily? Even if Du Yuanshan was assassinated, they should have shown an attitude of protection. For Li Tianlan, this was definitely not a historical problem. Although he was now the young governor of Sai City, he had temporarily joined the academics, and would be the representative of the academics in the special warfare system in the future. Inevitably, what happened to the Du family would make Li Tianlan feel puzzled. He wanted to know the attitude of the academics toward him at the critical moment. During the period when the Du family was destroyed, Li Huaxing, the leader of the academics, was about to take the last step. But Li Tianlan didn't believe that the academics at that time really had no time to take care of other things. What was the attitude of the academics at that time? Li Tianlan looked at Du Hanin and asked. It was impossible for an individual immortal like Deep Dream to know the answer to this kind of question. As the person involved, Du Hanin should know better. What attitude could they have? Du Hanin said coldly. The Prince Group and the Special Warfare Group took action at the same time, and other groups also got benefits. How could the academics have a clear attitude during that sensitive period? Young governor, don't you have an engagement with the Dongqing clan? One of the benefits that the giant group got was that Mrs. Dongqing by Qinqian could become the governor of Qinzhou. What's more, the academics didn't get nothing. Although the Du family is gone, they have been operating in the Northwest in recent years. They gave up the right to speak in the Northwest Special Warfare System, and got more in other aspects. A few months ago, Governor Bai went to Guangdong from Qinzhou, and Qinzhou province also fell into their control. Oh, the rise and fall of wealthy families? In the eyes of those bigwigs, it's just a pure transaction. The rise and fall of wealthy families was just a transaction. In the general trend, the wealthy families were nothing more than pawns. Li Tianlan's eyes were clear. He looked at Du Hanin in front of him and asked, "Do you hate me?" Obviously, the destruction of the Du family had also destroyed Du Hanin's life. The daughter of a wealthy family, who had an extraordinary status in the Sky Academy, had become what? In more than a year, she had had 9 men. In a desperate situation, women often had to face greater humiliation than men. What do you think? Du Hanin said blandly, in the last Sky Academy, I was one of the strongest, and I also had a place among the top 10 experts of the young generation. My brother, my fiancé, and I wanted to win the Sky Academy and revive the reputation of the Du family, but what happened? My fiancé killed my brother for the sake of his future. I originally had the wind vein, but it was also destroyed by him. My strength fell from the fire-flaming realm to the ice-condensing realm. I failed 8 out of 12 tasks, and my credits became negative once. In order to get the most basic dozens of credits a month, I had to take the initiative to seduce some powerful men. If you were me, would you hate me? So you came to me today? Li Tianlan said with a smile. Do you want to avenge you with the help of Sai City? He was not surprised by Du Hanin's choice. It might not be a good choice, but as long as she wanted revenge, it was Du Hanin's only choice. Du Hanin's own hatred was easy to deal with. No matter how strong her fiancé, who had betrayed her, was after all, a student of the last session, and would not achieve much for the time being. But the target of the Du family's hatred was Kunlun City and the Prince Group. From this point of view, Li Tianlan's goal was the same as hers. After his identity was exposed and he became the young master of Sai City, it was reasonable for Du Hanin to come to him. At least in the entire Zhongzhou state, there was really an irreconcilable hatred with Kunlun City, and he was the only one who might have the strength, power, and potential to take revenge in the future. Although the enchantress of the Wang family of Beihai liked Du Hanin, it was mostly out of personal sympathy. It was impossible for the Wang family of Beihai, a behemoth, to fight against Kunlun City for Du Hanin. Not to mention that the Wang family of Beihai and Kunlun City were secretly planning something. Even if there was nothing fishy between them, Du Hanin herself was not worth the Wang family of Beihai's help. I want to join Sai City, follow you, and sharpen my martial arts. Du Hanin looked straight at Li Tianlan. As for revenge, we have the same enemy. Indeed. Li Tianlan nodded. But why should I promise you? I have a grudge against Kunlun City, But it doesn't mean that I want to draw everyone who has a grudge against Kunlun City to Sai City. Whether I'm the young governor or Li Tianlan, I'm on the weaker side now. If I take you in, I have to take risks. So, although it's hard to hear, I have to say that whether it's for self-protection now or revenge in the future, I won't keep useless people around me. I have my value. Du Hanin was not embarrassed or flustered. Her clear voice was steady and full of confidence. Li Tianlan raised his eyebrows and remained calm. First of all, my identity. Although the Du family has been destroyed, there are still some uncles who are willing to help me. They can't do anything in the Sky Academy, but outside the Sky Academy, they are very valuable assets. Especially if I can join Sai City, the effect of this network will be more obvious. The Du family's influence is concentrated in the Northwest. If young master wants to establish his own foundation in the Northwest after graduation, my network can play a great role. Du Hanin's voice grew more and more shocked. She looked at Li Tianlan seriously and continued, as long as young master's performance is amazing enough, it's not impossible for you to set up a group in the future. Li Tianlan's face did not change, but he was thinking seriously. Setting up a group was too far away for him to think about it. He was even hesitating about where to set up his own foundation. At present, the foundation of East Emperor Palace was naturally in Huading, but Huading was destined not to become Li Tianlan's backyard in a short time. If there were general trends converging inside Zhongzhou State, then Huading, which was the focus of all the major groups, would naturally be the focus. With Samsara Palace drifting away from him, it was impossible for him to control Huading alone with Sai City. On this matter, the academics' attitude would even be vague. It was already the best situation to set up a foundation in an area of Huading and seek development in the game of all the major forces. Li Tianlan's vision could not be limited to Huading, but the current situation was that besides Huading, where should he go to develop had become a big problem. Whether it was Taoist Xian Xuanzi instructing him to go to Wuyue, or Metaphysics Grandmaster Great Master Wu Wei advising him to go to Jiangxia, they were all the territory of the Southeast Group. If he acted rashly, he would only be attacked by the Wang family of Beihai. As for the Northeast, as the young governor of Sai City, it was impossible for him to compete with Sai City. The Southwest was occupied by the Prince Group. The South was the top priority of the Special Warfare Group's development in recent years. As for the Northwest, from the perspective of the Special Warfare System, it could almost be regarded as the base camp of Kunlun City. But from the overall perspective, the power of the academics was also not weak. It was indeed a good choice to use the political power of the academics in the Northwest to defeat Kunlun City in the Special Warfare System, which meant it was easier to get the support of the academics. But it was tantamount to fighting with Kunlun City head-on. What was most needed was strength. After 3 years in the Sky Academy, if Li Tianlan could reach the peak of the thunder-shocking realm, he would not hesitate to go to the Northwest. But Li Tianlan himself also knew that it was not realistic to reach the peak of the thunder-shocking realm in 3 years. Li Tianlan shook his head. The speed at which he improved his strength now completely affected his future path. He did not want to think too much about this problem for the time being. But Du Hanin's statement did prove her value. It might not be a big deal for the Wang family of Beihai, but it was very important for him. Go on. He lowered his eyelids and said lightly, "My body." There was unspeakable cruelty and determination in Du Hanin's sexy voice. "I think I'm pretty, and I'm not only good at serving men, but also seducing them. As long as I can get revenge, I'm willing to pay anything. If you want, young master, I'm also willing to set up a Phoenix Pavilion that belongs to you." Phoenix Pavilion. Li Tianlan had not figured out the situation of this organization so far, but according to the clues provided by Du Hanin, he knew some of the functions of Phoenix Pavilion. No matter how mysterious this organization was, at least one of its functions was to serve men. If that was all, Li Tianlan did not think this organization could pose any threat to him in this battle of Changdao. He was silent, waiting for Du Hanin to continue. "And my combat capability?" Du Hanin gently stretched out her hand. On her slender white fingers, a flame suddenly appeared. It was a very subtle flame, but the air around it twisted with a bang. The temperature was so hot that in the twisted air, Du Hanin's body seemed to become blurred. The flame gradually expanded. At this moment, Du Hanin was dazzling in the flame like a phoenix reborn from the fire. Her whole body showed a kind of powerful aura that even moved Li Tianlan. Deep Dream's expression changed slightly. He seemed to be in disbelief as he said, "After your wind vein was crippled, it recovered?" "It's not a recovery but a mutation because this wind vein is stronger than before," Du Hanin said slowly. Li Tianlan took a deep breath, and his eyes gradually became serious. "I used to be in the fire-flaming realm. Although I fell to the ice-condensing realm, with the mutation of the wind vein, my strength also returned to the peak. Young master, give me time. I won't lose to anyone." In the flame, Du Hanin's eyes were clear and bright, and all the numbness was fading. That was her value. "Young master, Tribulation may be very interested in her," Deep Dream said in a serious tone. Tribulation was the only super assassin with double wind veins in the dark world. He would definitely study the mutated wind vein. Li Tianlan was silent. After a long time he said blandly, "You are valued by the enchantress of the Wang family of Beihai. I don't like it. In this battle of Changdao, I hope you can show an attitude." Du Hanin's face changed but she finally nodded and said, "I understand." The phone suddenly rang. Deep Dream took out his cell phone and answered it. After saying a few words he frowned and hung up. Young Master, Military Counselor and Gong Sun Chi signed the investigation order at the same time. They hope that Sai City can send elites to investigate other forces around the number 3 defensive zone. The Wang family of Beihai and Kunlun City also received the same order. Deep Dream looked at Li Tianlan and asked, "Who should we send?" After the investigation, it meant that the final battle was imminent. Li Tianlan's pupils contracted slightly. In the sun he stood up and said, "I'll go." Chapter 209. For any force except East Island, Changdao was not a suitable place for the final battle. It was no exaggeration to say that in Changdao, almost all the force's advantages were suppressed to the lowest point. Only East Island, which had the home advantage, could be like a fish in water in this environment. Changdao was one of the most deserted cities in the whole East Island. This city had been bombed by nuclear weapons and had been a piece of scorched earth for a long time. Now even if there were people here, they were quite sparsely populated. As for the area where the major forces were lurking, this space with a radius of 100 miles was even more unbelievably deserted. Now East Island had no way to retreat. So for the upcoming final battle, they showed a very determined attitude from the beginning. The Divine Wind Force signed the mobilization order immediately. The 3 giants, Liuhua Palace, Jifeng Sword Raining School, and Wuji Palace, fully supported them. The Kusanagi Force was fully activated. All the elite forces of the Special Warfare System of East Island were gathering toward Changdao. Changdao was sparsely populated. No matter how good the major forces were at hiding, they couldn't hide flawlessly in this empty environment. East Island basically didn't take much effort to locate the general positions of the major forces. Then, in the name of maneuver, it sent out troops and blocked the area with a radius of about 100 kilometers. There was no doubt that this was the battlefield of the final battle. The area with a radius of 100 kilometers was neither big nor small. There were 4 villages and 1 town here, with a population of no more than thousands. When the evacuation order of East Island was issued, all the civilians had left as soon as possible. The whole battlefield, whether it was day or night, was as quiet as a ghost town. The night covered the sky. There was no moon tonight, and the misty and sparse starlight was reflected in the silent wilderness. The world was quiet, and there was only the sound of insects around. A dark gray MPV was driving at a constant speed on the flat road. The vehicle did not turn on its lights, and was only moving forward under the sparse starlight. In the hazy and dim light, the vehicle, which was not considered small, had a vague feeling of being in a trance. It looked creepy and strange. "Young master, we have to walk 2 kilometers ahead." In the passenger seat of the car, Deep Dream looked down at the screen in her hand and said calmly, "Is there a target ahead?" Li Tianlan had been looking out of the window quietly. When he heard Deep Dream's words, he turned his head directly. There is a village about 12 kilometers ahead. The villagers have already been evacuated. It should be the gathering place of a certain force, most likely the force belonging to East Island. But I don't know what kind of organization it is. Deep Dream fiddled with the screen in her hand and shook her head. The radar signal ahead is very strong. We can only sneak in and investigate on foot. Li Tianlan nodded. Now their car was painted with the paint of a stealth fighter. Coupled with some special car bodies, it was difficult to be discovered in the dark if one did not look carefully. Although this paint could shield the radar signal, it would be completely ineffective if the target was too close. After all, vehicles and fighter jets were different. A distance of more than 10 kilometers was nothing for a stealth fighter jet. If a stealth fighter jet could invade an area 10 kilometers away from the target, the destruction would be unimaginable. But the car could only move forward bit by bit. Even if they were painted with this precious paint, they could not really get close to the enemy's hinterland. Furthermore, their mission this time wasn't to fight. Reconnaissance was their main mission. Silently putting a cigarette to his mouth, Li Tianlan fumbled for a lighter on his body. He nodded and said vaguely, "Then go 2 kilometers ahead and sneak in on foot." Deep Dream nodded and continued to stare at the screen in her hand, saying nothing more. Li Tianlan fumbled for a long time, but still couldn't find the lighter. He inadvertently turned his head and directly met a pair of quiet eyes that were as clear as water. The expression on the beautiful face was very soft, but the other party's eyes were staring at the cigarette in his mouth. "I can't smoke anymore." Dongqing Rushi shook her head. Holding the lighter in her small white hand, she said, "It will leave a smell. If there is an accident later, it will be inconvenient for us to retreat." Li Tianlan smiled and took the cigarette out of his mouth. After thinking for a while he said, "With our lineup it won't be a big problem." Zhongzhou State attached great importance to this reconnaissance mission. In each of the 3 defensive zones, 6 or 7 reconnaissance teams were sent, with different numbers of people. Li Tianlan's team belonged to the number 3 defensive zone. It might not have the most people in each reconnaissance team, but its strength was the strongest. There were 5 people in their reconnaissance team: Deep Dream, Sunset Shadow, Li Tianlan, Du Hanin and Dongqing Rushi. It was a standard configuration of a special warfare team, but its function was vague. Deep Dream and Sunset Shadow were top assassins, and they were experts in both stealth and reconnaissance. Du Hanin had the Wind Vein, which made her a natural assassin. After the mutation of the Wind Vein, this senior sister, who had now joined Sai City, not only recovered her strength, but also went one step further. A 27-year-old expert at the peak of the fire-flaming realm was enough to advance and retreat freely in most situations. As for Li Tianlan, his current strength might not be as good as Deep Dream and Sunset Shadows, but in terms of secretive body movements and speed, he was stronger than Deep Dream and Sunset Shadow. Shadow Formula, Desperate Chase, and Night Walking were all top body movement legacies in the Dark World. Now Li Tianlan had integrated the 3 unique skills. In terms of mobility, he could definitely be called the number 1 person in the young generation. There might be many people that Li Tianlan couldn't defeat now, but if he wanted to leave, there were not many people who could stop him. His safety in this reconnaissance mission could also be guaranteed. The only variable was Dongqing Rushi. This genius girl from Jade Pool majored in the 7 sword styles of Jade Pool, Flying Fairy Sword from Outer Heaven, and Peerless Sword from Infinite Path. One style was an extremely sharp killing move, and the other was unparalleled domineering, which perfectly matched the sword intent of silence of the famous Sword of Jade Pool. But it had nothing to do with stealth. Li Tianlan didn't intend to bring her here at first, but Dongqing Yueshan insisted on taking action with him. With Sunset Shadow and Deep Dream, this mission was basically foolproof. Li Tianlan thought about it, and simply brought her here. However, he didn't expect that Dongqing Yueshan, who insisted on taking action with him, would fall silent halfway. Her main personality recovered, and the beautiful but innocent and adorable Dongqing Rushi appeared beside him. Looking at his fiancée's confused expression, Li Tianlan didn't know what he was thinking. "Don't worry, I'll protect you." Dongqing Rushi blinked her pure eyes, reached out to hold Li Tianlan's palm, and said in a clear voice. That voice was very pleasant, very delicate, but with unwavering firmness. Li Tianlan smiled bitterly, took a deep look at her, and said calmly, "Stay with me later." Dongqing Rushi said, "Oh," obediently, and subconsciously touched the quaint long sword beside her. The famous sword silence. With this sword in hand, Dongqing Rushi was fully qualified to protect anyone. It was no exaggeration to say that if she was determined to die, she could become one of the strongest in the final battle of East Island. The invincible sword intent in the silence matched her perfectly. Once Dongqing Rushi pulled out the sword, it would be a real invincible strike. That sword strike at the cost of her life was so terrifying. Li Tianlan didn't want to think about it, and he didn't dare to think about it. Li Tianlan narrowed his eyes, looked at the silence beside Dongqing Rushi's hand, and said nothing. The body of the silence was quaint, and the scabbard was densely covered with cracks. That day in Jingdu, Dongqing Rushi had already decided to pull out the sword. Although the sword strike was forced back, it basically destroyed the scabbard. However, the scabbard cracked but didn't fall apart, and the sword intent inside it became more and more turbulent. Every time Li Tianlan stared at it, he could clearly feel the surging and mighty killing intent in the scabbard, which was enough to kill all living beings. "I won't be able to do that tonight." Li Tianlan looked at Dongqing Rushi's pure eyes, and said seriously, "No matter what, don't pull out the sword, understand?" Dongqing Rushi was stunned, and looked straight into Li Tianlan's eyes. After a long time, she said softly, "I want to protect you." "Nonsense." Li Tianlan scolded her with a smile, and reached out to pinch her delicate little nose, while the other hand patted on the box beside him. "See, this is Sky Attack, the Sky Attack studied by your family. When your godfather gave me this gun, he said that it's a man's duty to protect his family. When did it become my family's turn to protect me?" "Family." Dongqing Rushi looked at Li Tianlan with burning eyes. There seemed to be some shyness in her pure eyes, but she looked into his eyes bravely. Li Tianlan coughed, shook his head, and said, "In any case, don't pull out the sword." Dongqing Rushi's eyes moved, and the corners of her mouth gently raised into a smile. She said no more. The business car stopped in the night. There was a T-junction in front of them, and right in front of them was a forest. "It's here." Deep Dream turned off the screen in her hand and said, "Through this forest. The village is 10 kilometers away, and it's also the target of our investigation this time. Let's go." Li Tianlan opened the door without hesitation. The number 3 defensive area planned by Zhongzhou State had a circumference of about 30 kilometers, and there was only one village in this area, but it was the largest of the 4 villages in the whole battlefield. At present, it could be confirmed that a force was stationed in the village, and it was most likely to be a local force of East Island, but no one could be sure which one it was. Once the final battle broke out, at least in the number 3 defensive area, this was definitely the toughest bone to chew, so the strongest reconnaissance team in the number 3 defensive area was assigned to investigate this area. Figuring out their general personnel, the forces they belonged to, and the strength of their high-level personnel was crucial for the next battle plan of Zhongzhou State. In the whole general trend, East Island was undoubtedly in a weak position, but in the final battle, East Island was the strongest party. They had suppressed everything, and there was no way out. Whether the major forces won or lost this time, at least there was room for compromise. At worst, they would just lose some elites to negotiate with East Island. But if East Island lost, there would be a series of serious consequences such as the complete loss of the special warfare system, the economic collapse of East Island, and so on. They couldn't afford to lose at all. The stronger they were, the weaker they were. East Island tried to win the final battle, turn the situation around, and get the bargaining chips to negotiate with the other major forces. The other major forces were also covetously looking for a chance to give East Island a fatal blow at any time. The 7-day appointment that Shinichi Miyamoto, the superior of the invincible realm in East Island, mentioned was no longer a secret. At least every major force knew about it. Now it was the 3rd day, and the undercurrent in Changdao had become more and more obvious. Not only Zhongzhou State was carrying out reconnaissance operations, but the clubhouse where the elites of Zhongzhou State were hiding was also investigated by the major forces. Almost every day, The places where the major forces were most likely to hide had hostile superiors showing up. Every force was looking for a chance, but every force was restraining themselves. But as time went by, the final battle was getting closer and closer. They couldn't let East Island take the initiative to start the final battle. This was a consensus that every force knew. East Island had now locked the footholds of the major forces, but it kept silent and didn't take any action. This didn't mean that it was cowardly. It just meant that it wasn't fully prepared yet. But the 7-day period was getting closer and closer. Once East Island really took action, it basically meant that it had a lot of confidence. Therefore, every major force except East Island wanted to make East Island fight passively in advance before it was fully prepared. Wasn't the reconnaissance operation of Zhongzhou State another way of probing and forcing? In the silent night, as Li Tianlan got out of the car, Deep Dream, Sunset Shadow, Dongqing Rushi, and Du Hanin all got out of the business car. The 5 of them cautiously entered the woods in front of them at the same time. "Be careful," Deep Dream said in a serious tone. "Since the other party has occupied the village, they won't let go of the woods. They must have ambushes and traps in the woods. Deep Dream and Sunset Shadow go ahead, and we'll follow. Be decisive when we encounter any situation. Let's go," Li Tianlan said blandly. The 5 figures moved in unison, rushing into the depths of the dense forest swiftly and cautiously. 1 kilometer. Everything was calm. 2 kilometers. It was silent. The 5 of them moved more and more cautiously. When they went 5 kilometers deep, Li Tianlan finally met the first patrol from the village. But before they could warn, Deep Dream had already killed them. 7 kilometers deep. The number of patrols kept increasing. Deep Dream, who had been moving forward, suddenly stopped. Almost at the same time, the 5 of them squatted down and hid in the bushes in front of them. Through the gaps in the bushes, 30 meters away, a patrol of only 3 people came over under the starlight, looking relaxed and casual. An expert. The pupils of the 5 contracted at the same time. Deep Dream seemed to know one of the 3. She narrowed her eyes and said in a weak voice, "The peak of the thunder-shocking realm." The 5 of them were silent and motionless. The patrol team made up of 3 people walked straight towards the bushes. "Get ready to take action." Li Tianlan narrowed his eyes. The dangerous light kept flashing in his eyes, and he was highly focused. The distance between the 2 sides kept narrowing. 10 meters, 5 meters, 3 meters. The most important expert at the peak of the thunder-shocking realm walked over slowly. He seemed to want to relieve himself, so he directly unzipped his trousers in front of the bushes. Deep Dream, who had condensed her killing intent to the peak, suddenly burst out. But before she could make a move, the deep blue lightning spread all over the forest in an instant. Boom! The air within a radius of dozens of meters twisted violently. Deep Dream's rising figure paused. In their sight, a dark figure appeared almost out of thin air behind the thunder-shocking realm expert of East Island. A dazzling light suddenly lit up. In an instant, the violent sound was almost earth-shattering. Deep Dream did not make a move. The figure that suddenly appeared struck with all his might, and the whole forest seemed to be shaking. The lightning pierced through the sky and shot straight down from the sky. For a moment, there was only the dazzling light in front of everyone's eyes. The shadows of knives and swords kept spreading in the lightning, and the whole forest was instantly filled with violent and decisive killing intent. The moment the light spread, Dongqing Rushi's pure eyes suddenly became bright, and then they were completely covered by the deep blue light. The figure that suddenly appeared disappeared in the light. Li Tianlan's body stiffened slightly. A cold voice abruptly rang out the moment the light shone and disappeared. "What are you doing?" The lightning finally dissipated. Everything happened in the blink of an eye. The body of the thunder-shocking realm expert of East Island had completely exploded. But Du Hanin, who had been at the end, suddenly took a step forward. She raised the 2 sabers in her hands and pointed the blades at Dongqing Rushi. Li Tianlan turned his head in shock. In his sight, Dongqing Rushi looked calm, but her whole body was close to his back. She held the famous sword Silence in one hand. In the other hand, she held a dagger that Li Tianlan had never seen before. The dagger had been unsheathed. The blade was scarlet, carved with gorgeous and complicated golden patterns. At this moment, the blades of Du Hanin's two sabers had been placed on Dongqing Rushi's neck, and Dongqing Rushi's body was closer to Li Tianlan than ever. The huge power in the field had not disappeared, and the aftermath roared in the air. But the space suddenly quieted down. Dongqing Rushi looked at Li Tianlan quietly. Li Tianlan looked at Du Hanin seriously. Chapter 210. Great Changes. This time, the undisguised attack, which was almost a show of force, came suddenly, but its momentum swept the whole mountain forest. The lightning, which had already surpassed the ultimate realm of the thunder-shocking realm, lit up for a moment and then suddenly disappeared. But for the investigation team led by Li Tianlan, this was a great change from inside to outside. The killing intent that was condensed to the extreme was perfectly hidden, suddenly broke out, and then disappeared abruptly. The whole process took only a few seconds. In the light and shadow and killing intent that blocked their sight, each of them clearly felt the crisis. The external crisis, and the internal crisis. The mountain forest was quiet. The glaring blue lightning disappeared, and the killing intent faded like a tide. Only the power contained in that blow was still surging in the mountain forest. Not only the thunder-shocking realm expert from East Island who was attacked, but also his two companions and two patrols of more than 20 people dozens of meters away, were all blown into countless pieces by that earth-shattering blow, along with the surrounding trees. The messy mountain forest reeked of blood. Sparse starlight fell from the sky again, and everything around seemed to become noisy and quiet. Deep Dream and Sunset Shadow had already stood on both sides of Li Tianlan. They frowned and looked at the dagger in Dongqing Rushi's hand. They didn't speak, but their eyes gradually became cold. This could even be said to be the most subtle moment in Li Tianlan's life. Killing intent and tenderness, crisis and doubt, all kinds of emotions were completely intertwined, making him indescribably complicated. His eyes moved from Du Hanin to Dongqing Rushi, and he seemed to be thinking about something. Dongqing Rushi looked blank. She looked at Li Tianlan quietly for a while, then turned her head slightly, and her eyes fell on Du Hanin. Du Hanin's eyes were cold, but her palms that were holding the two sabers were slightly exerting force. The bright and delicate blades trembled slightly because of the huge force, and suddenly drew a sad and soft red trace on Dongqing Rushi's white and delicate neck. But she knew that the person in front of her had a special identity. She was not only the most favored second miss of the Dongqing clan, but also the representative of the young generation of the giant group of Zhongzhou state in the special warfare system. Now she was Li Tianlan's fiancée. If she really killed her at this time, it would absolutely be a big trouble. She didn't withdraw her hand that was holding the saber, but she looked at Li Tianlan. "Don't you have anything to say?" Li Tianlan's eyes grew deeper and calmer. In Du Hanin's perception at this moment, Li Tianlan had almost turned into nothingness. His essence, qi, spirit, and even his breathing were completely restrained. In this state, he was clearly standing there, but it was as if he did not exist and could not be captured or controlled. Only Dongqing Rushi felt completely different from the others. Li Tianlan's eyes were calm and gentle, but there was a vague pressure like a mountain in them. She couldn't lock on to Li Tianlan either, but she could clearly sense the magnificent sword intent behind the nothingness. "She hurt me." Dongqing Rushi looked at Li Tianlan softly and said. There was no panic, no hatred, no vigilance, and no sadness. She stood defenseless in front of Li Tianlan. The distance between them was so close that Dongqing Rushi only needed to shake her arm, and she could stab the dagger in her hand into Li Tianlan's abdomen. As the youngest genius of Jade Pool, Dongqing Rushi was an expert at the peak of the fire-flaming realm. At this distance, even Deep Dream and Sunset Shadow were not sure to stop her. The only thing they could count on was the blade of Du Hanin's knife on Dongqing Rushi's neck, and Li Tianlan's own strength. Li Tianlan took a deep look at Dongqing Rushi, waved his hand and said to Du Hanin, "Put the knife down." "Young master." Du Hanin hesitated but did not move her hand. She did not have the traditional sense of loyalty to Li Tianlan, at least not now, but their ultimate goal was completely the same. and Li Tianlan had become her only hope for revenge. For this reason alone, Du Hanin would risk her life to protect Li Tianlan. Now the dagger in Dongqing Rushi's hand was too dangerous. If she put it down, the consequences would be unpredictable. She bit her lip. Du Hanin whispered, "Young master, she just wanted to kill you." At that moment, in the dazzling light and shadow, Du Hanin did not see everything clearly, but she instinctively noticed that there was something wrong with Dongqing Rushi's action. Under such circumstances, the other party's action could not be explained at all. "Put it down." Li Tianlan's voice was not loud, but it was irresistible. Du Hanin glanced at Dongqing Rushi coldly, and put down the blade in her hand unwillingly. "Why?" Li Tianlan asked blandly, letting Dongqing Rushi put the dagger at the most dangerous distance from him. Dongqing Rushi wanted to kill him? It was not that he could not accept such a fact, but Li Tianlan could not believe it at all. Because no matter how he thought about it, he could not think of a reason why Dongqing Rushi wanted to kill him. Since he entered the secular world, although he did not have much contact with the Dongqing clan, he could clearly feel the Dongqing clan's overwhelming kindness. Moreover, the Li family had done the Dongqing clan a great favor, and there was no resentment between the two sides. Although Li Tianlan had doubts about the Dongqing clan before, now that doubt had almost dissipated. Even if he and the Dongqing clan completely fell out, at worst, they would be strangers. Moreover, he was now the young governor of Sai City. Even if the Dongqing clan did not want to help him, they would not be so stupid as to want to kill him. It made no sense at all. As for Dongqing Rushi herself, even if she did not want to fulfill the engagement, she would not use such a drastic means that would put the Dongqing clan in an irrecoverable crisis. Why on earth did she want to kill him? Or did she really want to kill him? Was it a misunderstanding? Or was it malice? "I didn't want to kill you." Dongqing Rushi looked at Li Tianlan and said seriously. She had the purest and most flawless eyes. When she stared at Li Tianlan, no one could see any impurities in her eyes. There was only a faint gentleness and obedience in her eyes. "I just want to stand with you when there is danger, no matter what it is." Sophistry. Du Hanin stood next to Dongqing Rushi, staring at the dagger in her hand and sneered. Li Tianlan was silent. "You don't believe me?" Dongqing Rushi's pure eyes seemed a little dim, but there was no grievance in them. They were as clear as ever. "Can I have a look at this dagger?" Li Tianlan suddenly said. Dongqing Rushi handed the dagger in her hand to Li Tianlan without hesitation, together with the scabbard. Her action made everyone, including Li Tianlan, feel relieved. But soon he frowned again. This could be said to be the most gorgeous dagger he had ever seen in his life. The whole dagger was scarlet, but it was covered from top to bottom with subtle and complicated golden patterns. The end of the hilt and the scabbard were inlaid with two small but pleasing crystals. Under the faint moonlight, the entire dagger seemed to be transparent, gleaming with exquisite light. Li Tianlan looked at it over and over again. Finally, at the end of the blade near the hilt, he saw two neat and meticulous traditional Chinese characters. Lovesickness. Was this the name of the dagger? "Where did you get this dagger?" Li Tianlan asked casually. Dongqing Rushi was stunned. She lowered her head and said calmly, "I picked it up." Everyone could see that she didn't mean what she said, but Li Tianlan didn't say much. He just returned the dagger to her and said calmly, "Put it away." "I really didn't want to kill you." Dongqing Rushi shook her head and didn't take lovesickness. Instead, she looked at Lin Xianyuan and emphasized it again. Li Tianlan nodded indifferently. He really didn't feel the killing intent just now. But if a really brilliant killer got close to him, it would be too late when he really felt the killing intent. Just like the attack just now, the mysterious man broke out his limit and retreated unscathed. Moreover, he even hid it from the perception of deep dream and sunset shadow. This was definitely the work of a top assassin in the dark world. Before he broke out, how could the people present feel anything wrong? Dongqing Rushi's performance today was indeed a little unusual. Li Tianlan couldn't be sure of anything, but now it was obviously not the time to say anything. There were priorities. At least in this mountain forest, the five of them couldn't delay any longer. Li Tianlan glanced at the surrounding mountain forest. The so-called mountain forest had actually become a piece of flat land. All the trees within dozens of meters were shattered by that blow and turned into powder and debris. Only a few meters in front of them were left with a piece of flesh and blood to prove what had just happened. Li Tianlan's eyes flickered. He made a prompt decision and said without hesitation, "Retreat. I'll lead the way. Deep Dream will stay behind," Sunset Shadow said immediately. His face was also a little gloomy. He looked at Li Tianlan and said with a wry smile, "Young master, I'm afraid we're in big trouble this time." Li Tianlan raised his eyebrows, but he didn't hesitate. He turned around and left directly. From the beginning of the attack, he knew that something was wrong this time. Although he didn't know which East Island force was stationed in the village ahead, the mysterious figure who killed the experts of East Island was equivalent to setting them up. Let alone Li Tianlan, even Deep Dream and Sunset Shadow, who were also top assassins, didn't see clearly who the other party was. The two of them were not much worse than the other party, but the top assassins always retreated unscathed after breaking out in an instant. That moment was indeed too abrupt. Deep Dream and Sunset Shadow were all focused on the experts of East Island at that time, so they were directly set up by someone when they were not on guard. Li Tianlan wasn't sure if Dongqing Rushi really wanted to kill him, but the mysterious assassin who suddenly appeared was definitely up to no good. Such a huge momentum was completely intentional by the other party. As long as the nearby East Island elites were not blind, who wouldn't know that someone had invaded at this time? At this moment, it would be good if the five of them could retreat unscathed, let alone investigate. They reorganized the formation as soon as possible. Li Tianlan took 2 steps and subconsciously looked back. In his sight, Dongqing Rushi's body was motionless. Her clear eyes stared at him blankly, as if she had lost a lot of spirit. "Don't just stand there." Li Tianlan turned back and grabbed her. He said in a calm tone, "Let's talk about it when we get back." I really didn't want to kill you." Dongqing Rushi lowered her head, and there was finally a trace of grievance in her voice. Li Tianlan's heart trembled. He nodded and said yes. Dongqing Rushi held Li Tianlan's hand tightly, and didn't want to let go no matter what. But from an angle that no one could see, no one noticed the look in the eyes of the second miss of the Dongqing clan. It was still a pair of crystal clear eyes. But at this moment, one of Dongqing Rushi's eyes was full of confusion and grievance, while the other eye was full of clarity and firmness. Messy and quick footsteps sounded behind them. As expected, East Island reacted immediately and quickly mobilized people to encircle and outflank them. There was no roar, no words. Everyone rushed into the mountain forest in silence, and the killing intent permeated every inch of the entire mountain forest. Li Tianlan and the other 4 quickly rushed to the exit of the mountain forest. Sunset Shadow walked in front of Li Tianlan and said quickly with a determined face, "Young master, the Thundershocking Realm expert who was killed just now belongs to Jifeng Sword Raining School. Deep Dream and I met him when we were in America. He has a high status in Jifeng Sword Raining School, but he came out to patrol in person. It's very likely that Jifeng Sword Raining School is not the only force stationed here. Young master, if things go wrong later, we will try our best to hold them back. You and Miss Dongqing go first." Of course, the we he mentioned was not only him and Deep Dream, but also Du Hanin. Du Hanin looked calm, and had no intention of objecting. "If you want to go, let's go together," Li Tianlan said calmly with no expression on his face. Jifeng Sword Raining School, one of the 3 holy lands of East Island. It was the force with the longest history in the whole of East Island. In fact, among the 3 holy lands of martial arts in East Island, Tianhai Wuji, the current top expert of East Island, founded Wuji Palace. But in the hearts of the people in the Dark World, Jifeng Sword Raining School was actually much more difficult to deal with than Wuji Palace. No matter how amazing Tianhai Wuji was, Wuji Palace had been developing for a short time. What Tianhai Wuji left in Wuji Palace was the sabersmanship and the way of Wuji, which was his own martial arts. Although it was strong, it was not perfect because of its lack of foundation. But Jifeng Sword Raining School was the martial arts force with the longest history in East Island. It respected the sword, and Jifeng swordsmanship was a top unique technique that had been tempered by countless generations. After the Li family in Zhongzhou state was destroyed, Jifeng swordsmanship had been recognized as one of the fiercest swordsmanship in the dark world. When the 5 of them went deep into the mountain forest, they were set up and exposed before they could investigate. Next, they would have to face the encirclement and suppression of the experts of Jifeng sword training school and other forces. In addition to admitting that they were unlucky, Deep Dream and Sunset Shadow also prepared for the worst. Li Tianlan took Dongqing Rushi's hand and walked quickly. In the darkness, his eyes had narrowed tightly, sharp and cold. The mysterious assassin appeared at such a coincidental time. It could be said that he knew their operation like the back of his hand. Behind this ambush, there was an obvious aura of conspiracy. He took a deep breath and said in a deep voice, "Speed up. Now that you're here, do you still want to leave?" A soft voice rang out and instantly spread through most of the mountain forest. Sunset Shadow's figure suddenly stopped. Li Tianlan's pupils also contracted slightly. Behind them were endless pursuers, and right in front of them were 7 or 8 hazy and powerful figures. All of them were in the thunder-shocking realm. There were interceptions in front and pursuers behind. The whole mountain forest was vaguely like an inescapable net, completely surrounding Li Tianlan and the other 4 people. Chapter 211. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Under the gloomy night, one figure after another stepped out of the darkness and gradually became clear in front of Li Tianlan's eyes. Dressed in black clothes-fitting warrior suits and with long swords hanging from their waists, the 7 people were dressed in the same way and acted in the same way. The killing intent suddenly rose within a radius of hundreds of meters. Before they started fighting, the air in the nearby forest had begun to twist and fluctuate. When the eyes of the 2 sides met, everything they saw became blurred and clear. 7 thunder-shocking realm experts. Not only Li Tianlan, but also Deep Dream and Sunset Shadow felt their hearts sink. In the current situation of the dark world, no matter what battlefield they were on, any thunder-shocking realm expert could be said to be an absolute high-end force, and a half-step invincible realm expert was a deterrent killing weapon. As for invincible realm experts, which invincible realm expert didn't have too many inside stories. It was no exaggeration to say that a considerable part of the interests of the dark world were concentrated on each invincible realm expert. They were the real bigwigs, who were related to the fate of the country and the clan, and also held each other back. Such people would not take action at all unless it was a critical moment. On most occasions, the number of thunder-shocking realm experts of each force directly determined whether a force was strong or not. Because of this, Samsara Palace could maintain its imposing manner on many occasions. Among the 12 supermasters of Samsara, the weakest was an expert at the peak of the thunder-shocking realm. In the whole dark world, only a few forces, such as the Wang family of Beihai and the Vatican, could provide such a lineup. It might not be difficult for other forces to gather together 12 thunder-shocking realm experts, but to have 12 experts at the peak of the thunder-shocking realm was simply a pipe dream. Big Dipper. Wind Ghost. Deep Dream finally saw the faces of the 7 experts clearly. Her face suddenly changed, and her tone seemed to be a little bitter. Sunset Shadow's eyes were solemn, and he slowly stepped back. As soon as he stepped back, Li Tianlan, Dongqing Rushi, and Du Hanin also stepped back. Only Deep Dream stepped forward. In just a few seconds, the 5 people had changed their formation. Deep Dream and Sunset Shadow were at the forefront, Li Tianlan was in the middle, and Dongqing Rushi and Du Hanin were behind. The 2 top assassins of Sai City looked at each other. The seriousness and solemnity in their eyes had disappeared, leaving only determination. Long time no see, you two. The 7 thunder-shocking realm experts were not in a hurry, but the murderous intent in the air was almost solid. Among the 7 people, the man walking in the front glanced at Deep Dream and Sunset Shadow. A trace of surprise flashed in his eyes, which was immediately replaced by sharp killing intent. This was a man in his 40s. He was not fat, but because of his short height he looked a little bloated. He looked like a very amiable person, but at this moment, he was full of ferocity and violence similar to that of a beast. His Chinese was very fluent, and his pronunciation was perfect. I thought the so-called surprise would be an important figure in the Wang family of Beihai, but I didn't expect it to be Sai City. But it's good, no, it's very good. Surprise? Deep Dream and Sunset Shadow said in unison. The so-called surprise, of course, could only be given by others. This word contained too many things, but they couldn't think of who gave the Big Dipper such a surprise. The first deputy sect leader of Jifeng Sword Training School, codenamed the Big Dipper, was an expert of the half-step invincible realm, and not an ordinary one. Tianhai Wuji of Wuji Palace could be said to be the #1 person in martial arts in East Island, but the Big Dipper could be said to be the #1 person under several invincible realm grandmasters in East Island. This person was one of the most active people in the outside world in recent years. He had been famous for many years, and this period of time could be said to be his peak. 6 years ago, he fought with Firmament of the Wang family of Beihai in Dongdu and neither won nor lost. 4 years ago, he seriously injured the top assassin Drifting Cloud, known as one of the double walls of Sai City, at the border of Zhongzhou State. 4 years ago, he encountered tribulation in Snow Country and escaped unscathed. 2 years ago, he successfully sniped the general, the third super master of Samsara Palace in Wellington. Deep Dream and Sunset Shadow met the Big Dipper in Delin a year ago in Europe. The two joined forces and barely forced the Big Dipper to retreat. The Big Dipper's own achievements were enough to prove that he was a super expert who could stand side by side with Tribulation, Saint and Firmament. With his identity, if it weren't for the so-called surprise, he shouldn't have jumped out so eagerly, and he shouldn't even be in this village. Who on earth gave him today's surprise? There was a flash of deep thought in the eyes of Deep Dream and Sunset Shadow. The Big Dipper's surprise was undoubtedly their misfortune. Was there a mole around them who gave this surprise to the Big Dipper? Or an unknown enemy? Of course it's a surprise. The Big Dipper smiled. Instead of being peaceful, he looked more and more ferocious. His eyes skipped over Deep Dream and Sunset Shadow and fell directly on Li Tianlan. This young man is the biggest surprise. The faces of Deep Dream and Sunset Shadow changed dramatically. The Big Dipper had already stretched out his hand and pointed directly at Li Tianlan. Catch this young man. His voice was low, but there was a strange fire in his eyes. He said word by word. At all costs. His outstretched hand chopped down fiercely. Boom! In the violent roar, the air in front of the Big Dipper, which had been twisted to the extreme, suddenly exploded. A gust of wind rose. The dazzling blue lightning spread with the wind in an instant. Before the shadow of the Big Dipper waving his fingers disappeared, he had already crossed the distance of dozens of meters in one step, and went straight for Li Tianlan. He couldn't wait. Kill. The moment the Big Dipper approached, Deep Dream and Sunset Shadow, who had adjusted their state to the peak, took a step forward and broke out with all their strength without hesitation. Without adjusting or probing, they were almost in a desperate situation today. Jifeng Sword Training School was stationed in this village, and had endless reinforcements. They were alone. The longer they delayed, the more disadvantageous it would be for them. They had to kill their way out as soon as possible. The Big Dipper, who had the upper hand, would do whatever it took, so they had no way out. So final kill. As soon as the battle began, Deep Dream and Sunset Shadow had already used their strongest power and unique skills at all costs. The great power ran directly from inside to outside. Strands of blue lightning formed a light curtain in the blink of an eye in the gust of wind raised by the Big Dipper. The Big Dipper stepped forward. The gust of wind whistled with the lightning. Deep Dream and Sunset Shadow moved forward together. The light curtain fluctuated. In the twisted air, the lightning was like a tide. In an instant, the Big Dipper, who was the first to approach them, felt great danger. Sunset Shadow and Deep Dream had been completely surrounded by light and shadow. In the heavy light and shadow, the Big Dipper seemed to see that the two of them had never taken out their weapons at all. The two of them moved their hands at the same time. It seemed that they were making a seal. They had different fingers, but they had a completely complementary aura. This was a handprint that had never appeared in the dark world. It was strange and unfathomable. The Big Dipper's face changed dramatically. He had encountered and fought with Deep Dream and Sunset Shadow in Europe. At that time, although the two of them forced him to retreat, The Big Dipper thought that if he fought with all his strength, Deep Dream and Sunset Shadow would be no match for him. But at that time, the Big Dipper had never seen such complicated handprints on the two of them. 1 second? Or 2 seconds? The lightning on Deep Dream and Sunset Shadow became more and more dazzling. The handprints were ever-changing and instantly merged into one. There was only killing intent left between heaven and earth. It was like the purest will, cold, silent, violent and determined. Everything in the world turned into killing intent, and killing intent. This move was called all-embracing collection. This was the unique skill of Situt Songyue, the hidden god of Zhongzhou state, but it was also a unique skill that had never been seen in the world. It was not so much a move as half a move, because the person who passed the unique skill to Situt Songyue had only created half a move. The remaining half was completely supplemented by Situt Songyue based on the martial will displayed in that move. Deep Dream and Sunset Shadow vaguely knew the story of this unique skill, and they could even guess who had passed this move to Situt Songyue, because they could clearly perceive the sadness, pain, and love in Situt Songyue's eyes when she passed this move to them. She once said that the talented and promising chosen one had wanted to create a set of seals that could keep pace with the family's swordsmanship, a set of seals that far surpassed the Buddhist incantation of 9 words of the Great Soaring Temple, and a set of seals that could make people enter the invincible realm, or even break through the invincible realm. He tried to surpass his ancestors, to be truly invincible, and to look down on the world. However, he only created half a move of that set of seals, and then he died at the border. For many years, Situt Songyue had devoted almost all her attention to this unique skill. Based on the all-embracing collection, she kept exploring it by herself. Even Tribulation's Buddhist incantation of 9 words was greatly affected by this. Tribulation might not have the talent of that brilliant figure, but he had always inherited the will of that brilliant figure, and tried to make his Buddhist incantation of 9 words far surpass the Buddhist incantation of 9 words of the Great Soaring Temple. Who could have such an impact on Situt Songyue and Tribulation? Li Kuangtu. It could only be Li Kuangtu. At least half of the all-embracing collection belonged to the inheritance of the Li family. The most powerful sword intent was also the most powerful seal. The complicated handprints were completely integrated into one. In a split second, the entire forest was filled with light. A surging killing intent followed the movement of the heavens and earth, filling every corner of the forest. Lightning bolts shot out endlessly, like the surging sea, as if the heavens were falling and the earth was splitting. Within a radius of hundreds of meters, under the seal, it was all scorched earth. Sunset Shadow and Deep Dream's faces were pale, and blood was surging from the corners of their mouths. But their eyes were still cold, and they changed their gestures again. The second half of the all-embracing collection. Endless light suddenly began to condense, and the light curtain shrank. It was obvious that the two of them made a move, but all the light turned into an unimaginably huge thunderbolt. It was more than a thunderbolt. The place covered by the light was simply a world. The thunderbolt, with the terrifying power of heaven, was surging and mighty. The Big Dipper, whose face changed dramatically, made a move with all his strength. The long sword was unsheathed, but it was not an attack. The sharp snow-white peak swept through the forest. The wind howled in the forest, and the air was instantly twisted. In the nothingness, a gaseous wall, which was flashing with lightning and condensed to the extreme, appeared in an instant. The wind surged around the wall, spreading for hundreds of meters in the blink of an eye, blocking everything. This was the strongest defensive unique skill of the Jifeng sword raining school. The wall of gale. Boom. The thunderbolt, which was like a world, hit the wind wall hard like a torrent. It was just a second, but it seemed like a long time. The towering wall in front of them suddenly exploded, and the twisted air shot in all directions. But the violent thunderbolt completely covered the Big Dipper, and the 6 thundershocking realm experts behind him in an instant. Chapter 212. It was an unprecedented unique skill, and extremely surging power. The lightning brought by the all-embracing collection boiled in the night. It was a killing intent and ferocity that could obliterate everything. It was mighty and mighty. The wind wall that the Big Dipper had condensed with all his strength in an instant was completely torn apart at once. Not only him, but also the other 6 thundershocking realm experts who were a little behind him were sent flying at the same time under the overwhelming lightning. In addition to the lightning under the night sky, there was only the almost deafening thunder roaring and shaking wildly. The lightning destroyed everything, and the world trembled under the killing intent. A faint scream rang out, and was immediately drowned out by the hysterical thunder. The Big Dipper rushed to the front, but he retreated the fastest. Obviously, the others were not so lucky. The 6 thundershocking realm experts were stunned for a moment, and the one who retreated a little slower was directly swept into the tide-like torrent of lightning. As soon as the scream came out, his body had been completely shattered in the lightning along with a large number of trees and dust. The remaining 6 people, including the Big Dipper, were all scared out of their wits. They did not need any orders. As they retreated, 6 wind walls of different sizes had been formed in the air. The strong wind whistled, but before the airflow spread, it was directly smashed by the concentrated lightning. The air seemed to have disappeared. The endless lightning gathered together, like a light curtain, a torrent, or a sea, rising and falling. Wherever it passed, it almost formed a pseudo-domain. The 6 wind walls in front and behind were completely torn apart at once, covering everything in front of them. The joint attack of Deep Dream and Sunset Shadow was infinitely close to the real invincible realm. However, this attack severely injured the Big Dipper, and the 2 of them also paid a huge price. The raging power came from inside to outside. The more destructive power they caused, the more power they had to bear. This desperate attack was earth-shattering. In an instant, Li Tianlan felt that the strength of Sunset Shadow and Deep Dream had directly fallen from the peak of the Thundershocking realm to the Fire-Flaming realm, and their auras were unprecedentedly weak. The lightning went all the way forward. Deep Dream and Sunset Shadow, whose faces were pale and almost bloodless, did not hesitate to pull Li Tianlan and rush out of the forest in another direction. The roaring lightning rushed through the forest for hundreds of meters in the blink of an eye. In the blink of an eye, all the plants and ambushing soldiers in the forest were turned into ashes. The Big Dipper, who had been seriously injured before he made a move, looked ferocious. His whole body was filled with killing intent, and he was completely violent. The lightning that filled the sky finally stopped. However, the final battle had officially begun. "I'll go after him." In the forest that suddenly fell silent, a thin man beside the Big Dipper said. Then he suddenly chased after Li Tianlan, and the others like a gust of wind. He was Wind Ghost, one of the visiting professors of Jifeng Sword Raining School. His strength was far less than that of the Big Dipper, but his speed was second to none in Jifeng Sword Raining School. Even among all the people at the peak of the Thundershocking realm, he was one of the fastest. Big Dipper was in a mess, and his warrior uniform was almost completely torn apart. He had just taken a step forward when his face suddenly flushed red. Pooh! He spat out a mouthful of blood, and his powerful aura immediately began to decline. This was the most serious internal injury he had ever suffered in the Dark World, and it happened in his own territory. Intense resentment and anger twisted his chubby face. Big Dipper suddenly roared and chased after Wind Ghost, ignoring his injuries. The other 4 did not hesitate at all, and chased after Big Dipper. The 7 Thundershocking realm experts were all from Jifeng Sword Raining School. Except for the Big Dipper and Wind Ghost, the others had not reached the peak of the Thundershocking realm, but they were also real experts. These 7 people had now arrived in Changdao, representing most of the high-end combat capability of Jifeng Sword Raining School. Now they had lost 1 person before the official fight, and the others were more or less injured. Such a situation was simply a great shame. This kind of emotion was not anger, but hatred. When the lightning disappeared, everyone was desperately chasing after them, wishing they could skin Deep Dream and Sunset Shadow to vent their hatred. In this way, their strength was not the same, and the speed of the pursuit was inevitably different. The original neat formation was suddenly pulled apart. Although they noticed this situation, no one cared. Deep Dream and Sunset Shadow were seriously injured. For them, the most difficult person in the 5-member group now was Li Tianlan, who was known as the young heavenly sun in Zhongzhou State. He was also the most important goal of their trip. Except for Li Tianlan, the others were nothing to be afraid of. But even so, Wind Ghost and Big Dipper were still extremely cautious. After going 800 meters in the direction of Li Tianlan's retreat, and seeing no trace, they deliberately slowed down. After a while, the Big Dipper gradually approached. A few seconds later, the other 4 experts at the peak of the thunder-shocking realm also appeared within the support distance of the two. The 6 people kept a safe distance and moved forward together. On the periphery of the forest, a large number of elites were all gathered and began to search in the forest. After a fierce battle, there was often an oppressive silence. The periphery of the forest was lit up and noisy, but the route where Li Tianlan and the others retreated was dead silent. Only the footsteps of the Big Dipper and Wind Ghost echoed in the forest. "They can't have gone far," the Big Dipper said in a cold tone. "Deep Dream and Sunset Shadow are seriously injured. No matter how fast Li Tianlan is, it's impossible for him to run here with 4 people without being discovered. We've found the wrong position. I didn't find any traces left by them changing directions. In this situation, they don't have time to do a lot of things." Wind Ghost, who was at the forefront, glanced around, shook his head, and said in a hoarse voice, "I suggest we continue to chase them." "Does it make sense?" the Big Dipper asked and said lightly, "The joint attack of Deep Dream and Sunset Shadow is infinitely close to the invincible realm. If this kind of power can hurt me, they won't be much better off. We've wasted no more than 10 seconds. During this time, they have rushed out a distance of 100 or 200 meters at most. With the speed of your Wind Ghost, you can see their traces after chasing them for 500 meters at most." Now, he hadn't finished his words, but the meaning he wanted to express was completely clear. If they had changed directions to escape, it's impossible not to leave a flaw. But I've been chasing them all the way and found nothing. Wind Ghost shook his head. If they hadn't changed directions or followed this path. His voice suddenly stopped, and a conjecture that even he felt absurd suddenly came to his mind. The Big Dipper and Wind Ghost looked at each other. Clap! A light sound suddenly came from 20 or 30 meters ahead, but it sounded like thunder in the ears of the Big Dipper and Wind Ghost. "Watch out!" The two turned around at the same time and rushed to the 4 thunder-shocking realm experts behind them. If they didn't change directions or escape along this path, the only possibility was that they didn't intend to run at all. Ambush. Would Deep Dream and Sunset Shadow bring a powerful young heavenly sun to ambush and kill them when their combat capability was seriously insufficient, and the strongest 2 were seriously injured? Neither the Big Dipper nor Wind Ghost thought it was possible, but now it seemed to be the most likely. So the Big Dipper and Wind Ghost turned around at the same time, wanting to gather with their own people as soon as possible. There was no sound in the mountain forest. The Big Dipper, who had turned around, suddenly felt relieved. What he worried most was that they would be assassinated by Deep Dream and Sunset Shadow before they were prepared. Now the 4 people behind them were in good condition, and he had already warned them. All 3 parties were at a safe distance. It would only take a few seconds for the 6 of them to completely gather. But at the moment when the Big Dipper felt relieved, a cold but condensed killing intent suddenly broke out silently. Deep Dream, Sunset Shadow. One after the other, 2 tiny and somewhat ridiculous thunderbolts lit up in front of them. One thunderbolt pierced the Big Dipper's chest, and the other pierced the back of the Big Dipper's head. The tiny and dim thunderbolts moved extremely fast, intertwining and spreading rapidly in the gloomy night. The figures of Sunset Shadow and Deep Dream almost instantly approached the Big Dipper in a flash. A shocking change occurred. The killing intent that had been brewing and suppressed to the extreme suddenly burst out in the most unscrupulous way. This was an assassination, and it was also a desperate fight, because there was no way out for this ambush. The 2 sharp daggers were like 2 rays of flowing light. The moment they lit up, the dazzling sharpness had reached the Big Dipper's chest and back along with the dim thunderbolts. At the moment of life and death, the Big Dipper suddenly roared, and the thunderbolts all over his body burst out wildly. The dazzling light met the 2 faint rays of Deep Dream and Sunset Shadow. The dark mountain forest suddenly became as bright as day, and the light and killing intent soared into the sky. Sunset Shadow's determination and Deep Dream's elegance were drowned in the sharp light and killing intent and completely disappeared. After all, the Big Dipper miscalculated one thing. In other words, the 7 Thundershocking Realm experts all miscalculated one thing. They seriously underestimated the combat capability of Dongqing Rushi and Du Hanin. A genius of Jade Pool, a 19-year-old expert at the peak of the fire-flaming realm, was enough to be in existence that no one could be careless on this battlefield. But before the Battle of Kyoto, she fled with Li Beitian, Ning Qiancheng, and the others and never made a move. Even if she wanted to draw her sword at a critical moment, it was suppressed by a mysterious expert. East Island might know Dongqing Rushi's name, but they knew very little about her combat capability. She was a mysterious genius who had been wandering between the Dongqing clan and Jade Pool since she was a child. She was a stranger to Zhongzhou State, let alone East Island. And Du Hanin was also unknown. Her wind vein had changed. After coming to East Island, she returned to the fire-flaming realm, and a few days ago, she broke through the stabilization phase of the fire-flaming realm and became a new expert at the peak of the fire-flaming realm. Du Hanin could also be said to be a talent with great development potential, but with the destruction of the Du family, she was killed before she could grow up. After a few years of silence, she rose again. East Island naturally didn't have her information, but whether it was her or Dongqing Rushi, their combat capability was beyond doubt. The Big Dipper and Wind Ghost took it for granted that their strength was ordinary. In their expectation, since it was an ambush, then the 5 people, including Deep Dream, Sunset Shadow and Li Tianlan, were most likely to ambush the 4 relatively weak Thundershocking Realm experts behind them. After killing them, they would join hands to fight against him and Wind Ghost. This was the safest speculation, but it was also the most wrong speculation. In a real high-end battle, one wrong step would lead to a desperate situation. At this moment, the seriously injured Deep Dream and Sunset Shadow broke out with all their strength to assassinate the Big Dipper. But the 2 experts at the peak of the fire-flaming realm were ambushing 4 Thundershocking Realm experts, which was ridiculous. Li Tianlan alone ambushed Wind Ghost, who was considered a strong expert among the experts at the peak of the Thundershocking Realm. This was the Dark World. In the general trend, no one could relax, and no one dared to relax. The calmness of one moment seemed to always be brewing the danger of the next second. Crisis, blood, life and death battles, and predicaments were eternal themes. Who could relax? Who could be calm? Dongqing Rushi and Du Hanin couldn't. Deep Dream, Sunset Shadow, and the Big Dipper couldn't. The 4 Thundershocking Realm experts couldn't. Neither could Li Tianlan or Wind Ghost. If they relaxed a little less, they might end up dead. Wind Ghost turned around, and he suddenly took back the step that he had taken. At the same time as Sunset Shadow and Deep Dream jumped up, Li Tianlan also appeared in front of him. Black clothes, silver swords, and shocking killing intent. 3 shadows surrounded Wind Ghost in the center. Even Li Tianlan's real body, the exact same posture, the exact same killing intent. Shadow formula. The 14 blades slaughter. In the history of the Li family, this sword had killed experts of the invincible realm. Li Tianlan had used this sword to kill the Prince of East Island. Today, this sword could also kill someone at the peak of the Thundershocking Realm. In front of Jifeng Sword Raining School, which was famous for its fierce and violent sword intent, the Li family's sword light and sword intent were still brilliant. 3 shadows and Li Tianlan himself all appeared in front of Wind Ghost. Li Tianlan had to move forward. The sudden change had just occurred, but the killing intent was already vivid. In a hurry, this was a desperate ambush. There was no stalemate, only the outbreak, the extreme outbreak. After a moment, when the sword light subsided, when the lightning went out, was it a desperate situation? Or a way out? Li Tianlan didn't want to think about it. He could only move forward, not back. Chapter 213. In the blink of an eye, the ambush had just begun, but it had already reached the end of life and death. Silent, fierce, crazy. The shadows of swords and sabers flashed and rose in the forest. Thunder and raging fire filled the air. The pursuit and escape had turned into a life-and-death battle within 10 seconds. The battle in the dark world had never had so many rules and regulations. Killing the enemy with the most powerful force in the shortest time was enough to sum up everything. In this world without benevolence, righteousness, and morality, life and death were the only two extreme truths. Perhaps because of this, many people regarded the Wang family of Beihai in Zhongzhou State as the strongest force in the dark world. It was not only because of the ranking of Zhongzhou Sword Emperor Wang Tianzong in the divine list, but also because of the martial arts inheritance of the Wang family of Beihai. For hundreds of years, no matter how the martial arts of the Wang family of Beihai changed, the true meaning they pursued remained the same. That was eruption. They could give up on defense, speed, and strength. They could give up on everything, but they would never give up on the pursuit of extreme explosive power. Whether it was Wang Tianzong or an ordinary expert of the Wang family of Beihai, they could completely vent all their combat capability in the shortest time and destroy all the obstacles in front of them. Their instantaneous outburst did not belong to any top assassin, and their continuous outburst made everyone feel desperate. The Wang family of Beihai could have its current status not because of Wang Tianzong. In the final analysis, it was only because of 3 words. That was explosive power. Absolute explosive force might not determine a person's achievements in martial arts, but it could definitely improve a person's combat capability to the greatest extent. Experts from the Wang family of Beihai, no matter how strong or weak their real strength was, were experts when they went all out. At the very least, they were stronger than most experts in the same realm. Among all the martial arts forces in Zhongzhou State, Jade Pool was the one most influenced by the Wang family of Beihai's martial arts. The Jade Pool's martial arts extended from the most basic 3 sword storms to the 7 sword styles, which were the main sword essences. The sword essences of different sword storms and sword styles were also different. It looked like there were many different styles, but more than half of the Jade Pool's 7 unique skills pursued explosive power. Dongqing Wudi, the god of massacre of Zhongzhou State, mainly practiced the 9 heavens wind and thunder sword. Su Chu specialized in the wind and thunder howling sword art. Dongqing Rushi majored in the peerless myriad sword. Its core essence was the pursuit of extreme explosive power. Because of this, Dongqing Rushi, who held the famous sword of Jade Pool, Silence, gave everyone a huge surprise as soon as she made her move. Lightning and raging fire intertwined. At the moment when everyone's eyes were filled with light and shadow, Dongqing Rushi, who made a move 1 second earlier than Du Hanin, suddenly shook the long sword in her hand. The Silence sword suddenly began to tremble slightly. Even though the sword was not unsheathed, the cold sword essence was already hovering in the air. The 4 Thundershocking Realm experts hadn't realized what was going on, but it didn't mean that they couldn't react. The moment Dongqing Rushi appeared in their sight, the 4 of them drew their swords at the same time out of instinct. Hurricane Slash. The Jifeng sword raining school was the most basic technique, but it was also the most important technique. For slender swords suddenly stabbed forward. It was the simplest movement, but as the blade of the sword advanced, a sudden gust of wind blew in the forest. The sword light was like thunder, and the whole battlefield was instantly filled with 4 deep and dangerous blue lights. Dongqing Rushi's figure had already risen into the air. Before the 4 blue sword lights covered her with the gust of wind, her figure had already flown directly into the night sky covered by trees. The Silent sword was violently civilized. The sword body wrapped in the scabbard looked simple and solemn, but at this time, the whole sword body was strangely filled with a layer of clear light. The clear light spread softly in the sky. Dongqing Rushi's figure flew higher and higher, becoming blurred in the air. Only the clear light was still spreading. It was like a bright moon in the sky. Extremely slow, but also extremely fast. Just in the blink of an eye, the blue light in the air suddenly brightened. The clear sword essence was instantly stained with the orange flame. The fire kept falling, one after another. There was a faint sound of thunder in the air. Dongqing Rushi's blurred figure suddenly became clear. She held the sword with both hands and stabbed down. The fire fell. The figure fell. The sharp sword and the sharp eyes. But it was with the concentration of the whole sky. The starting movement of the heavenly flying fairy sword. The sword essence of the peerless myriad sword. Without any reservation, Dongcheng Rushi broke out to the extreme. The falling fire in the air merged and solidified under Dongcheng Rushi. The fire shot everywhere, and the hot temperature swept across the sky. A giant sword with a length of hundreds of meters suddenly took shape in the air. The giant sword was surrounded by the fire. It followed Dongcheng Rushi to stab down. Looking from a distance, it seemed that Dongcheng Rushi was pushing a giant sword that was countless times larger than her body in the high sky, killing everything below. Silence was not out of the scabbard, but Dongcheng Rushi, who was trying her best, had already used the sword essence outside the scabbard of silence to the extreme. The huge force hurt her body, but it also made her sword directly break through the extreme of the fire-flaming realm. Disperse! The four thundershocking realm experts below did not hesitate or panic in the face of the soaring sword. The leader gave a low shout, and the four of them began to move. Du Hanin, who was 1 second later than Dongcheng Rushi, rushed to the four of them almost at the same time. The two sabers in her hands were shining, and she made full use of the mutated wind vein. In the blink of an eye, Du Hanin's speed had reached the extreme. She waved the sabers with all her strength at the peak of the fire-flaming realm. The saber energy broke through the air. The four thundershocking realm experts seemed to be attacked at the same time, and they suddenly stopped moving when they wanted to disperse. The giant sword surrounded by fire fell from the air with a loud bang. In the explosive sound that sounded like an earthquake, all the trees within a radius of 100 meters rose into the sky in the raging fire. Dongcheng Rushi, Du Hanin, and the four thundershocking realm experts disappeared on the horizon and fell directly into the deep pit that was blasted by the sword. The deafening sound almost attracted everyone's attention. The Big Dipper instinctively glanced at the fire. On the battlefield surrounded by fire, the moment they fell, he clearly saw Du Hanin's figure jump into the center of the fire. Her figure was spinning wildly like a top, and the cold and sharp blade was like a flower in full bloom in the fire, with the light of death. The Big Dipper suddenly roared. The short sabers of Deep Dream and Sunset Shadow had already reached his back. In a split second, his figure jerked to one side. Two saber lights brushed past his body, leaving two deep bloody marks on his body. The figure of the Big Dipper rushed to the sky. The short sabers of Deep Dream and Sunset Shadow collided with each other and slashed upward at the same time. A flash of dazzling blue lightning instantly bloomed between the two sabers and directly turned into a natural arc, sweeping toward the Big Dipper's body with endless sharpness and killing intent. At this critical moment, the lightning all over the Big Dipper's body was almost concentrated to the limit. To everyone's surprise, he did not fight back. He even directly left Sunset Shadow and Deep Dream, and did not check the situation of the four thundershocking realm experts behind him. His body shook violently in the air, and in an instant, he directly pounced on Li Tianlan. Regardless of everything, even if he had to bear the full blow of Deep Dream and Sunset Shadow, even if he fell to the thundershocking realm, even if he would die, he still rushed toward Li Tianlan. This person was a key figure in Zhongzhou State. Whether he died or was captured alive, it was enough to change the overall situation. So there was no turning back. The Big Dipper drew his sword. A storm rose and whistled above the tip of his sword. Closer. Even closer. 20 meters. No. Behind him, the frightened voices of Deep Dream and Sunset Shadow rang out. The Big Dipper's eyes suddenly lit up. At such a close distance, if he and Wind Ghost joined forces, any bullshit young heavenly son would definitely die. Behind him, a bolt of lightning that seemed to be formed by nature whizzed and directly smashed the wind wall behind him, fiercely striking his back. Blood gushed from the corners of the Big Dipper's mouth. Wherever the lightning raged, his body had almost completely cracked, revealing the ghastly white bones. But his palm holding the sword was still stable. The long sword swept across. The gale rushed out of the tip of his sword in an instant with the lightning. The lightning entangled in the wind and shone brightly, like a raging tornado of thunder. Li Tianlan looked back in a hurry and had no time to react. The tornado had hit him hard, and the violent wind shook his body in an instant, sending him high into the sky. The sword light lit up again. Wind Ghost drew the sword. The moment Li Tianlan was blown away, Wind Ghost's body appeared directly above Li Tianlan's head with the wind. The blade chopped down. The bright sword light penetrated the gale, and suddenly triggered the thunder. Wind Ghost's figure looked unrestrained and relaxed in the air, but every sword move was full of extreme sharpness and violence. Jifeng Sword Raining. The ultimate unique skill of Jifeng Sword Raining School. The sword light danced in the wind with the thunder. Li Tianlan's body rose into the air. As Wind Ghost chopped down with his sword again and again, Li Tianlan's body was completely out of balance under the sharp sword intent and the extremely ingenious power. He couldn't land in the gale and thunder. The Big Dipper, who was almost covered in blood, shook the long sword, and the second gale suddenly rose. The Big Dipper laughed wildly. Just as he was about to move forward, his whole body suddenly floated uncontrollably. The Big Dipper's face changed dramatically, and he suddenly looked back. In his sight, Deep Dream was still rushing forward, but Sunset Shadow had stopped where he was. He quickly made a gesture with his hands, and his aura soared in an instant. The Big Dipper was looking at Sunset Shadow. Sunset Shadow was also looking at the Big Dipper. There was only firmness in his eyes. Young Governor must not die. His hands made a gesture and finally stopped. Sunset Shadow. Deep Dream's scream was unprecedentedly shrill. She knew the last move of Sunset Shadow. It was the last move that even she didn't know. Or rather, it was half a move. This half move was called immortality. Chapter 214. Among all the assassins in Sai City, Sunset Shadow was a relatively unknown figure. He had joined Sai City for the shortest time, and spent the least time in Mount Taibai. He was low-key, gentle, and taciturn. The only thing that impressed people was his strength at the peak of the thunder-shocking realm. As his partner, Deep Dream often felt that she didn't know Sunset Shadow. This top assassin, who had been trusted deeply since he joined Sai City 5 years ago, spent most of his time doing his own thing in silence, killing, observing, and learning. He didn't look cold-blooded and liked to laugh, but he rarely spoke. Deep Dream never denied the tacit understanding between her and him, but this tacit understanding often came from Sunset Shadow's own cooperation. Deep Dream didn't know what he was thinking, what he wanted, and what he wanted to pursue. In their many communications, Sunset Shadow never talked about this. In the beginning, Deep Dream always felt that Sunset Shadow's character was most in line with Sai City's concept of standing aloof from the world. But as they worked together for a long time, she could clearly feel the silent obsession in her partner's heart. As for what this obsession was, Deep Dream still didn't know until today. In terms of strength, Deep Dream was confident that she could beat Sunset Shadow by a little bit, but she knew very well that in terms of status in Sai City, she was one level lower than Sunset Shadow. Before Li Tianlan appeared, Tribulation was the deputy governor of Sai City. Cool Breeze and Drifting Cloud were known as the twin pillars of Sai City. If nothing changed, after Situt Songyue, the position of governor would definitely fall on Tribulation. But the candidate for deputy governor was not Cool Breeze and Drifting Cloud, but Sunset Shadow. He was the only candidate. This alone was enough to show his importance in the hearts of Situt Songyue and Tribulation. Even if Li Tianlan became the young governor of Sai City now, after some changes that Sai City didn't want to see, Sunset Shadow would still become one of the most important figures in Sai City. Therefore, when Situt Songyue imparted the Myriad Daos collection to the two of them, she also taught Sunset Shadow the other half of a unique skill. This seal was called immortality. But even Situt Songyue couldn't figure out the artistic conception and force exertion method in this half move. So for many years, she had only mastered this half move. This half style symbolized power, status, and responsibility. Deep Dream didn't know how terrifying this half move of immortality was. But for many years, Situt Songyue, who had been in the invincible realm, and even entered the divine list, couldn't figure out the half move. It itself had a kind of power that no one dared to underestimate. This move was definitely not weaker than their combined move, Myriad Daos Collect. In fact, it might even be stronger. The Myriad Dao all-encompassing net required the two of them to work together, but Sunset Shadow was activating half of the Undying Seal alone. What would the result be? Above the ninth heaven, wind and thunder surged. Violent winds and lightning filled the entire battlefield. Wind Ghost had already gone all out. Li Tianlan's figure could not land in the gale. Wind Ghost's sword and the lightning met in the air. Every time he chopped, a large piece of lightning penetrated the gale. Thunder rolled high in the sky, and the thunder was like rain or waterfall. In an instant, Li Tianlan's figure was drowned in it, like a divine punishment. Flesh and blood splattered in the air. Li Tianlan had no choice but to resist in silence. But Sunset Shadow, who was not far away, looked more and more determined. The half of the undying seal had been completed. The figure of the Big Dipper seemed to be suspended in the vacuum, floating uncontrollably, struggling in vain. But the body of Wind Ghost was still in the air in his sight. Thousands of sword lights poured down wildly, bringing a lot of blood. A trace of regret flashed through Sunset Shadow's eyes. His emotions seemed to be a little complicated in a trance. The world-shaking unique skill of Jifeng Sword Raining School, Jifeng Sword Raining School, was known as the fiercest and most violent unique skill of sword intent in the Dark World. The last leader of Jifeng Sword Raining School had a decisive battle with an invincible realm expert many years ago, and this move had blossomed with unparalleled light. That decisive battle took place about 20 years ago. It was one of the shortest decisive battles of the invincible realm in recent decades. At that time, the leader of Jifeng Sword Raining School only used 2 moves. The first move was the most basic Fierce Wind Cut. After the Fierce Wind Cut, the invincible realm expert was directly swept into the sky by the wind, and then he was greeted by Jifeng Sword Raining School. From beginning to end, in less than a minute, the sword intent poured down wildly, layer upon layer, like a surging river. The invincible realm expert lost his balance, and was chopped to death in the air without even fighting back. And that battle did not help the Grandmaster of Jifeng Sword Raining School, but the reputation of this world-shaking unique skill. Of course, the unique skill of Jifeng Sword Raining School was not invincible. The most important thing was to avoid the wind brought by the fierce wind cut. All the unique skills of Jifeng Sword Raining School needed the help of wind to exert their greatest power. How could they control the sword when there was no wind? But now the Big Dipper launched a sneak attack regardless of his identity. Li Tianlan was directly swept into the air by the wind, and Wind Ghost controlled the sword in person. In such a situation, any expert under the half-step invincible realm could only fight with brute force. This was a young heavenly son who had been invested too much hope and obsession by Sai City. How could Sunset Shadow let him fight with brute force? How could he bear to let him fight with brute force? A touch of blue suddenly flashed in Sunset Shadow's resolute and clear eyes, and the half-style of the undying seal in his hands suddenly shook. Heaven and earth fell silent in an instant. With Sunset Shadow as the center, a circle of air waves visible to the naked eye suddenly rose in the forest. The air waves spread rapidly and suddenly filled the forest for hundreds of meters. The wind stopped. The lightning disappeared. Not far away, the flames were extinguished and the sword light stopped. Deep Dream's scream stopped abruptly. She opened her mouth, but she could not make any sound. The world was silent. At this moment, the area with a radius of hundreds of meters suddenly became the purest vacuum. She could not attack, move, or breathe. All her movements were completely frozen. And then she floated up. Invincible realm. It was not a pseudo-domain, but a real domain of the invincible realm. Whether it was the Big Dipper or Wind Ghost, there was only fear in their eyes. The unique skill of Jifeng Sword Raining School was completely shattered by the vacuum. The moment the Big Dipper lost control of his body, Sunset Shadow shot out from his domain. All the bones in his body were shattering amidst the violent vibrations, turning into dust and powder. But his eyes were still calm. In an almost eternal moment, he looked at Li Tianlan. There was relief, emotion, and sigh in his eyes. His name was Sunset Shadow, but none of the people present knew him. His surname was also Li. They didn't need to know. Li Tianji. In the last afterglow of his life, Sunset Shadow murmured his name and rushed directly to the Big Dipper, whose eyes were filled with horror. The vacuum shook wildly. The center of the collision between the two shone with brilliant and dazzling lightning. Wherever the light passed, everything turned into dust. The bodies of the Big Dipper and Sunset Shadow disappeared completely. leaving only a large amount of dust floating in the air. Shadow. Deep Dream's shrill scream finally rang out. The word sunset was cut off before the void was formed, so the last word sounded extremely shrill. The vacuum dissipated. Li Tianlan, who suddenly fell, ignored the blood all over his body and instantly leaped over Wind Ghost. Wind Ghost, who moved almost at the same time as him, suddenly raised his head. The sword edge whistled. Fierce wind cut. A violent gust of wind blew toward Li Tianlan along with the raised sword edge. Li Tianlan had been prepared. His figure flashed and directly switched places with the shadow. The bright and dazzling light bloomed directly on the edge of the human emperor sword in his hands. And the killing intent was overwhelming. Wind Ghost turned around abruptly. In his sight, Li Tianlan's figure had disappeared. There was only sword shadow in the whole world. Infinite light danced fiercely, accompanied by sparks that were compressed to the extreme. A 100-meter-long giant sword took shape directly in the light. The sword edge vibrated, and the giant sword, like a phantom, crossed the distance of dozens of meters and instantly appeared in front of Wind Ghost. The sword edge could break everything. Wind Ghost had no time to react at all, and the sword edge, which was several meters high, directly hit his chest. The giant sword moved forward, carrying Wind Ghost's body directly across the sky hundreds of meters high. The infinite sword intent completely tore his body apart, and sparks burst out, directly burning his body into ashes. This was not a unique technique belonging to the Li family. An extreme outbreak. This was the unique technique of the Wang family of Beihai. Sword of Emperor Path. Li Tianlan had landed. His expression was still calm, and his aura was weak, but his eyes were unprecedentedly bright. The sharpness that he had restrained to the extreme burst out of his body without reservation. At this moment, Li Tianlan's every move was with a kind of blazing, almost dazzling style, almost perfect. The giant sword leaped and disappeared in the air. In the deep pit that was blasted out by the sword, an incredible scream suddenly rang out. Dongcheng Rushi's figure rushed out of the sky again. Heavenly Fairy, an expert of the thunder-shocking realm of Jifeng's sword-raining school, staggered out of the deep pit and fell to the ground after just 2 steps. In his chest, a scarlet crystal-clear dagger was slightly trembling, and the hilt, which was carved with countless complicated golden patterns, was full of blood. Lovesickness was stained with blood. At the same time, under the night sky, at Changdao International Airport, a beautiful woman in white whose age could not be guessed walked out of the airport hall with some cold people. She wore a long white dress, a green bracelet, a long sword on her back, and a dagger on her waist. The simple dress was obvious at a glance, but there was a sense of unreal beauty and illusion. The woman walked quietly, with empty and numb eyes, like a lifeless walking corpse. The airport was heavily guarded. Countless soldiers and elites of the special warfare system were patrolling and searching in the airport. Once they found anything suspicious, they would intercept it immediately. The woman in white walked past a pair of special policemen, as if there was no one else around. The faint fragrance wafted in the air. The special policemen sniffed subconsciously and looked around blankly, but they saw nothing. A number of luxury buses were parked in front of the airport hall, and on the screen on the wall was a map of the whole territory of East Island. The woman stood in front of the door and looked up. In her sight, every city on the map of East Island appeared in front of her. She stood quietly, and her eyes wandered. Quietly, she stopped in the Ninghu area. The woman's empty and numb eyes suddenly had a little more fluctuation, like a dream, with a kind of mistiness that could make all living things fall. Time passed slowly. The gloomy night was still the same. After a long time, the woman moved. She took a deep look at the Ninghu area and turned around silently. Her snow-white hand subconsciously grasped the dagger hanging on her waist. It was a scarlet dagger that was almost crystal clear. It was gorgeous and exquisite, with fine and elegant golden patterns spreading over the dagger. It looked complicated and mysterious. The woman grasped the dagger tightly. Her originally weak body seemed to have gained a little more strength, and her walking pace also became slightly faster. While walking, she took off the dagger, put it in front of her eyes, and pulled it out of the scabbard. The fine golden patterns on the scarlet and transparent blade were more complicated and elegant. Near the hilt, two deep traditional Chinese characters were still as clear as yesterday, even after so many years. Forgetting each other. Yearning and forgetting each other. The woman's eyes were blurred and dazed, and eventually became completely empty and numb. She put away the dagger and walked straight ahead, without looking back. She couldn't look back, because she had no choice. This was Changdao. From the moment she set foot on this land, or perhaps even before, she already knew that in this life, she would have to apologize to a second person for the second time. The sky was quiet, and the sky was full of stars. The night was long. In the darkest time of the night, the dawn was approaching. There was night. Chapter 215. Even nonentities had their own pursuits. There was no absolute detachment from worldly affairs in this world. Times were changing, things were changing, the general trend was rising and falling, and the storm was turbulent. In the secular world, as long as one was alive, there would be more or less right and wrong and cause and effect. The biggest difference was nothing more than the distance from right and wrong. The Lin clan in Switzerland, a family that was extremely strange to most experts, was undoubtedly the farthest family from right and wrong in the dark world. For hundreds of years, this family, which clearly had the power to turn the world upside down in the general trend, was willing to keep a low profile, and had been living in an ordinary city in Switzerland, far away from right and wrong, quietly watching the ups and downs of the dark world. They had always existed, but almost never existed. This was a life that most people could not understand. It was a life full of absolute freedom, carefree, neither advancing nor retreating. When a family had money that could not be spent for hundreds or thousands of years, and they did not care about power and status, what else could they do in their daily lives? Apart from eating, drinking, and playing, it seemed that there was only eating, drinking, and playing. The Lin clan was a very strange family. It was very large and also very small. Hundreds of years of inheritance had given birth to one branch after another in this family, and these branches decreased one by one with the passage of time. But this was not because they were destroyed by others, but because the Lin clan was constantly divided within itself. For hundreds of years, even the patriarch of the Lin clan did not know how much money he had. This kind of life of squandering and doing nothing at will was not liked by everyone. Over time, in this kind of overly comfortable environment, some incredible things would naturally happen. Some people in the Lin clan loved to travel. In the last generation, there was a couple from a side branch who left the Lin clan to travel with their 6-year-old child. Then the travel became a trip, and they left for decades. It was not until 3 years ago that they returned to Switzerland. Some people in the Lin clan loved to collect, so they built a collection museum with their own money. Decades later, the collection museum had become a magical place that was comparable to any large museum in the world. Some people in the Lin clan liked to do business. Some people in the Lin clan liked to fight for hegemony. This was a family that had never had any differences. The so-called side branches and direct descendants were completely equal in the Lin clan. It was no exaggeration to say that everyone in this family could do whatever they wanted when they were really bored. Money? Yes. They could get as much as they wanted and give them whenever they wanted. The wealth that everyone liked really became waste paper that could be wasted at will here. These waste papers contain the ambitions and hobbies of generations of the Lin clan, which made the Lin clan constantly divided. It was division. The Lin clan never entered the secular world, but they did not oppose entering it either. Generation after generation of the Lin clan continued to develop, and the restless guys in each generation would get enough money and shelter to leave the Lin clan to expand in the outside world. The people of the Lin clan were all over the world, forming one Lin family after another. Today, the Lin family, which had split off hundreds of years ago, had already cut off all ties with the Lin clan in Switzerland. It could even be said that they were two different forces. Only some of the branches that had split off in the past 100 years understood that they came from the same place. They supported each other and continued to grow. At the same time, they maintained almost no connection with the Lin clan. A few people noticed this. So in their eyes, the Lin clan, or the Lin clan alliance, which developed in the outside world, was the Lin clan. But only a few people knew that these were just the branches that had split off from the Lin clan. And the real Lin clan had always been in Switzerland, in the worry-free villa at the foot of Worry-Free Mountain in Switzerland. Worry-Free Mountain was located in the northeast of Geneva, with a radius of 50 miles. It was the property of the Lin clan. Worry-Free Villa was said to be a villa, but in fact, it was comparable to an exquisite and prosperous small city. The scenery was pleasant, magnificent, and charming. It could be said to be a real worry-free place. As a member of the Lin clan, as long as he didn't want to think too much, everyone could indeed be carefree for the rest of his life. But as the patriarch of the Lin clan, as the real core figure of the Lin clan, could he really be carefree in his long life? At 9 o'clock in the morning, the quiet and tranquil Wolfrey Heights gradually regained its vitality. When the bored and free people of the Lin clan began to enjoy a new day, a helicopter slowly rose into the sky with the whistling sound of the rotors, bathed in the sunshine of the new day and quickly went away. Lin Fengting, who had returned from Zhongzhou State with his daughter for only a few months, sat in the specially modified cabin and silently looked at the scenery outside the window. His expression was soft, but there was a touch of contemplation in his eyes. "Is the news accurate?" Very abruptly, he opened his mouth and asked. His voice was steady and casual, but there was an obvious seriousness and even solemnity in his words. "It's accurate." Sitting opposite Lin Fengting was a young man in his 20s. He was slender, and his face was 70% similar to Lin Fengting's. They were both handsome and tough. He wore a white casual suit and sat quietly opposite Lin Fengting. He was soft and warm, without any aggression. He looked at Lin Fengting with undisguised intimacy in his eyes. "Dad, I've seen it myself. There is indeed a sword mark that I feel is very familiar at the scene, and there are also traces left by a murderous weapon. It's just that the area is too desolate. For the time being, we can't determine the time when the battle took place, but it was at least 3 years ago." Lin Fengting nodded. The light in his eyes was deep and calm. "Is it the Shadow the Ripper?" The Shadow the Ripper. It was one of the 12 murderous weapons in the Dark World. It was also the only murderous weapon whose specific trace could not be determined in the Dark World in recent years. 30 years ago, the Shadow the Ripper once belonged to India, a superpower of Hung State. At that time, the ruler of India, Long Xiang, an expert of the invincible realm, had the heavenly king heart and the exquisite bone. He was known as the first expert of Hung State, holding the Shadow the Ripper, and had the ambition to conquer all of Asia. However, India invaded Zhongzhou State at its most glorious time. At that time, Li Honghe, the god of war of Zhongzhou State, took action in person, and the 24 moves of sword of the Li family roared on the border. The battle lasted a day and a night, from Zhongzhou State directly to Hung State. Li Honghe entered Hung State alone, chased for more than 400 miles, and finally killed Long Xiang, the first expert of Hung State. The murderous weapon, the Shadow the Ripper, disappeared from that day until today. Lin Fengting and the Lin clan themselves did not have much interest in the Shadow the Ripper. However, 19 years ago, with the destruction of the Li family, Li Guangtu's treason, and the destruction of the Li family's murderous weapon, the Infinite Sky, a trace of obsession gradually appeared in the Lin clan. Since Lin Fengting took charge of the Lin clan, he had been investigating clues about the Shadow the Ripper. The conflict with the Vatican a few years ago was mostly because of this reason. However, there were too many rumors about this murderous weapon, true and false. Lin Fengting searched many times but found nothing. However, in his heart, this had become an obsession, so he had never given up for many years. It was not until yesterday that the Lin clan's branches in the outside world finally locked a trace of the Shadow the Ripper again. Lin Yuxian, Lin Fengting's eldest son, rushed to the scene to investigate in person. As a result, he accidentally found another sword mark that felt very familiar to him. Lin Yuxian rushed back to Worry-Free Heights overnight and told Lin Fengting about it. Then, without any delay, the father and son took a helicopter to the border between Switzerland and Germany again. Most murderous weapons have owners. Every time they move, there will be intelligence from all sides, But there is no news at the border this time. It should not belong to any murderous weapon that has an owner now, so it is very likely to be the Shadow the Ripper. Father, you have to see it in person to be sure. Lin Yuxian shook his head, hesitated, and told the truth. Lin Fengting nodded, looked at his eldest son whose eyes were red, and said softly, "You've worked hard. Are you tired these 2 days?" "I'm fine." Lin Yuxian shook his head and said, "Dad, don't scold me for being a good-for-nothing. I really feel good now. When you came back from Zhongzhou State, it was the easiest time for me." Lin Fengting was silent for a while, but he still couldn't help laughing and scolding. "You are really good for nothing." Lin Yuxian smiled, but his eyes were a little dazed. He said softly, "If I have time, I really want to see Tianlan. He replaced my position. Wrong." Lin Fengting waved his hand and said faintly, "That is his position. If you go, you will be the real replacement. Your position is the patriarch of the Lin clan. You can't forget this." "Yes." Lin Yuxian's expression changed and he agreed seriously. "Yuxian, you must remember. The whole Lin clan could forget about their worries, but as the patriarch he could forget everything except for his worries. It is naturally hard for Tianlan to revive the Li family, but you will be carrying the whole Lin clan in the future. Isn't it hard?" Lin Fengting's eyes were calm and vicissitudes of life. He said softly, "The word patriarch itself is hard." Chapter 216. What Lin Fengting said was an irrefutable fact, so Lin Yuxian had nothing to say. His parents named him Yuxian, but they did not want him to be carefree all his life. The greater the power, the higher the status, and the stronger the strength, the greater the responsibility. This was a universal truth, and it was also applicable within the Lin clan. The headquarters of the Lin clan stood aloof from worldly affairs and were carefree, but none of the collateral branches that split from the headquarters was bad. Although the major branches had little contact with the headquarters, there was cause and effect between them after all. They were of the same origin. If something really happened, the Lin clan could not just stand by and watch. How to ensure the prosperity of the collateral branches when the headquarters did not care about worldly affairs was a problem that tested every generation of the patriarch of the Lin clan for hundreds of years. It tested the wisdom of dealing with the world, and also tested the world-shaking strength. As a patriarch, how could he forget his worries? Power was the greatest right and wrong. "My sister." Lin Yuxian looked at Lin Fengting, and wanted to say something but stopped on second thought. This was indeed a young man who did not seem to be aggressive at all. Even when he talked about some sensitive things, he was still calm and gentle like a piece of clear water without ripples. "She is a girl. If it is not a last resort, who is willing to stand in front of the stage? It is best to live a peaceful and steady life." Lin Fengting was silent for a while and shook his head. He seemed to think of something and suddenly said with a smile, "If things don't change, I was going to find a wife for you. She is 2 years younger than you. After a few years, she will also be an outstanding beauty. She may not be worse than the one in Samsara Palace. If you go back to Zhongzhou State, maybe it will be a good story. It's a pity that Li Tianlan got it first." Lin Yuxian did not know whether to laugh or cry. He said helplessly, "Are you talking about Wang Yuetong? Last time before you went to Zhongzhou State, you seemed to show me her photo. It is really a pity. Are you very envious? Do you regret it?" Lin Fengting's eyes were soft. He leaned on the sofa with a relaxed body and looked at his son with a smile. "I regret it so much that my intestines are blue." Lin Yuxian patted his thigh and laughed. Although he was talking about regret and pity, the eyes of the young master of the Lin clan were full of sincerity. His smile slowly faded. He looked at his father sitting in front of him, hesitated for a moment, and then said softly, "But Tianlan is not me. Even if Wang Yuetong appears by his side, can she really affect the overall situation? In other words, can Wang Yuetong really stay with Tianlan in the end?" "What are you trying to say?" Lin Fengting's tone was calm. "I mean, can we intervene a little? Maybe Uncle Wang." Lin Yuxian's tone was cautious and vague. "I can't." Lin Fengting shook his head without hesitation. The Lin clan doesn't care about worldly affairs. This matter involves too much. How can we interfere? Let Tianlan join the Lin clan? Let's not talk about whether we're willing or not. Even he himself would probably reject it. Lin Yuxian was silent and lost in thought. We owe the Li family a sword. If we can find clues about the Shadow the Ripper this time, I will give the Shadow the Ripper and divine punishment to Tianlan to settle the karma. The rest is up to him. Lin Fengting's tone was calm and firm. Lin Yuxian took a deep look at his father and nodded, but he thought of many years ago. In the year when the Li family was destroyed, he was still an ignorant child and could not remember his father's attitude when he learned the news. But it seemed that from that year on, the Lin clan began to secretly pursue the news of the Shadow the Ripper. How important were the 12 murderous weapons in the dark world? It was the power of the invincible realm. When it was fired with all its strength, it was equivalent to a full blow from an invincible realm expert. Such a murderous weapon could be said to be a treasure related to the fate of the country, and one of the greatest deterrents in the dark world. The 11 murderous weapons had a clear owner. The Lin clan did not want to enter the secular world to participate in disputes, so they could only track down the whereabouts of the missing Shadow the Ripper. When Lin Yuxian was 13 years old, he began to get involved in the secret affairs of the Lin clan bit by bit. It was also that year that in the chat between father and son, Lin Fengting said intentionally or unintentionally, "In any case, the foundation and glory left by our ancestors can't disappear in vain." At that time, Lin Yuxian was still young, but he also vaguely sensed something through this sentence. Lin Yuxian officially stepped into the fire-flaming realm at the age of 18. That year, the Lin clan accidentally got the news about the Shadow the Ripper. Several branches took action in person, but in the end it was proved that the news was not true. The Lin clan did not get the murderous weapon. But that year, Lin Fengting made formal arrangements for Lin Yuxian and his sister Lin Chuxue. The foundation and glory of our ancestors could not disappear in vain. Since the Li family was destroyed, Lin Yuxian should split from the Lin clan, return to Zhongzhou state, and rebuild Zhuanyuantai. And Lin Chuxue would be responsible for the affairs of the Lin clan in the future. A few years passed, and there was no news from the Shadow the Ripper. Lin Yuxian, who was nearly 24 years old, officially stepped into the thundershocking realm a few months ago. He did not have the wind and thunder veins, the heavenly king heart, or the exquisite bone, but his real combat capability was no less than any young heavenly son. A few months ago, Lin Fengting revisited Zhongzhou state with his daughter. It seemed to be a trip, but he suddenly contacted Wang Tianzong after not contacting the Wang family of Beihai for more than a decade. At that time he really wanted to matchmake Lin Yuxian and Wang Yuetong. The Lin clan and the Wang family of Beihai had been friends for generations. The ancestors of the Lin clan founded Zhuanyuantai of Kunlun, which was strongly supported by the ancestors of the Wang family of Beihai. Later, the Lin clan left Zhongzhou state and passed the supreme power of Zhuanyuantai to their disciple, the Li family. For hundreds of years, the Li family had been the closest comrade of the Wang family of Beihai. Although the Li family was destroyed, the friendship between the Lin clan and the Wang family of Beihai still existed. Moreover, if the Lin clan counted the branches, even the Wang family of Beihai had to pay attention to its strength. With Lin Fengting, once Lin Yuxian returned to Zhongzhou state to rebuild Zhuanyuantai, at least the Wang family of Beihai would not object. If Lin Yuxian and Wang Yuetong were to marry, Wang Tianzong would even give some support. Lin Fengting went to Zhongzhou state before to test Wang Tianzong's attitude. This was also Lin Fengting's pursuit and obsession for many years. The glory of Zhuanyuantai of Zhongzhou state and the god of war family belonged to the Li family as well as the Lin clan. If the Li family was destroyed, the Lin clan would certainly not stand idly by. Lin Fengting would rather let his own son split from the headquarters to make Zhuanyuantai reappear in Zhongzhou state, which was enough to show his determination. However, before he talked about this topic with Wang Tianzong, Li Tianlan and the Samsara Palace appeared. The Li family had a successor. Under such circumstances, Lin Fengting naturally did not want his son to continue to be involved in the muddy water of Zhongzhou state, so he directly withdrew. He did not even mention the matter of Lin Yuxian. Presumably, Wang Tianzong was still confused about what he wanted to do in Zhongzhou State. Lin Fengting suddenly smiled and said slowly, "The Li family and the Lin clan are of the same origin. In the future, when you all settle down, you might as well make friends with Tianlan." Lin Yuxian replied with a "hmm." The appearance of Li Tianlan directly replaced his position in the future. Without him, it might be him who was fighting in East Island now. Lin Yuxian knew this very well. Moreover, the Li family had a successor, which could make the Lin clan more comfortable in adjusting the power inheritance in the clan. It was not that Lin Chuxue was not good enough, but in contrast, Lin Yuxian was more suitable for this position. However, Lin Yuxian and Li Tianlan were different after all. If he went to Zhongzhou State, it was almost certain that he would marry Wang Yuetong and rebuild Zhuanyuantai. At least, he would not encounter resistance from the Wang family of Beihai. Whether the new Zhuanyuantai would join the Southeast group again or not, Wang Tianzong would not be a villain, because the Lin clan was not surnamed Li after all. Not to mention how powerful the Lin clan was. Even the old subordinates of Old Master Li Honghe who were still in the Southeast group would not necessarily agree with the new Zhuanyuantai of the Lin clan. But if it was Li Tianlan, it was completely different. Could he and Wang Yuetong be together? Even if they were forced to be together, it would not affect the overall situation. Tianlan's future situation is not very good, is it? Lin Yuxian said hesitantly. Not too bad. After all, there is Samsara Palace. That Qin Weibai of Samsara Palace is really a smart person. I can't be sure now, but in this final battle of Changdao, there must be something fishy inside. Samsara and Zhongzhou State may not advance or retreat together. It's really uncertain who will be the winner after this final battle. But this is also good. I think they also understand that if they want to protect Li Tianlan, it may not be a good thing to keep too close to Zhongzhou State. A Samsara Palace with an ambiguous position outside Zhongzhou State can fight for more space for Li Tianlan. In front of his son, Lin Fengting was extremely talkative. After all, there were few things in this world that could be learned by oneself. The so-called wisdom could also be inherited. Being influenced by what one saw and heard over the years was the most direct way of inheritance. Lin Yuxian seemed to be thinking and almost said to himself, "Who is the master of Samsara Palace?" Lin Fengting's face suddenly became dignified. The master of Samsara Palace was an extremely powerful figure. This year, she was even more outstanding. She destroyed Night Spirit, killed Tian Xian, took the murderous weapon Blue Sky Underworld, defeated Gu Xingyun, and set off the final battle of Changdao. Everything that happened in the Dark World this year had a great relationship with her. No one could take such a figure lightly. This is also the question I want to know. Lin Fengting said softly. With her strength, I'm afraid she may not be worse than my second brother. This person is definitely related to the Li family, but it seems that she is also related to Kunlun City. The 24 moves of sword and the 10th unique domain are actually concentrated on her. It's incredible. She's really a mystery. Recently, the Lin clan has also been looking for the news of the master of Samsara Palace, but they have found nothing. This person is too low-key, as if she doesn't exist. There is no trace of her. Lin Yuxian gave a wry smile, spread his hands and joked. If Qin Weibai is 10 years older, I even think she is the master of Samsara Palace. Lin Fengting dismissed it with a smile. This assumption was not even speculation, and there was no factual basis at all. Not to mention that Qin Weibai didn't know martial arts. Even if she really hid her strength, it was impossible for her to master the power of the invincible realm at the age of more than 20. The Lin clan had a long history, and they did know some extreme methods that could make people barely reach the thunder-shocking realm in their early 20s. But the power of the invincible realm was several times stronger than that of the thunder-shocking realm. It was impossible to reach the invincible realm at the age of 20, not to mention in reality, even in theory. This person may be one of the hidden pawns left by Senior Li, or even my second brother's sister. Anyway, we should pay more attention. And we can see the specific clues soon. Lin Fengting said lightly. Lin Yuxian was stunned, and then he realized and said, "That sword mark?" Lin Fengting nodded. The sword mark that makes you feel familiar, but can't tell the reason, can only be left by a superior of the invincible realm, and it is likely to be the unique skill of Zhuanyuantai. It is very likely that the person who forced the Shadow the Ripper to fire at the border a few years ago was the master of Samsara Palace. I just don't know which sword move she used at that time. His eyes were a little blank, and he thought of the moment when the master of Samsara Palace and Wang Tianzong were about to fight for life and death. On Mount Dibbing, Lin Fengting could be sure that the sword move of the master of Samsara Palace was the 15th blade Samsara. But to this day, he was still not sure which superior of Zhuanyuantai's sword intent she reincarnated. The helicopter began to land in the roar. Below was a mountain range. Half of the mountain range belonged to Switzerland, and the other half belonged to Germany. This was the borderland. In the sound of the rotor turning, Lin Fengting and Lin Yuxian walked out of the cabin. Lin Yuxian led the way in person. They advanced 800 meters. Before Lin Yuxian could speak, Lin Fengting's footsteps had stopped. The hard and solid ground under his feet suddenly became soft and scattered in front of him, and a huge trace of thousands of meters long appeared abruptly. The trace spread from the ground, smashed the rocks, rushed up the hillside, and directly imprinted on a mountain in front with an unstoppable momentum. Everything along the way seemed to be torn into powder. That battle seemed to be a long time ago, but even now, the trace was still clear, and the torn land and rocks still had no sparks. Lin Fengting looked solemn and moved forward along the trace. The soft ground was slightly deformed under his feet, but it returned to its original state the moment he lifted his foot. In the blink of an eye, they were 1,000 meters away. Lin Fengting's figure approached the mountain at the end of the trace. Looking up, the continuous trace went all the way up the mountain. The trace, which was tens of meters wide, became narrower as it went up, which was a sign that the power was condensing and condensing along the way. At the end of the trace, there was a gully deeply engraved into the mountain. The gully was tens of meters long. In terms of length, it was far from the trace left by the murderous weapon, but it had a kind of power that almost smashed the whole mountain into powder. Sword trace. Lin Fengting's pupils suddenly contracted. His body suddenly rose, and the next second, he came directly in front of the sword trace. The sword trace was quietly engraved on the mountain. The original sword intent and sword energy rushed into the mountain, leaving a narrow but deep gap. Every tiny cut in the sword trace and every engraving mark became clearer and clearer in Lin Fengting's eyes, but his eyes gradually became dazed. Absolute sword. Lin Fengting muttered to himself. At this moment, he even completely ignored the trace left by the murderous weapon. Absolute sword? Which sword? Lin Yuxian's expression changed dramatically. Absolute sword was a specific name in Zhuanyuantai's martial arts. It referred to the most powerful sword moves in Zhuanyuantai's martial arts. The core of martial arts of the Wang family of Beihai was outbreak, and the core of martial arts of Zhuanyuantai was broken. In the 24 moves of sword, all the sword moves with the word broken could be called absolute sword. However, most of those sword moves belonged to the domain of the invincible manual. Lin Fengting's eyes became more dazed, with hesitation. In any case, he did not expect that the sword trace he saw here would be like this. This sword trace was indeed the absolute sword, but it was not any of the known absolute swords. In this sword trace, Lin Fengting saw something familiar and strange. This was the half of the absolute sword. It was also the last move of the 24 moves of sword. 24 moves, break of reincarnation. It was a move of the absolute sword created by the ancestors to restrain the 6 paths of reincarnation of the Wang family of Beihai. However, this half of the absolute sword seemed to have been completely completed, and had broken away from the original sword intent. The power of the several absolute swords of Zhuanyuantai was almost the same. Even the break of reincarnation was only aimed at the unique skill of the Wang family of Beihai, and its power was not much stronger than the other moves. But the completed sword in front of him was vaguely the sublimation of the 24 moves of sword, and its power was simply unimaginable. This could even be said to be the 25 moves of sword created with the help of the half of the 24 moves of sword. Lin Fengting's eyes were complicated and confused. The half of the 24 moves of sword had always existed in the Lin clan for hundreds of years before. Even the Li family had not mastered it. If this sword move was left by the master of Samsara Palace, who was she? If the master of Samsara Palace had nothing to do with the Li family, but she had mastered the 24 moves of sword, then the most likely possibility was that she was from the Lin clan. Especially the completed half of the absolute sword that even the Li family could not master, it proved something invisibly. Did she have the same idea as him to support Li Tianlan? On the cold mountain peak, Lin Fengting slowly landed on the ground, continued to track down the whereabouts of the murderous weapon. Lin Fengting suddenly said, "Put the matter of the master of Samsara Palace aside for the time being." "Okay." Lin Yuxian responded. Looking at his father who was about to leave, he asked subconsciously, "Dad, where are you going?" "I'm going to Zhongzhou State." "That you're tuning in to the Li Mei's Sword of Destiny YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.